Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter was reborn in second year and became Gilderoy Lockhart. Here is short summary. After dying, Harry is reborn in his second year, but in the body of Gilderoy Lockhart. Armed with his memories, magic, and a flair for deception, he sets out to change the wizarding world in his own cunning way. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. It was much harder being here in the past than he had thought. Lockhart used that smile and smarmy exterior to hide the pain he felt seeing his friends alive again. He wanted to grab them and hug them, to tell them that they weren't going to die this time. To rejoice that they were alive, unscarred, and just so young. Watching Neville walk into the classroom so hesitantly, knowing that he had died saving the lives of a Muggle-born's family while taking half a dozen Death Eaters with him, was heartbreaking. He felt tears gathering at the edges of his eyes seeing them all, even the Slytherins. He wasn't sure how he would have handled this as a 12-year-old again. He coped by retreating and letting Gilderoy control things. Gilderoy didn't know these students. Gilderoy had a happy childhood. Gilderoy did not have repeating nightmares watching his friends die horrific deaths in battles with vicious dark wizards. When the whole class was seated, Lockhart cleared his throat loudly and silence fell. He reached forward, picked up Neville Longbottom's copy of Travels with Trolls, and held it up to show his own, winking portrait on the front. "Me," he said, pointing at it and winking as well. Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, but I don't talk about that. I didn't get rid of the Bandon Banshee by smiling at her. He waited for them to laugh. A few smiled weakly. The witches mostly sighed. I want everyone's undivided attention in this class as I present you with the preeminent opportunity to learn defense against dark arts, a field in which I am uniquely qualified. If they only knew just how unique his qualifications truly were. He beamed at the class cheerfully. Based on what other classes mentioned about your previous professors, I worry you might be extremely misinformed. Worry not, my dear young fellows, because I have accepted the task of teaching you something that you are seriously lacking, and believe me, I am usually successful in my ventures. To that end, we're starting the class with a simple test to see just what you know. The class groaned. Nothing that complicated. 20 questions, just a simple assessment of what you know. It will not count against you, I assure you. Don't even put your names down. I want your honest answers, no cheating. Cheating hurts you, not me. Answer as quickly as you can. Skip any you are not positive of and return to them after doing the rest. You have 5 minutes. He waved his wand and parchments appeared on their desks. Still groaning, most of the class started at once. After 10 minutes, he said, "Time's up," and waved his wand. The parchments flew to his desk, some with long ink lines on them as their owners had failed to lift their quills fast enough. Pull out your copy of the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 2. Start reading Chapter 1. If you don't have your copy with you, share with someone else. No talking. He spent a few minutes flipping through the tests. He sighed deeply. Had it really been that bad? No wonder they fell in battle like wheat before a thresher. Time's up, he called. Who finished the chapter? Naturally, Hermione raised her hand, as did Harry and Ron. Gilderoy knew the girl had read the entire book, twice, before she even arrived at Hogwarts, and had browbeat the 2 boys into reading the book as well. But they had lied to her, and had barely read halfway through. But they were still far ahead of most of the class. Who finished and understood the first page? Everyone raised their hands. Second page. Several hands fell. He sighed. Third page. Most hands fell. Anyone besides Miss Granger, Mr. Potter, and Mr. Weasley finished the 4th page. Nobody raised a hand. His smile faltered. Right, he sighed. Homework. Owl home and have your parents send you your copy of last year's The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1. Read the complete book before our next class next Wednesday. The entire class gasped, and then groaned. Hermione looked ecstatic. There are only a few copies in the library, so share. It's called teamwork. Get used to it. If you don't, you will fail. And what you learned last year is the basis for everything you learn from this day forward. He gave them a moment for that to sink in, and then he smiled brightly. Magic is all about intent. If you hold up your wand and say Lumos, he demonstrated, holding up his wand, the tip of his wand barely glowing, your wand lights up. He pointed at his upheld wand with his other hand. Then he frowned at the barely glowing tip. Not very bright, is it? Well, perhaps if I thought about needing a bright light I might get a better result. He held up his wand and said, loudly and firmly, Lumos. A blinding bright light filled the classroom. The students yelped and held their hands in front their faces. Perhaps that was a bit too much, Knox. The light disappeared. Whether dark or light, it is your intent that drives your magic. I could point to any one of you, he pointed at Hermione with his wand, and say Avada Kedavra. A pale green light burst from his wand and hit Hermione in the chest. The class screamed in horror. He shielded himself from several spells cast his way. 2 were from Harry. Hermione stared at Gilderoy, down at herself, then back at her professor. Stand, please, Miss Granger, he said, dodging another set of spells. Hermione, almost in shock, rose to her feet. The clamor in the classroom slowly died down as they realized Hermione wasn't dead. Into the silence, Harry, Gilderoy said, I could cast that spell all day at Miss Granger and she would walk away unharmed. Why? Because I do not want to hurt her. He would sooner cut his own throat than deliberately harm her. He directed his next comment to her. Miss Granger, what did that feel like? She stared at him for a moment, and then hesitantly said, it tingled a bit, kind of like pins and needles, you know, like when your arm falls asleep because you leaned on it for too long at an awkward angle. He put his hands on his hips and beamed at the class. Intent. The most powerful healing spell will fizzle if you don't want it to work. The most deadly dark spell will fail if you don't mean it. The difference between light and dark spells is all about intent, as well. He started pacing, his robes swirling dramatically. Dark spells are usually designed to hurt people. They can be used to help people, such as Reducto being used in demolition work or Defindo being used in forestry to cut down trees, but their primary purpose is to harm people. He looked out at the students. You will hear people claim that the Unforgivables were originally designed to help people. The AK, for example, as a painless way to ease a patient in agony from a cureless disease or fatal wound. But if your intent is to help a patient, why does the AK require a healer to hate the patient? And it takes a great deal of power to execute it, as well. Light spells are designed to help people. They can also harm them. Such as Wingardium Leviosa. Harmless, right? What if I use it to lift you 1,000 feet in the air, and then drop you? That will kill you as surely as a Reducto. Aguamenti is harmless, right? If I shove my wand in your mouth and cast it, you'll drown in seconds as your lungs fill with water. You're just as dead as if I hit you with an Avada Kedavra. The students were looking properly horrified. I am a great wizard for the light, as you can see merely by reading my books. I've traveled the world and seen things you cannot imagine and fought monsters you can't dream of, some human, all to protect the innocent. He stopped pacing and looked at the students. And yet, I know 100 or more dark spells. Why do I know those spells? Why? So I can recognize them and counter or dodge them, as I need. You can't fight evil wizards and monsters unless you know their spells, their strengths, and their weaknesses. Now, be warned. It is my job to arm you against the foulest creatures known to wizard kind. You may find yourselves facing your worst fears in this room. He swept the room with a glance, meeting everyone's eyes. First, everyone stand. He waved his hands up. As soon as they stood, he swept his wand and all the desks slid to the back of the room, along with everyone's books and bags. And I'll stick them together so they are safe. That was another wave. Now, form Wizard Witch teams. For example, Mr. Potter and Miss Granger. It took a moment for the teams to settle. Ron ended up with Lavender Brown. Next, we practiced the shield charm, which I used in all my books to great effect. A very versatile spell, that one. You simple rotate your wand like so, he demonstrated, and say Protega. Say it with me, Protego. They repeated this 10 times. Now practice the wand movement. Exaggerate it, like so, and he again demonstrated it. Then he made them repeat it until they all could do it. Now do the movement really small, like so, and he did, barely moving the tip of his wand. And made them practice it 20 times, while he chanted, smaller, smaller. Perfect, wonderful. He smiled broadly and struck a pose, hands on hips. On 3, cast. 1, 2, 3. The results varied from Hermione and Harry's quite solid performance, to almost nothing from Ron except a bit of sparkle. Again. 10 times later, he said, good, everyone got it. Most of the class appeared quite happy with their results. Ron scowled at the sparks popping from his wand. Next, we go to the freeze charm, which I used to quite good effect in breaking with a banshee, don't you know? They practiced that spell and wand movement 20 times as well. Excellent. He gave them another sample of Witch Weekly's most charming smile. Now, know that no harm can befall you whilst I am here. All I ask is that you remain calm. He lifted a cage hidden behind his desk. Lockhart placed a hand on the cover. Neville was cowering in his front row seat. I must ask you not to scream, said Lockhart in a low voice, waving one hand theatrically. It might provoke them, he half whispered, giving them a stern look. As the whole class held its breath, Lockhart whipped off the cover. Yes, he said dramatically. Freshly caught Cornish pixies. How he managed to say that with a straight face was a mystery. He sounded like a barker at the fish market. Seamus Finnegan couldn't control himself. He let out a snort of laughter that even Lockhart couldn't pretend was a scream of terror. The Slytherins looked amused. Yes, he smiled at Seamus. Well, they're not very dangerous, are they? Seamus choked. Don't be so sure, said Lockhart, waggling a finger at Seamus. Devilish tricky little blighters they can be. The pixies were electric blue and about 8 inches high, with pointed faces and voices so shrill it was like listening to a cage full of budgies arguing. The moment the cover came off, they had started jabbering and rocketing around, rattling the bars and making faces at the class. He resumed his heroic pose. Now, witches, you use Protega to protect yourself and your partner. Wizards, you use the freeze charm to defend yourself and your partner. With that short warning, Lockhart opened the cage. It was pandemonium. The pixies shot in every direction like rockets. 3 bounced off the window, on which he had cast an impervious charm that morning. Come on now. Round them up, they're only pixies, Lockhart shouted, hands on his hips, his grin beaming broadly at the class. Half the class was trying to shelter under the desks at the back of the class. Neville was swinging from the iron chandelier in the ceiling where the pixies had left him. The pixies were split between harassing the students and attacking their belongings, which were fortunately charmed closed and stuck to the desks. The other half, though, those girls with slightly faster reactions, had popped up their shields between themselves and the attacking pixies. 2 had even remembered to protect their partner. Harry, hiding behind Hermione, was shooting the freeze charm with decent accuracy at any pixie that tried to sneak around her shield. Lavender had backed into a corner, which prevented the little monsters from flanking her, but also prevented Ron from casting the freeze charm because he was with her, not that he could cast it, anyway. Blaise Zabini had taken cover under a desk in the corner and was sniping at pixies as quickly as possible. Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis were shielding each other. Lockhart stood at the front of the class, laughing. The pixies knew well not to attack him. He had earlier that day put the fear of Harry Gilderoy into them. Finally, he waved his wand, freezing the remaining pixies. A second wave put the pixies back into their cage, which he recovered. Another wave saw Longbottom rescued from the chandelier and the desks moved back to their proper positions. Still chuckling, and shaking his head, Lockhart said, "Right, then, who can tell me what you did wrong?" After a moment of silence in which they all just looked at each other, Hermione slowly raised her hand. "Yes, Miss Granger, we were too slow, and... quote. The wizard turned to the blackboard and a chalk flew up and started writing as he said, 1 point to Miss Granger. First, he pointed to the line the chalk had just finished. There was no teamwork. The witches, except Hermione, ducked their heads down. A few of the wizards joined them. Second, he pointed to the next line, almost everyone forgot their spells. The rest of the class looked shamefaced. 5 points to Mr. Potter and Miss Granger for actually acting as a team and properly working together to defend themselves. 3 points each to Miss Brown, Miss Greengrass, Miss Davis, Mr. Cordy, and Mr. Zabini for remembering their spells, even if they were late. And these were pixies. Pixies that you lot laughed at and called harmless. And they completely routed you all. What will you do if you meet an Acromantula? Or even a Kurupira? I tell you now, hiding under desks will not save you from a werewolf, banshee, hag, vampire, or troll. Not even hiding in a toilet stall or under a sink will help, will it, Miss Granger? Hermione blushed a bright red and Harry looked outraged. Several students gave a surprised look at the witch, wondering what the story was behind his remark. I don't expect you to go toe-to-toe against dark wizards with decades of experience, but I do expect you to be able to properly defend yourself, and your family, while you escape. He glared fiercely at the class. Only a fool fights a wizard with decades of experience. Only a fool fights head-on against a witch with more power than himself. He paused, now looking tired. And I have been the fool too many times, and if not for an unreasonable amount of luck I would not be here today. And I have lost more friends than I care to count because I was a fool. He glared at them. That's why I am here, to teach you not to be foolish. The class was staring at him wide-eyed. The next 2 classes, maybe more, will be remedial classes covering last year. You should already know this material backwards and forwards. I expect you all to master all of last year's material in 2 weeks. Remember your homework, and teamwork. Class dismissed. Mr. Potter, a word before you leave. Harry slowly picked up his bag and stuffed his books back in it. Hermione and Ron were hanging back at the door as the rest of the chastised class left the room. Lockhart sat in his chair and watched Harry reluctantly approach. And the word, Mr. Potter, is detention, the professor said cheerily. Harry's eyes shot wide open and his mouth dropped. Both Ron and Hermione looked surprised, as well. Gilderoy knew they were thinking that Harry was being given a new detention and that Harry was about to protest. Ignoring the students' reactions, Lockhart cheerfully continued, Your 7 detentions from yesterday will be with me, starting tonight at 7. Harry's mouth clicked closed. Gilderoy beamed happily at his pranking Harry. Harry would figure it out later. Maybe. Dismissed. Yes, sir, the boy said, turned smartly, and stiffly stalked out the door. Lockhart waved his hand and the door closed. It wasn't going to be easy, but he intended to have the entire second-year class working on third-year material by June. And similar plans for the other years. The 7th years were in for a big surprise as he planned to run them through all 6 previous years before Christmas. When they hit their newts, they would be prepared. He had already chosen 4 6th years to act as teacher, aides on the written homework for the 3rd through 5th years. He planned to approach the Weasley twins about doing the same for the 1st and 2nd years. He was not going to watch poorly trained students die fighting Death Eaters. Lockhart smiled to himself as the proximity alert on his door sounded a soft chime. Someone was approaching with the intent to enter. He waited patiently for the knock, saying, Door knocker, say, Professor Lockhart will be with you in a moment. He studied the mirror on the inside of his door, reflecting what the door knocker's eyes saw. He couldn't help but laugh at the despondent expression on Harry Potter's face. It had been absolutely ace taking the mickey out of the boy prior to his herbology class. As a prank, it certainly approached the top of the chart. He thought Harry was going to bust a seam when he had said, Gave you a taste for publicity, didn't I? And the way Harry's eyes had bugged out when he said, I mean, a few people have heard of you, haven't they? And then, Colin Creevey's set up. Another fantastic line. There may well come a time when, like me, you'll need to keep a stack handy wherever you go, but I don't think you're quite there yet. He thought poor Harry was about to have a coronary. And his face had been as red as Ron's hair. Harry Gilderoy had laughed himself silly once he arrived back in his office. Good grief, it was like shooting fish in a barrel. And then in the actual classroom, via the listening charm he had placed on the boy who lived's robes, he had heard Ron say, You'd better hope Creevey doesn't meet Ginny, or they'll be starting a Harry Potter fan club. Ha, he had forgotten about that. Now, there was an opportunity. A few words to a couple of the more impressionable firsties, and Viola. He could even volunteer to be the staff advisor for their little club. The pranking potential was astronomical. He added a few notes to his list and then put the scroll in his desk drawer. He walked over and opened to the door, smiling broadly. "Ah, here's the scalawag," he said. "Come in, Harry, come in. You can address the envelopes," Lockhart told Harry, as though this was a huge treat, pointing at the box of envelopes on his desk, beside the huge stack of photographs. "This first one is to Gladys Gudgeon, bless her, huge fan of mine." The time flew by for Lockhart. He made sure to talk softly, as if he were offering real advice to the boy, saying things that sounded ridiculous and that only amateurs might pay attention to, like, "Fame's a fickle friend, Harry, celebrity is as celebrity does, remember that, it's not what you know but who, and, always make a proper entrance." But for the professional, who knew he was always on stage, these were actually vitally important. Harry would gradually realize that the advice he snorted at today was actually quite essential for the successful politician, businessman, or sports hero. If you acted with confidence, people assumed you knew what you were doing and trusted you, even if you were completely lost as to what was really happening. And people were always watching you when you were an important or popular figure. After a couple of hours, he pushed the stack of finished mail into a box, and moved the photographs and unused envelopes to another. "There now," he said. Harry looked at him blearily. "Now that the fun stuff is over, we have some real business to discuss." Sadly, Harry had learned that Lockhart really did enjoy autographing his books and photographs. It was soothing and relaxing to the man. Harry used the opportunity to think about other things while letting his Gilderoy side run on autopilot. Harry Lockhart leaned back in his chair and studied the tired student lightly shaking his weary fingers. "In all seriousness, Harry, you cannot let your fame drag you along in its wake, like a helpless leaf caught in the wind. I realized when I was a student here at Hogwarts that you have to seize control of your fate, or it will make your life miserable. And I am more than happy to help you navigate those treacherous waters, for it is all too easy for fame to slip from your grasp and leave you as a has-been, a nobody. You have to work at being famous." The black-haired boy frowned at him. The professor could just about read his mind. "Now what is the twit going on about?" He leaned over, picked up, and placed a pile of thin books on the desk. "Do you know what these are, Harry?" he asked softly. The boy looked at them briefly, and then made a disgusted face. "Those fakes." "Precisely, my boy, precisely," said Gilderoy. "And do you realize that the publishers and authors of those tomes are getting rich off of you?" The boy looked up at him, astonished. "That's right, they have stolen your name, your face, your fame, and are making money hand over fist." The boy frowned at him. "And all the while telling lies about you to the gullible public. Now it's okay to exaggerate your deeds on occasion, everyone expects that. But to portray pure fantasy as the truth, well, that will only backfire on you in the worst possible way. How many times have you run into someone who said, 'Oh, I've read all the Harry Potter adventure books, it must be wonderful to live in castle. Do you really have a dragon for a pet?' Or, worse, to let stand as fact things you know are lies, such as what happened on October 31, 1981. The wizard watched Harry stiffen. "There are history books, modern magical history, the rise and fall of the dark arts, and great wizarding events of the 20th century, to name just 3, that purport to tell what happened that fateful night. You and I know they are all lies. No one alive knows what exactly happened that night. From the evidence and spell residue we can make conjectures as to the sequence of events, but what was actually said and what really happened, no one knows, nor does anyone know what your life was like after that incident. Yet these books," he waved his hand at the stack on the table, "all claim to tell the unvarnished truth. According to these frauds, you grew up with a loving foster family, with older foster brothers and younger foster sisters who all adore you, in a castle hidden somewhere safe where you have many adventures because you're just that sort of kid who can't help falling into thrilling escapades. And they are all lies, aren't they?" The man shook his head sadly, But the little wizards and witches, the children, they really do believe them. They think you are rich. They think you are spoiled. They think you have a loving foster family who dotes on your every wish, spoiling you shamelessly. And when you don't live up to those expectations, they hate you for ruining those expectations. Everything you say or do that reveals you know nothing about wizardkind, wizard traditions, and wizard lore, they take as an indication that you really do know those things but are too arrogant to pay attention to them. You really don't know those things, but it is easier for them to believe you do but don't care. Otherwise they would have to admit that the books were lies, and nobody likes to admit they fell for a lie because it makes them look foolish. The boy was looking more and more astonished with every sentence. And the publishers are continuing to feed that image that you don't care by putting out new books every year telling them how their hero, the boy who lived, is still being a hero when in truth you are just a student trying to make the best of a bad situation. Harry leaned back, blinking. And the reason they are doing that is that you have let them steal your name and likeness and make up these fantastical stories. You have done nothing to say, but those books are all lies. The boy's eyebrows shot up. But before he could say a word, the professor continued. I know what you're going to say, but here's the deal. By not saying anything to them, by not complaining about what they've done, you have tacitly given them permission to continue in what they are doing. By not talking to them, you have given them permission to continue making up lies about you, to continue selling dolls with your face, to continue stealing money from you. And while you might not think the money is important, given your family's great wealth, by doing nothing you give the impression that it is perfectly fine for them to continue to lie about and steal from you. Now, I know your guardians have been somewhat lax in that regard, that your family lawyers have ignored the problem, but that doesn't excuse last year. Last year you had ample time to tell everyone the books are lies and start correcting the record. You had ample time to contact the publishers and tell them to stop. And you didn't. That you didn't know you should is not an excuse they are willing to accept. By the way, did you know they released three books about your first year in Hogwarts? And not one of them even comes close to matching what really happened, except that you were the youngest seeker in 100 years. And they have you single-handedly winning every game with your teammates cheering you on from their brooms. And by not saying anything you let people think you were an arrogant braggart with delusions of perfection and grandeur. He paused and let Harry think about that. Lockhart could see the boy getting angrier and angrier. And the angrier the boy became, the easier it became for Gilderoy to do what needed doing. And he had somehow missed Gilderoy's references to his family's wealth. The professor decided to let that lie for the moment. And I bet you're thinking, but what can I do about any of that? I'm just a kid. Well, Harry, what I propose to you is to let my legal firm, fleece him, cheat him, and beat him, take care of this for you. Naturally, on hearing the firm's name, Harry's eyebrows repeated their climb to his hairline. Lockhart had to suppress a smile and pretend not to notice Harry's incredulous reaction. Wizards really were oblivious, not to mention naive, in many areas. Most wouldn't even blink on hearing that name. He wasn't going to mention that he actually owned that firm. He had set it up last month and staffed it with hand-picked sharks. What they will do, at no charge to you, is go after these scoundrels and make them pay the royalties they should have been paying you all along. I realize you don't care about the money. If you cared about money you wouldn't wear those atrocious muggle clothes and you'd dress like a proper gentle wizard. Or at least dress in a manner that didn't suggest you were a homeless gypsy who accidentally wandered into the castle by mistake. He pretended not to notice the blush that lit up Boy's face. That's one of the reasons people don't take you seriously, and why the Slytherins make fun of you. If you don't take yourself seriously, why should they? They think you are insulting them by ignoring proper dress traditions, so they get mad at you for dressing like a homeless person. Harry looked startled at that. And well he should. By the time future Harry had learned that lesson it was far too late to be useful. He was too busy dodging snatcher squads and muggle strafing and bombing runs. Now, then, knowing you are rich, a lot of people will be outraged that you would dare to attack the books that every, and I do mean every, wizarding child owns. To combat this, to control the narrative, that is, I suggest you set up a foundation that will use the funds those scoundrels give you to provide muggle-borns, and underprivileged half-bloods and pure-bloods with adequate schooling materials. You know, he said in a coaxing manner, so that they don't have to use hand-me-down or broken and defective wands, so they can get books that aren't falling apart with age. He stopped, covered his mouth, and said, cough *, Ron and Ginny Weasley *, He dropped his hand and cleared his throat. Sorry about that, had a frog in my throat. Harry was staring at him in shock. If it's a grant from a foundation, it's not charity, now is it? Especially if it goes to a large group of people, right? Anyway, you announce this right off and it immediately puts those scoundrels off their game. Harry was blinking rapidly. Gilderoy could almost see the gears turning in his mind. Of course, there will be a means test in the process. We don't want rich snobs like Mr. Malfoy, who can easily afford a wand, expecting to get a free one. And, if there are sufficient funds, using only the interest, not the principal, of course, the Foundation will replace those aging and decrepit brooms Hogwarts uses to teach firsties about broom flying. That way future students can avoid accidents such as befell poor Mr. Longbottom last year. So, you would be doing a tremendous service to the wizarding community, your friends, by doing this. And it would show that you are not someone they can take lightly. If they cross you, there will be consequences. And just to alleviate any concerns you might have on the matter, I, myself, will be on the board of directors of the Lily Potter Foundation to make sure the funds are used for the stated purposes and not used to line some rich purebloods' pockets. Harry jerked his head up on hearing the name of the foundation. The smarmy professor smiled knowingly. Yes, this would be an excellent way to honor your mother and keep her name alive in the wizarding world. And with only a minimal amount of effort on your part. Plus, as I said, it shan't cost you a single canute. The legal firm will take their fee from the monies collected. Normally those legal fees can range anywhere from 30 to 50%, but for the Lily Potter Foundation I've talked the solicitors down to a mere 20%. He pulled a parchment out of his pocket. If you would just sign right here, he pointed to the bottom of the parchment, they can get started on this immediately. Harry looked at the proffered quill and looked back up at Lockhart, frowning heavily. The professor leaned forward and said, quietly and sincerely, Harry, I swear to you on my magic that what the Foundation does will make you proud. He stared into the boy's eyes, projecting his sincerity. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and your beloved Defense Against the Dark Arts professor promise you that this is not a trick and not a scam, that the Lily Potter Foundation will do exactly as I promise. It will provide needy students with the tools they require to succeed at Hogwarts. The contract here even specifies that my compensation as a member of the board of directors will never exceed 1 galleon a year, and that none of the other directors will earn more than 100 galleons. He didn't need any money, the kudos and access to other rich movers would more than pay him for his time on the board. Not to mention the fact that he was earning a finder's fee of 1% on every galleon earned from the miscreant firms and any new licensing arrangements. Harry hesitantly took the quill and scrawled his signature on the bottom of the parchment. The professor took the quill and signed just below Harry's name. Excellent, Harry, Gilderoy practically purred in satisfaction. Next, he offered a small silver knife. Just use this to prick your thumb and let a few drops of your blood hit your signature. Moving slowly, watching the professor from the corners of his eyes, Harry did as asked. The professor waved his wand and the cut on Harry's hand disappeared as if it had never existed. Harry set the knife on the desk. Lockhart took the knife and pricked his thumb, letting his blood drip. As the third drop hit the parchment, Gilderoy smiled widely. A copy of the contract had just magically appeared in the legal firm's office. They would begin first thing in the morning. Lockhart sighed contentedly, beaming happily, as he rolled up the parchment. I promise you, Harry, you will be astonished at the goodwill this will generate in the long term. People will be talking about the Lily Potter Foundation and what it does for generations after you and I are long gone. He tapped the scroll with his wand and handed the new duplicate to the boy. Let your friend, Miss Granger, have a look at that contract, he said as he dropped his copy into a small Gringotts, Owling tube and sealed both ends. He tossed it into the box with the rest of the outgoing owl mail. I'm sure she will find it fascinating. And she will agree that I am treating you fairly. As if he declared dramatically, I would stoop so low as to attempt to stymie the promising career you have ahead of you. Why would I do that? He asked rhetorically, when by helping you I can demonstrate to everyone what a wonderful mentor I am. He struck a heroic pose, with one arm on his hip holding back his dress cape and holding the index finger of the other hand up at eye level for several moments. Then he relaxed. By the way, just in case you change your mind, there is a 10-day cancellation clause before the contract becomes permanent. If you have any questions, feel free to come to me at any time. I will always be willing to help you achieve your life's goals. Gilderoy beamed proudly at the boy and looking forward to showing Harry how to manage his fame. Harry watched and listened carefully, clearly thinking about what had just happened. They sat in silence for a minute, both contemplating the future, but for very different reasons, with just as different goals. Lockhart knew the contract wasn't worth the parchment it occupied, but it did provide a framework for them. Plus, he knew that the only person to object to the contract wouldn't as it would out him as the boy's illegal guardian. And in the absence of challenges, the contract would stand. There is one more thing, Harry. The black-haired boy looked up curiously. Photographs and autographs, the wizard said. Harry groaned. Hear me out, Harry. This could make it much easier for you here in Hogwarts for the long term. The boy sighed dramatically and crossed his arms as he sat back in his chair. Colin Creepy. Harry's eyebrows went up again. Is going to be stalking you. I know the type, I really do. He's going to be taking pictures of you all the time. Whether you want him to or not. He is your very own, personal paparazzi. He paused a moment, reminiscing. This takes me back to the beginning of my career when I realized I had my first, real fan. He sighed theatrically. Harry rolled his eyes. Mr. Creepy's a nice kid, he really is, but he's like a bull terrier. Once he gets after you, he never stops. All you can do is set some boundaries. Took me a few years to figure out that little tidbit, I tell you now. He grinned conspiratorially at Harry. Harry sighed again. It was funny how Harry never asked just how Gilderoy knew this about a student he had only met that day. You can either threaten him or you can work with him. The first will make everyone hate you for being mean to a firstie. The second can make a huge difference in making you look like a good guy. Here's how it works. Tell him to meet you after dinner Saturday next. Tell him to bring plenty of film. He'll be giddy with excitement, but make him promise not to tell anyone, at all, or everyone will show up and interfere with what the two of you will be doing. When you get together, make a deal with him. You will make him your official photographer. Once a month, the two of you will get together and he will take pictures of you around the castle. Once a month, the two of you will get together and review those pictures. He has to give you a copy of every picture he takes, and you together will select which pictures he can sell. Harry sat up straight in astonishment, opening his mouth to protest. Wait, the professor held up his finger. Looking mutinous, Harry sank back in his chair. In exchange, Mr. Creepy will agree to not take pictures of you anywhere else, and to not bother you at all. Harry was doing a fair imitation of a goldfish, bulging eyes and gaping mouth. And this way you control what people see. I guarantee you that he already has people asking him for pictures of you. And you really don't want every picture he takes available to everyone in the castle. I'm sure the Slytherins would queue up by the dozens to buy pictures of you picking your nose, scratching your ass, or falling on your face after someone trips you. Harry was looking alarmed. So, you set a price of 6 nuts for each photograph, and he has to split it with you 50-50. And if anyone brings you a picture and wants your autograph, you charge them 2 sickles. 2 sickles. The boy was going to get emotional whiplash if he wasn't careful. Yes, 2 sickles. This does several things. First, it keeps hundreds of students from swamping you, every day, wanting you to sign the picture they just bought. When your friends ask why you're charging for the autographs, you say it is to keep the assholes away, as only someone serious will be willing to pay 2 sickles for your autograph. Plus, you can use the autographed pictures as a reward to select people. Knowing that you are giving them something free that normally people have to buy will raise its value in their eyes. But to everyone else you say, because it's going to buy the house's new Quidditch brooms. Harry stared at him, astonished. That's right, you're going to use that photograph and autograph income to make sure all the teams, not just the Slytherins, have modern brooms. No longer will it matter if one team has better brooms than the other because they'll all have the same brooms. Harry sat back thinking, you see how this works, don't you? You control what pictures people see. Nothing embarrassing, nothing that might be scandalous. You don't have to worry about picture-hungry fans following you. They all go bother Mr. Creepy if they want a proper picture. If someone does want your autograph, then they have to buy Mr. Creevy's authorized pictures because you will only autograph pictures taken by Mr. Creevy. That will cut down dramatically on the number of people surreptitiously taking pictures of you. And when someone grumbles about having to pay money for an autograph, remind them that you aren't making any money. All the money coming into you is going to a good cause, new Quidditch brooms. And how can anyone hate you for doing that? And that makes you a good guy. Lockhart sat back. Anyway, you think about that. If you're smart, you'll do it. Otherwise you might find someone selling pictures of you taking a shower in the bathroom. Which had happened to Harry in the other timeline. He had been most embarrassed to discover the poster-sized image. He had found it near the end of the war in the ruined remains of some unknown witch's demolished house, on a bedroom wall. It was quite scandalous, even by Muggle standards, truthfully, and taken in the Quidditch locker room sometime in his 6th year when he was captain of the team. Harry stared at him in horror. Lockhart raised his eyebrows and nodded. So, you think about that. If you want to go ahead with that plan. Gilderoy opened a drawer in his desk and took out a scroll. Here's the contract I suggest you use. He handed it to Harry. And it's nearly curfew, so out of here you scamp. Lockhart made shooing motions with his hands. Harry stood and stumbled to the door, holding the contracts and frowning. After the door closed, Lockhart sighed deeply. This was harder than he had expected. But it was all vital in keeping the boy's feet on the ground and surviving the turmoil that the professor knew was coming. The next few nights he would lecture the boy, while they addressed letters and signed autographs, on the various social necessities the wizarding world expected from the heads of houses. He would teach the boy how to navigate the shark-infested waters that were the so-called pure-blood houses. Gilderoy may have been an opportunistic twit, but he did know the rules of wizarding high society. Physical fighting, Harry had learned, was only a small part of the war. With the right nudges and diplomacy, a skilled tactician could prevent some battles entirely, and save countless lives in doing so. He pulled out his to-do list from the drawer, and perused it once more, moving the 2 completed tasks to his done parchment. Tasks to complete as a Hogwarts professor. First, improve the student's current rating in DADA from pathetic to a minimum of adequate. And achieve fame as the best DADA teacher ever. Gilderoy kept trying to reverse the order of those 2. He didn't seem to get that the fame would naturally follow the other without any additional effort. Second, Part A, destroy the friendship between Ron and Harry as subtly as possible. With the exception of last year, Ron had turned on him every year they had attended Hogwarts. His jealousy and temper had ultimately destroyed the wizarding world. Not to mention the hell he put Hermione through every year, starting with their first year with his constant put-downs, and degrading comments, and continuing until he deserted them. Second, Part D, Fan Club for Harry Potter, Ginny, Luna, Colin to start. A fan club for Harry would drive Ron to distraction. Third, catch the rat and bring justice to his godfather. Use his position in the public eye to make sure the ministry doesn't bury the story. Maybe he should write a book with the rat as the centerpiece. And, not incidentally, garner himself some wonderful headlines and even more fame, the Gilderoy side whispered. Fourth, help Neville gain confidence to become the great wizard he is capable of being. And ensure at least one steadfast pure-blood supporter should he ever need the help of a distinguished ancient and noble family, added Gilderoy. Fifth, Luna Lovegood. Make sure the bullies never have a chance. Her quirky outlook had saved his life more than once while they were on the run. He owed her that. Sixth, retrieve Ravenclaw's diadem from the come-and-go room, and destroy the soul piece in it. Fiendfire. Seventh, Retrieve the Slytherin locket from Grimmauld Place dependent on when Sirius is released. Fiendfire. 8th. Destroy the diary and the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, and save Ginny Weasley. That is definitely a book he will publish. Acquire Phoenix Tears just in case. Keep a sharp eye on Ginny. Maybe get the map from the twins. And cash in on the salvage of the basilisk. The venom alone is worth tens of thousands of galleons, put in Gilderoy. He would have to wait on that and let the year play out the way it had previously. After all, while he did know where and what the monster was, speaking Parseltongue was a secret he wanted to keep as long as possible. Publicly, he was dependent on Harry for that. The money from the basilisk would easily pay for sending Ginny to a mind healer afterwards, and prevent the after-the-fact suffering she had endured in the previous timeline, which the Muggles called post-traumatic stress disorder. In the meantime, his hands were tied. 9th. Retrieve the Gaunt Ring and destroy it. Definitely use basilisk venom for this. 10th. Retrieve the Hufflepuff cup and destroy it, or get the goblins to do it for me. 11th. Remove all the bones from the Riddle graveyard and replace them with something else, perhaps roadkill squirrels or Acromantula chitin. Let's see him try to rally the pure bloods looking like a spider. 12th. Find and kill Nagini. Is she even a Horcrux yet? 13th. What to do about Harry's portion of Riddle. 14th. Remove, with extreme prejudice, Malfoy and all the other Death Eaters, in and out of Azkaban. Deprive them of their power and wealth which played a large role in controlling Ministry and ruining people's lives. Not to mention crippling Voldemort's financial base. No, loot their wealth, and buy a beach house on his own island, added Gilderoy. And find a lot of ladies to shag. Sinistra looks like a good one to start with. No, wait, that last was solely Lockhart's list. The list review stopped abruptly due to some serious inner turmoil. Harry was still not used to interacting with adult women in the manner Gilderoy wanted. It was on October 31, 2004, that Harry finally succeeded. He had won the final war. The mighty task of killing the monstrosity known as Lord Voldemort, make that Voldemort, was complete. In the final battle at what was left of the Ministry for Magic, he had taken Riddle head-on. He had done that many times before, but this time he outright won. He had killed Riddle with the Sword of Gryffindor. He had finally eliminated that abomination from the face of Earth. It was a Cadmean victory though. Tom's insanity had dragged the Muggles into the Wizarding UK's pure blood civil war. Tom simply did not understand the power the Muggles had. His last real interaction with the Muggles had been the year before World War II ended, 1944. He had missed entirely the United States dropping the atom bombs on Japan in August 1945. If he had realized the damage just one of those could do, he never would have bothered the Muggles. His failed Death Eater attack on the Prime Minister and Her Majesty the Queen at Buckingham Palace in 2000 had been an unmitigated disaster for the wizards. Yes, one wizard can kill dozens, or even hundreds, of Muggles, but even bees can swarm and kill a man. And the ratio of Muggles to wizards in England was 600 to 1 in 2000. Most Muggle-born could do the math. Tom Riddle, aka Lord Voldemort, certainly hadn't bothered to do so. The turning point was when the Muggle death toll from attacks reached 15,000 in 1 year. The Obliviators simply couldn't keep up, and that Voldemort and the Death Eaters were in charge of the Ministry and the DMLEs didn't help either. The Muggle military, with the help of a few Muggle-borns who had turned to the Muggle government after seeing their families killed at the instigation of the Ministry, started with ordinary tactics. However, the shields and protective enchantments the wizards used demonstrated the impracticality of that approach in the first month. And few, read none, non-Muggle-born wizards came to help the Muggles, so the Muggles quickly adopted a policy of annihilation instead of confrontation for all non-Muggle-born. They started using cannon-fired tactical nukes on wizard enclaves. No wizarding shield can stand up to the 10 million degree heat of a nuke. And while electronics fail in a magic field, few magic fields extend to the height necessary to effect an exploding nuclear bomb. A bomb capable of creating a crater of 500 yards in diameter when it explodes 300 yards in the air above a target creates a blast wave that goes through protective enchantments like a blowtorch through a marshmallow. And unplottable only works if you haven't plotted everywhere else. Their orbital satellites certainly helped the Muggles in that regard. They didn't know what was in the blank spot on their charts that the computers said was there but they couldn't see, but the Queen's government certainly didn't approve it. That made it fair game. In a matter of a month, the UK wizarding population plummeted 50%. In desperation, the wizards turned to the Imperius, but the Muggle military was long used to enemy infiltration and quickly adopted measures to mitigate the attacks. And when you have isolated teams that only work via radio, and require two confirming sources for their orders, how do you get close enough to the decision maker to use the Imperius? Especially when you have a clueless pure blood whose understanding of passing as a Muggle was zero. A few times they did succeed, though, changing instructions or coordinates, and sent the nukes towards Muggle London or another large city. By the end of a year, the UK wizarding population numbered less than 10,000, and 6 million Muggles had perished. Which only hardened the Muggles' resolve to eradicate the wizards. By the second year, less than 2,000 wizards remained alive, while the Muggles had suffered another 3 million deaths. And the blatant violations of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy brought the world's attention to the magical world. With the typical wizard response being one of obliviation for the Muggles, the war spread rapidly. Obliviating a local Muggle witness doesn't help when someone kilometers away on the receiving end of a video camera saw what had happened. And that viewer saw the wizard doing the obliviating as well. Wizardkind was dead. The survivors just didn't know it. The shopping districts, the business districts, Hogwarts, the Ministry, wizarding villages, the Quidditch stadiums, all provided gathering areas where wizards and witches could congregate and meet potential spouses. Those were now nothing more than smoking ruins. The magic gene is a small genetic variation affecting less than 0.2% of the world's population in the 20th century. Without the support structure of magical villages, schools, shopping districts and other places wizards and witches could congregate, any wizards or witches that were born now would be unable to find a spouse to propagate the species. The situation was the same as it had been over 1,000 years ago. Wizards and witches had to wander the world to find others of their kind. Only today's world provided a near infinite number of ways where a Muggle could detect the wizard or witch hiding in their midst. And the ratio of wizards to Muggles now was so much higher. A needle in a haystack was easy by comparison. The spells to find these new wizards were lost with the destruction of the governmental buildings and schools. So now there was no way to reach those new wizards and witches to tell them about the magic community and to show them how to use their magic. Any infants born now were sports, one-off flukes whose accidental magic would end up killing them when it finally revealed them to the now virulently anti-magic Muggle governments. And any who did survive would marry a non-magical spouse and eventually the gene that allowed for magic would disappear from the gene pool. The magical species, centaurs, giants, trolls, and so forth, had simply been wiped out. They usually inhabited isolated locations with no shielding whatsoever. Tactical nukes finished them off handily. Not even the goblins and dwarves could survive a nuke driven deep into their tunnels by a Muggle-born suicide squad intent on revenge against all things magical for destroying their families. The Muggle world was licking its wounds. The magic war had done something nothing else had, united the various warring Muggle tribes into a cohesive whole. That cooperation, of course, would soon break apart into disagreeing factions. But the war had shown they could work together against a common enemy, no matter their individual differences. That experience would temper future disagreements, and help keep them focused on finding and eliminating any new wizards or witches. Mitigating the environmental damage of the war, ironically, were the few surviving Muggle-born wizards and witches who were using their magic to clean up the radioactive bombing sites and restoring them to usefulness. And to think, it all began to unravel because of one selfish, pig-stupid, Weasley, Ronald the Jealous Git. His brother, Bill, had taken him in after he had left Harry and Hermione in the Forest of Dean during what should have been their 7th year at Hogwarts. He had watched the boy mope around his apartment for weeks. Misunderstanding the boy's inherent laziness as guilt, Bill had taken him to dinner at the Leaky Cauldron. He had planned to console Ron with his favorite activity, eating. When Bill tried to persuade him to let out his guilt, Ron had angrily shouted the details of their secret Horcrux hunting mission in the crowded pub. Harry blamed Dumbledore for that situation. If the man hadn't been so close-mouthed about his secrets, if he had spoken plainly to Harry instead of in riddles and questions, if he hadn't wasted months and years doing nothing, the original search wouldn't have taken so long. And Ron wouldn't have been able to betray them. Instead, after the bumbling wizard's death, they had wasted valuable time wandering in the wilderness looking for things he should have been searching for and destroying before Harry had ever heard of Hogwarts. And just what had the headmaster been planning? Either he was senile, incompetent, or a sociopathic master manipulator who enjoyed playing with others' lives, never really understanding or caring about the pain and heartache he created. Or how much he risked in not sharing what he knew. And why hadn't he taught Harry any valuable fighting skills? That lapse alone had added years to his fighting with Voldemort. Naturally, a Death Eater, or a sympathizer, had overheard Ron's wobbler at the leaky cauldron. Lord Voldemort immediately retrieved and re-hid his remaining Horcruxes, Hufflepuff's cup and Ravenclaw's diadem, behind Fidelius' charms. In typical Voldemort fashion, he left taunting messages and traps in place of the former Horcruxes. It had been spirit-crushing to break into the Lestrange vault and discover that it was all for nothing. Going after the diadem at Hogwarts was where Hermione had been cursed. The withering curse was unstoppable, just as it had been when it killed the headmaster. Harry's quick reaction in cutting off her arm an instant later had saved her life, but only temporarily. It took her 5 long pain-filled years to die. Riddle moving those last 2 Horcruxes cast the wizarding world into the abyss with magical and muggle world suffering alike. It had taken Harry 7 more years to destroy the Horcruxes, with friends and allies dying at his side, while he killed Voldemort's followers whenever and wherever he found them. Voldemort didn't care whom else died, he was immortal. But with tremendous determination and tenacity, Harry had fought on, watching his friends and allies die one by one. He reluctantly became the master of death and used death's help to locate and destroy the final Horcrux, himself. And then killed Tom with Gryffindor's sword while the Git was celebrating his victory over Harry. Death had enjoyed the feast provided by the war. Not even Joseph Stalin's and Mao Zedong's communist purges had yielded such a bonus of wizardly deaths. It gladly helped Harry Potter to his victory, and gained the long-awaited soul of Tom Marvolo Riddle. Why would it not enjoy this? Both the boy and his nemesis had provided it with a plethora of souls and activity. But it had lost its freedom to Harry Potter, and was looking at being terminally bored for thousands of millennia to come. The second was annoying, but the first was intolerable. No one was allowed to escape death. Now all death had to do was trick Harry into giving up his mastery. Harry Potter was a master of many arts, but no one is more cunning than death. One day, death presented itself to its master. Harry was sitting on a park bench in a bomb-blasted radiation-ruined town destroyed by an errant nuclear shelling, lost in his thoughts of self-loathing at losing everyone and everything he held dear. He berated himself for not doing more sooner, for not preventing the disaster that destroyed Wizardkind. Living held no appeal, and being the master of death meant he couldn't die. He couldn't even get rid of the items by throwing them through the veil of death in the Ministry. Voldemort had destroyed it fearing Harry might use it to kill him. And the damn things could withstand a nuclear blast. Glancing around at the destruction, death commiserated with him. It is sad, is it not? You could have avoided all this ruin if only you had known how it was going to be and had the knowledge and power you have now mastered. All your friends would still be alive. You could have been a lord among them. You could have been king of the world. Death proclaimed. Harry laughed. If it were possible to go back in time, I would gladly do it even if it saved only one person who had died. I don't want to be lord over all the people, I just want them living and going on with their lives. And I want my friends back. Ah, such nobility, you make me proud, young master. You may not consider it, but you are my lord and I dislike my lord putting himself in a right strop, locking himself in his self-constructed prison of desolation, and driving himself potty, Death said in a mock humility. Harry chuckled weakly at its antics. You amuse me, using flamboyant words and slang in the same sentence. Forgive me, my lord, but I change with the times, get more innovative in my ways, and this is one such thing. Death replied. But, my lord, I have a proposal for averting this destruction. I am listening, Harry said, one eyebrow raised curiously. I can send your soul, together with your core and knowledge but not your body, to a time in the past where you can imprint yourself on a younger version of yourself. That would give your younger version the right amount of knowledge and power. You can achieve your destiny without much effort, and prevent much destruction, Death explained. And never get the Elder Wand nor Resurrection Ring, leaving Death in charge of itself, masterless forever. Harry leaned back, thinking, considering. That was one way around the time travel restrictions. He'd never have to worry about meeting himself because he was himself. And Eloise Mintumble's problem of changing the past and dying a horrible death when she returned to the present wouldn't matter, as he would never return. That was the flaw in all the time travel theories. They assumed one would return. Or one had to return. The so-called paradox of eliminating one's father, then being not born, and then being unable to eliminate one's father didn't exist in this case. All he had when he arrived in the past would be a seer's knowledge of a possible and avoidable future. What's in it for you? Harry asked, knowing well that Death doesn't like to make deals. My master, you are very clever for your age, but that can be expected from what you have survived. I am magical. I like to have a regular and timely supply of those magical souls where I can guide them into their next great adventure, but all this destruction has left me nearly jobless. I am no demon, master. I am just an inevitability, like life itself, the magical embodiment of a course of action that has to take place after a certain amount of time. I enrich the living, prompting them to see how valuable a life they have. I am an entity like all life, but beyond them, for I have a power over them too. One day, I will take them all with me too, but that day is nowhere near, Death said. I'll do it, Harry readily replied. You have not heard everything, master. When what you have accepted is done, you will no longer be my master, but like any other mortal. Death said gravely. You don't understand me, do you? I don't care for immortality or riches. I care only for what I can bring back. I am accepting your deal, Death, Harry said quietly. Very well, master. Death silently chuckled. I will send you back in time, to a time where your current self is most compatible with your younger self. But be warned, my master, you will imprint upon the first body you meet when you arrive, and the fusion of your current self with the younger self will make a radical change in your personality. You will have to be circumspect in your actions or others around your younger self will notice and wonder why you changed. Are you done yet? I am willing to take anything you throw to undo the damage. I have undergone a lot of pain and inner turmoil ever since I was a toddler, and I can surely beat whatever problems this might cause. Even if it is death, I gladly accept because I cannot exist with the guilt of, if only I had accepted it. Do it now, Death. Harry yelled angrily at his servant. As you wish, my lord. Death smiled at Harry Potter, who grimly smiled back in return. Death began a long and steady incantation that burned the body of his master, liberating his soul. With a powerful push, Death forced his master's soul back in the stream of time. It was a terrible day for Harry Potter. First, he got lost in some side street to Diagon Alley, only for Hagrid to rescue him ignominiously. Now he was being forced to pose for a picture for the Daily Prophet along with this overly smiling smarmy new Defense Against Dark Arts professor, Gilderoy Lockhart. Just being near the wizard set his teeth on edge. There was something that made him feel unsafe in the wizard's presence. It was then that something strange happened, during the camera's brief bright flash. Something powerful seemed to be coming at him. Harry, with a decade of dodging his cousin Dudley's blind side attacks, lunged to the right. As his future professor was holding him tightly around the shoulders, this dragged the buffoon into the incoming thing's path. It happened then. Before the camera flash vanished, something hit Gilderoy Lockhart. He swayed a moment in the aftermath, then his eyes rolled up and he slipped to the floor, unconscious, taking poor Harry with him. There was utter chaos in the crowd when their favorite author and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile award collapsed over the boy who lived. Molly Weasley immediately dragged young Harry Potter from beneath the unconscious Gilderoy Lockhart and looked in horror at her favorite author on floor. The management of Flourish and Blots immediately responded to the crisis and transferred the stricken wizard to St. Mungo's. They promised his disappointed fans that there would be another autograph signing at a future date. It took half an hour to disperse the crowd remaining at Flourish and Blots, most of them going to St. Mungo's where the expert healers were trying to awaken Lockhart. During that time, Draco Malfoy announced Harry had caused this by striking the preeminent author with a dark spell. That developed into a fight between the Weasleys and the Malfoys. It ended when the half-giant Hagrid separated the two adult combatants, but not before Arthur Weasley punched Lucius Malfoy in the nose. No one noticed. In that commotion, the extra book slipped into the cauldron of a young Miss Weasley, the seventh child of the Weasley family and the first witch in 7 generations. Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and soon to be Hogwarts' most beloved defense against the dark arts professor, at least in his own mind, returned to consciousness feeling lightheaded and extremely tired. The healers informed the gathering crowd eagerly awaiting news regarding their favorite author that it was merely a case of exhaustion and with good nutrition potions, he would be fine soon. What startled everybody was hearing, "What the bloody hell is this?" from the room housing the self-important Popinjay. For some reason the photograph taken at the bookstore came out blank. It didn't take long for Harry to realize Death had played a prank on him. But while most people would have been mad, he was grinning happily. Sure, Death may have thought Harry would be humiliated in being bound to the body of a bloody fraud and cheat, but it didn't understand that Harry would not mind being a mistreated house elf or even Fang, Hagrid's giant dog. As long as he could prevent the widespread destruction caused by the war, he was happy. And being Lockhart gave him a front row seat on the events of second year. Getting out of St. Mungo's was a bit trying, as he seemed to be at war with himself. Finally, he just relaxed and let things flow instead of trying to fight. He still remembered how to get back to Gilderoy's home, thankfully. And he was equally happy that he didn't splinch himself in his current muddled state. He had a lot of work to do in the short amount of time before school started. First on his agenda was adjusting to his new body. Fortunately, after years of battle, he knew how to adapt quickly to any new situation and use it to his advantage. He swiftly realized that he was neither Harry Potter nor Gilderoy Lockhart, but a confusing combination of the two. At any given moment, one or the other seemed to be in command. Thus, sometimes he acted just like he remembered Lockhart acting like in Hogwarts, as a smarmy publicity hound braggart, basking in the firm belief that he was adored by everyone and that his every pronouncement was met with acclaim. Other times, he was humble Harry wanting to avoid the crowds, downplaying his achievements, and just craving to pass unnoticed in the background. In other words, one wanted to be a star, the other wanted to be normal. Fortunately, melding with the narcissistic wizard had one tremendous side effect: his post-trauma stress disorder was almost gone. The sudden panic attacks were moderated by Gilderoy's sunny confident personality. No more paralyzing bouts of certainty that Voldemort was stalking him, because Lockhart loved the fans constantly following him. No more flashbacks where he attacked anyone around him thinking they were Death Eaters. One of the reasons he had been hiding alone in the radiation-scarred ruins was to protect those around him. Instead, the smarmy buffoon acted as a buffer. He simply couldn't conceive why anyone would want to attack him. Gilderoy's wand would still drop into his hand at any startlement, tip glowing with an uncast spell, but he quickly returned it to its holster and no one ever noticed. As the days passed, however, he began to notice that more and more, the Harry Potter he remembered was becoming Lockhart. And that Lockhart was becoming Harry Potter. The line between the two began to blur and disappear. He had Harry Potter's courage and moral fiber for wanting to do what was right and Gilderoy Lockhart's cunning and smooth-talking confident ways. He still craved the attention and admiration of others, but at the same time demanded that it be for the right reasons. He wanted to dress and look the part of a successful public celebrity, yet at the same time to be nondescript and unnoticeable. He wanted to be the focus of everyone's attention and to hide in the shadows, unnoticed. His emotions were in a constant turmoil between his two characters. That required a good week or two to settle down. He still vacillated between the two states, but now the ends were not so far apart. Gradually, the smoldering pain of inner turmoil as the two personalities merged subsided. Harry Gilderoy Lockhart was a brand new person, with Harry's determination, speed, and empathy, and with Gilderoy presence, quick cunning, and confidence. They still quarreled in his head, but now it was over nuances of their amalgamated personality. The most surprising discovery was that Harry enjoyed flirting with the witches just as much as Gilderoy. It was actually fun. And Gilderoy's confident manner easily dragged the hesitant, insecure Harry into conversations loaded with innuendo whenever the witches were around. He noticed his power levels increasing too. In a scale of magical power calibration, from what he had seen or experienced, he would give Dumbledore a 10, Voldemort an 11, and himself a 7. Gilderoy may have been a fraud, but he was very good at extraordinarily difficult memory charms. Harry gave him a rating of 3 on the same scale. Of course, he had never had the opportunity to measure any of these on an objective scale, so he could have been wrong in his relative rankings. Complicating things, though, was that Harry was supposed to have merged with his younger self. Being identical, his older core would simply have replaced his younger one's core. His new core was an adult's core, but if he were careful, he would merely appear very magically advanced for his age. That had been his first thoughts when Death proposed this adventure. However, now, with Death's prank, that was out the window. Instead of replacing Gilderoy's core, they had merged into one larger core, one with 2 centers offset from one another. What that meant he hadn't the slightest idea. On the bright side, he was probably on par with Dumbledore in power. Unfortunately, that was still less than what Voldemort had available when he was reborn. But Voldemort cheated. His Death Eater mark was also a power leech on his followers, artificially boosting his power to ridiculous levels. That was another reason it had taken Harry so long to flush the shite. Harry had to reduce Tom's marked followers to the point where Harry had a decent chance of beating him, although some might consider it cheating to apparate behind the other wizard and lope his head off with a sword. And his changed magical core meant that Gilderoy's wand no longer worked very well for Gilderoy Harry. The wand chooses the wizard, and the wizard he now was wasn't the one that Gilderoy's wand had chosen. He needed a new one, and fast. Harry might be proficient in wandless magic, but as a Hogwarts professor, he would need a good working wand to demonstrate the spells. And while it might be fun to teach them all wandless magic, not everyone had a magic core capable of standing the strain of that style magic for extended periods. So, a new wand was in order. But he couldn't just pop into Ollivander's. As crazy as the old man appeared, he was extremely sharp on wands and would definitely suspect something was wrong. And Harry Gilderoy most definitely didn't want people getting suspicious of him at this stage of the game. After the potions were finished from the damned unlively healers at St. Mungo's, the witches had been remarkably resistant to his natural wizard charisma, Gilderoy thought. This amalgam of Harry and Gilderoy decided to go fetch a custom-made wand. But Gilderoy did have a point that there were some very hot meta-witches wandering around in St. Mungo's. When Gilderoy began categorizing them according to their hip-to-bust ratio, and how much fun they might be in bed, or against a wall, Harry's response was an uneasy, "Stop it," followed by the distraction of planning how to get the various Horcruxes. Flirting was one thing. Going farther was an area Harry wasn't sure he wanted to explore just yet. He wanted to get a bit more comfortable with his new body. He might be ready for such blatant activities in, say, 30 years. Though Ollivander's was the best place to get your first wand inexpensively, there were many other wandmakers available in and around Europe serving the needs of the magical population. Gilderoy remembered meeting a wizard who made very powerful wands to suit the needs of a wizard perfectly. Unfortunately, that wizard wouldn't do the same for witches. When that wizard first established his shop, his exacting and thorough measurements, that Ollivander would never attempt, chased most young witches out of his shop in disgust. And then only after their parents had hexed the wandmaker in the most painful ways they could manage. He started refusing them to save himself the pain. Those wizards, and rare witches, that did put up with his unusually thorough measurements praised his wands as the best in the world. Harry apparated to wandmaker Marcus Flintoff's shop and met an elderly man in his 180s. He was thoroughly groped, measured, by the old man. Gilderoy Harry was unsure just how much of the measuring was actually necessary, but he would put up with much worse indignities in his quest to destroy Voldemort, and had in the future. "Very unusual," said the old man, staring at Harry. "Your core seems so for the lack of better word, variable. The power level dips, rises, and pulses at random intervals. Usually, such a person would be sedated to control the pain and in the permanently disabled ward in a wizarding hospital, but you are standing here. He smiled, but for such an unusual customer, I am a very unusual wandmaker. He held up a finger in pride. You require a combination wand. I see cherry and holly for the wand, wrapped and rolled intricately with each other and held together with willow tree root fibers. It will be flexible to meet the changes in your core and at the same time, remains tenacious and strong as a carrier of your magic. It will be almost impossible to break. It will be very flexible and you even could bend it into a circle, like a bangle, and wear it on your wrist. But the willow root fibers return it to straight after bending. You see, you get a very elastic wand and that's very unusual. Harry wanted to face palm while Lockhart wanted to grin like a goof at the uniqueness of the wand. The result was a calm and observant expression. So, the exterior of the wand is fixed, next is a suitable core. He paused and regarded the blonde-haired, elegantly and smartly dressed wizard. For such a special person as yourself, is required a combination of cores. I see in your magical core a combination of two very different energies, so you need two different materials. One is blue flame ambers, marking great power and resilience. The blue flames are the hottest and most potent, yet they give off little light, and are difficult to extinguish. On the other hand, I see tidal waves of low energy that crave attention. I could use phoenix feathers to match the flames, but it will not allow another core. Dragon heartstring is potent but is unsuitable for your nature. The old man frowned. A fire salamander's spinal cord is small in size but holds a constant low fire, and it is amphibious in nature, so it is well suited to be superimposed on another core. It represents your subtle dangerous nature and desire for attention. Some consider fire salamanders to be evil, an unjustified reputation, if I say so myself. A good one I can obtain from an alchemist friend of mine. It will be pricey. A hint of a smile touched his lips. To accommodate these two conflicting cores you need a good binding and stabilizing agent. To bind these two, we require a powerful object with adhesive and cohesive properties. Amethyst, mixed with gold, can be used for this by melting it, laminating it around the cores, and wrapping the wood around at the right time to make an excellent wand. Harry Gilderoy listened to the rambling patiently and paid a good amount of galleons with a promise to get 2 wands in a week. A smart wizard always carries 2 wands into battle. The second had a small gold band on the handle to differentiate it. He also had Marcus make a 13-inch long wand, cherry wood with a unicorn hair core. An 11-inch wand, holly with phoenix feather core, and a 10 3/4-inch wand, vine wood with a dragon heartstring core. The 3 extra wands were marked with a small gold band on the handle to indicate they didn't have the English trace on them. And he picked up a score of dragon hide wand holsters with automatic sizing, comfort, invisibility, and anti-summoning runes. Christmas was coming and it was only smart to buy early. He did some casual shopping to pass the time while waiting, buying trivial items like a new Nimbus 2001, clothes that were elegant and at the same time inconspicuous, some books on teaching, Muggle exercise equipment, and a particular cabinet from Nocturne Alley. There would be no way into the castle, bypassing the protective enchantments that Harry didn't control. The exercise equipment was because Lockhart's body was not at his full fitness level. Over the years, while on the run, Harry had learned the value of being fit. A healthy mind in a healthy body were requirements. Too often, he had seen a wizard or witch fall in a fight, not to superior magic, but to a lack of stamina. With the training Harry intended, he should be at peak performance in a matter of a few months. Later, with a few other odds and ends purchased, and after a rescheduled autograph session at the bookstore, he was ready for Hogwarts. Gilderoy Harry Lockhart knew that Harry Potter and Ronald Weasley, after missing the Hogwarts Express because of Dobby's interference, would crash land on the Whopping Willow on the first day of school. Harry Potter from the future wanted to thwart, subtly, Dobby's plans. Gilderoy Lockhart from now wanted maximum publicity and attention out of it. Their compromise should result in a 100-point loss to Ronald Weasley, with Ron being held as the ultimate goofball and loser. Harry should come out of it unscathed. And the new DADA professor obtained maximum positive attention at the school, a perfect stage with a captive audience for the next 10 months. And that situation would be the beginning of the wedge Harry Gilderoy planned to drive between the two boys. Ron would never be close enough for Harry to consider asking him for his help in a dire situation. And Ron would be too jealous to volunteer. The first weekend at school arrived and Lockhart was tempted to prevent the Slytherins from taking the field from Gryffindor. Then he realized it was a perfect opportunity to deepen the divide between Ron and Harry. So, early Saturday morning he was visiting with Hagrid, Natalie dressed and wearing robes of palest mauve, cheerfully explaining how to keep kelpies out of a well, how Hagrid could ask for his advice anytime, and how he had banished a banshee. He wanted to maintain the fiction of Gilderoy being a right prat for a little while. After hearing Oliver question Colin's presence in the Quidditch stands through his listening charm on Harry, Lockhart hustled right on over, using a notice me not charm in case he arrived too soon. His timing was exquisite. He arrived just as Ron started coughing up slugs and missing the insult to Hermione. He allowed his notice me not charm slowly to dissipate as he walked up. "We'd better get him to Hagrid's, it's nearest," said Harry to Hermione, who nodded bravely, and the pair of them pulled Ron up by the arms. "What's all this then?" Lockhart interrupted, beaming his brightest smile at the two teams. "Did I see this idiot actually hex himself?" The Slytherins, trying to appear somber in front of the professor, dissolved into laughter again. The Gryffindor team, still angry, were nonetheless gritting their teeth to avoid laughing at Ron's predicament, especially his twin brothers. "We were just going to take Ron to Hagrid's to see if he could help with this," Hermione explained. "No need for that, no need at all. The great Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and Hogwarts' beloved Defense Against the Dark Arts professor can take care of this without any trouble at all. This is right up my alley." As Gilderoy leaned closer and pretended to study the young man, Ron, despite the slugs he was coughing up, got a panicky look in his eyes. Harry looked almost as panicked as Ron did, but Hermione appeared thrilled. Lockhart looked down at Ron's broken wand, which was still spitting tiny sparks. "Oh, dear," the professor said. "If that was the wand you used, I think I should take you to Madame Pomfrey. There's no telling what the actual spell was that hit you. Your wand might have malfunctioned and changed the spell substantially. And as any witch will tell you, a defective wand is a serious issue. You should always keep your wand well polished and in perfect working order, right ladies?" The witches present all blushed as they nodded in agreement. Ron may have blushed as well, but his slugfest had already turned his face red, so it was difficult to tell. The wizards were all laughing, except Harry, who looked puzzled. The professor straightened. "Naturally, I could fix this myself. But it is Hogwarts' policy to take a student to the resident healer in such a situation. And I wouldn't want to violate policy, now would I?" He glanced at the students waiting for the nods affirming that he shouldn't do that. "What kind of professional would I be if I did that in front of students? Even we professors must obey the rules, you know." He smiled and raised an eyebrow, as if confiding in friends. Hermione looked conflicted between following rules, and a professor's lead, and wanting immediately to help her friend who had tried, and failed, so chivalrously to defend her. Gilderoy took Ron's arm from Harry, preventing them from leaving before Lockhart was ready. He looked over at Colin Creevey and smiled, artfully turning Ron so that in any pictures it would appear that he was helping the poor child. "Now that we have that sorted, why don't you get back to your pickup game?" "What?" said Oliver. "We had the field booked for practice this morning and now these Slytherins are trying to steal it from us." The other team members all nodded. "We have a note from Professor Snape saying we can use the field to train our new seeker and work with our new brooms," declared Flint, his team nodding behind him. He waved the note. Lockhart's smile broadened. "Why, I don't see the problem with that in the slightest." Both teams looked at him as if he were barmy. "I'm sure that both teams," he turned his beaming smile on them as he placed a hand on his hip and struck a pose while maintaining his grip on Ron's arm with the other, "need practice now that summer halls are over. Even the professional teams spend a few weeks just reviewing their old plays, working the kinks out, and getting back into shape before they try anything new at the beginning of their season." he said, again as if confiding a secret. In fact, he said cheerily, I think you should have a practice game. What better way to work off the summer doldrums than a jolly good friendly match? He ignored the evil eyes each team gave the other while the captain stared at him, aghast at the thought of cooperating. Yes, that's just the ticket, he said. He waited a moment. Well, what are you waiting for? He made shooing motions with his free hand. Get to it. Gryffindor can take this goal, he pointed to his left. And Slytherin that one, he pointed to his right. Go on. I have no doubt you all will have a fabulous time. Neither team was happy with the professor, but both knew better than to object. Less than a minute later, both teams were on their brooms and in the air. It would have been hilarious to remain and watch as the two teams tried to beat each other half to death without a referee to stop them, but he knew that no real harm would come. The Slytherins would need weeks of practice before they completely adapted to their new brooms, throwing off their timing and aim. They would spend more time today avoiding crashing into the stands and each other than trying to hit the other team. And those same handling problems would keep the Slytherins safe from the Gryffindors. They would never be where the Gryffindors expected them to be. Any accidents would be just that, and most likely self-inflicted. Hermione began to follow them as Gilderoy started dragging Ron off to see Madame Pomfrey. He planned to use the longest route possible, of course, while also walking as slow as he could manage without it being obvious. Ah, Miss Granger, he said over his shoulder, giving her a brilliant smile showing his perfect teeth. You can remain here. Your concern for a fellow student does you credit, even if he is unworthy of it. I assure you that Mr. Weasley is in my very capable hands. I will deliver him to Madame Pomfrey safe and sound, I promise. If you don't want to watch your boyfriend, Mr. Potter, why don't you visit with Hagrid? She blushed red again at his insinuation of her relationship with Harry. I was just at his hut, telling him an exciting story out of my book Break with a Banshee. He was quite interested. He's such a nice fellow and he told me he's so looking forward to seeing you and Mr. Potter this morning. She stopped uncertainly, and he waved her off towards the Quidditch stands. Mr. Weasley will rejoin you in no time at all, I'm sure, he said as the two headed for the castle. As soon as they were inside, he surreptitiously cast a spell that reinforced the slug spell. That made the boy temporarily impervious to low-powered healing spells, making Madame Pomfrey's job much harder. Knowing the woman as well as he did, Gilderoy knew Ron wouldn't get out of the infirmary until dinner at the earliest. He might not get out until after supper this evening. Then he conjured a bucket for the boy. Don't want to upset Mr. Filch, do we? And while appearing solicitous of the boy's condition, he actually did his best to delay their arrival at the hospital wing. The stairs were amusingly cooperative in that respect. They went past the third floor at least 4 times. Along the way, he said, what a delightful couple Mr. Potter and Miss Granger would make, don't you think? What a great prank, asking questions while the victim couldn't answer. Hermione's dentist parents would be proud of him. She's so smart. A perfect match for him, don't you agree? Plus, she's going to be quite pretty in a few years and unlike yourself, Mr. Potter can easily afford to buy her the things she deserves. She's rather a bookworm, I've been told, and he is quite rich. He paused, and then continued as if just struck by the thought, why, he can buy her a whole library if she wants and barely dent his fortune. And her wardrobe, he can dress her in the finest acromantula silks out of his daily pocket money. Ron made a choking sound, but Gilderoy wasn't certain if it was because of his comment or a particularly large slug. Not that he cared. And he shows such restraint, keeping his grades only a little better than yours when he could easily outdo you, like she does. I can tell such things, you know. Finding monsters all over the world gives you the ability to measure people accurately when you meet them. You must be great friends, right? There was that peculiar noise again. Maybe not as great friends as they had been 5 minutes ago. Although I do wonder why he hasn't offered to buy you a new wand, considering how rich he is. He could make it an early Christmas present. They walked a few steps in silence except for Ron's regurgitating slugs. That's what I would do if I were your best friend, said Gilderoy. Best friends buy each other presents at Christmas, and as many nuts you get as an allowance, why Harry has 10 times, no, 100 times, that many galleons. Did you realize that? He could buy a wand and not miss the galleons he spent, no more than you would miss spending a canute to buy a candy. But I'm sure you don't care, do you? You're just that kind of friend, never jealous or upset that your friend has so much more money and fame than you ever will have. You're such a good friend to be perfectly happy to stand in his shadow, knowing you'll never have it as easy as he does. Yes, as famous as Mr. Potter is, things will just naturally come his way without him even having to try to get them. People will shower him with attention, gifts, and opportunities simply because he is Harry Potter. Why, with his fame, I'm sure he could get the seeker position with Chudley Cannons without even having to attend a tryout session, as you would have to do. Imagine just what you would do if you had what he does. Yep, definitely, Ron was trying to say something but the slugs were coming too fast. And based on the look in his eyes, he hadn't anything nice to say. Unless, and here Harry stopped. He had a brainstorm. Unless you're one of those wizards who secretly enjoys pain and being humiliated. He stared innocently at the boy. Do you believe he lets you hang around him just so he can look better because you were so pitiful at casting spells and studying? That would be right humiliating, wouldn't it? For those who appreciate such things, why that would be the perfect relationship. Ron looked horrified at that thought, getting out a frantic, no. Even as he coughed up another slug. The wizard ignored the boy's frantic denial. Well, never fear, my young wizard, your secret is safe with me. I wouldn't dream of spreading gossip like that. They resumed walking. Ron managed to say, before another batch of slugs burst forth. However, Harry continued, blithely ignoring Ron's struggling protests, I will have to tell the headmaster and your head of house of your predilections so that they can keep an eye on you. We wouldn't want those little humiliation and pain games of yours getting carried away and actually causing you permanent physical harm. Ron looked positively desperate, no, and was again interrupted by more slugs. Excellent, I'm so glad you agree. The hospital wing doors finally came into sight. Ah, here we are, Harry Gilderoy, guiding the sick boy with his nearly full bucket of slugs through the doors. Madame Pomfrey, he called loudly and jovially, we have need of your assistance. As the witch hurried over, the wizard turned to the boy and added, loudly, you should seriously consider confiding in your only 2 friends. I'm sure they would understand your unique needs. If you want, I can even broach the subject to them for you so they can properly maintain the best levels of humiliation and not leave you unsatisfied. Ron looked like he might faint at any moment. Harry knew Madame Pomfrey passionately hated people telling her how to do her job, which he proceeded to do. She chased the irritatingly and apparently useless professor out of her ward in under a minute. The hex he dodged from her as he reached the doors was surely just an accident. She was a healer, after all. Sunday, the last day of Harry's detention, and after a grueling evening addressing letters and listening to his Professor discuss his books, interspaced with advice on how to woo witches, especially a certain bushy-haired bookworm know-it-all, Harry heard a voice of breathtaking, ice-cold venom. Section Come to me. Let me rip you. Let me tear you. Let me kill you. Section. What? The student said loudly. I know, said Lockhart. 6 solid months at the top of the bestseller list. Broke all records. No, said Harry frantically. That voice. Sorry, said Lockhart, pretending to look puzzled. What voice? That voice that said, didn't you hear it? Lockhart looked at Harry in high astonishment. What are you talking about, Harry? Perhaps you're getting a little drowsy. Great Scott. Look at the time. We've been here nearly 4 hours. I'd never have believed it. The time's flown, hasn't it? Gilderoy sighed as the door closed behind Harry, rubbing the side of his face tiredly. Now the game began in earnest. Breakfast Monday morning was another win for Lockhart. He hadn't planned to do this particular task until much later, but when opportunity appears. And knowing he was helping Neville so early helped assuage his guilt at seeing the boy die defending a Muggle-born family and giving him time to escape after destroying the Hufflepuff Cup's Horcrux. Merlin, Hermione, this year is going to be awful, the human garbage disposal said. What with all the extra work from that Gilderoy professor, and in addition to all our other classes, I think that before the year ends I'll be in the magically exhausted section of the infirmary, complained Ron as they entered the great hall ahead of several Slytherins. Actually, it's not that difficult, Ron, Hermione admonished. All Professor Lockhart told us to do was reread a book we all read last year. We have a wonderful professor in Professor Lockhart. One with vast field experience, and more than willing to share that knowledge with us. You should watch and learn from Harry. He is doing quite brilliant and winning points for our house instead of losing them like you do. She missed the darkening expression on the redhead's face at that comparison as she turned to her other best friend. By the way, Harry, you're doing very good. You should do that in our other subjects. Harry said eloquently. Thanks, Hermione. But DADA is easy for me. Just like herbology is for Neville. I can't compare to him, he is just ace in that subject, Harry said as they neared the Gryffindor table. Harry wasn't used to being back at Hogwarts yet. If he had been then he would have noticed the Slytherins following them, listening closely. As well as who those Slytherins were. What did I just hear? Malfoy said loudly, drawing the attention of everyone in the Great Hall. Potty thinks Neville is great. Surely, Potter, you know that Neville is a squib who cannot do even basic magic. To consider Longbottom good at anything is a serious insult. He is a bane to the name of Longbottoms. Draco's bookends, Crabbe and Goyle, chuckled at that, while Pansy Parkinson giggled behind her hand. Gilderoy looked around for Neville. He had arrived before the other Gryffindors and was eating. Neville had his fork partway to his mouth. As Lockhart watched, and the rest of the hall laughed, Neville stood, clearly planning on leaving the hall. It would do you good to hold your tongue, young Mr. Malfoy, said Lockhart sternly, approaching from his position by the doors. He had been waiting for Harry and his friends to arrive before making his own entrance. He was overdressed for the occasion, as usual, wearing his mauve-coordinated outfit. 10 points for disrupting breakfast and 10 more for spreading lies about a fellow student. Now go and sit at your table and eat your breakfast. Quickly. I object, Professor Lockhart, said the Slytherin prefect Charles Gamp. It is Potter who is spreading lies about the magical prowess of Longbottom. Everybody knows he is little better than a squib. It is unfair to deduct points from our house. Mr. Potter is the one who should be disciplined for this. This statement got a chorus of agreement from the Slytherin table and soon the Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs joined in. House points honestly earned through superior work should not be lost by simple acts, was the popular sentiment. It was bad enough that Professor Snape tended to pick on Gryffindor, they didn't want another professor skewing the system even more. By this time, Neville had reached the table's end, his tears barely contained, with his head down in shame and back bent in defeat. 1 second, Mr. Longbottom. Lockhart moved towards Neville and caught him by his shoulder. Please sir, don't. I cannot take it, Neville pleaded. Lockhart squeezed the Gryffindor's shoulder. It's okay Neville, he said kindly. They can think whatever they want. But it is not true. Not true. I am the most pathetic student the school has ever seen. I can do nothing, Neville cried. Nearby students all nodded in agreement. Malfoy smiled smugly. Neville, listen to me, you're wrong. You don't know your own strength. Lockhart gently guided the boy back towards the doors, subtly erecting a muffling enchantment. Tell me Neville, how useful is a sapling? A sapling sir, it just sprouted from seed. Very few are useful at the stage, but when allowed to grow it might become an herb or shrub or a tree where it will be most useful, Neville replied tiredly. Exactly. All the pre-owl students are in the sapling stage. Some grow faster than others might, others could be more useful, but all are just that, saplings. When allowed to grow, these saplings will grow into valuable plants, each unique but definitely useful. From what I see in you, Mr. Longbottom, you will grow into a huge tree that provides shade and shelter, fruits and flowers, and supports a great level of life. Don't take what others say about you to heart. You are much more capable than what you assume. Do you really think so, sir? Asked Neville, despair plain in his tone. Of course, Lockhart replied gently. He turned the child back into the great hall. You would like a little demonstration. Close your eyes and imagine this. You, your father, and your mother on a picnic in a rose garden." Neville immediately froze and looked up at him with an expression reminiscent of a deer unexpectedly caught in bright lights. "Relax, my boy. I know this is hard for you, but a little imagination shan't hurt, will it?" "Gilderoy," Harry said as confidently as he could. "Now imagine yourself laughing and playing tag with your father, and your mother's looking at you admiringly. Can you do that? Close your eyes, it might help." Neville slowly nodded. Gently rubbing the boy's back, Gilderoy said softly, "Now carefully look at your mother. She loves you so very much. You can see it in her eyes, the way her hair swings in the breeze and the way her smile makes your tummy warm. The look in her eyes when she sees that her little boy is someone grown to be so strong, you are her wonder. Now look at her spread arms, which are inviting you to a hug. The happiness in her is like the warmth that radiates from the sun." Neville, eyes now closed, moved as if in a trance, imagining the whole thing while Gilderoy carefully guided him back towards the Gryffindor table, the boy barely noticing he was moving. The other students watched as they returned, wondering what the professor was saying that they could not hear, the younger ones not realizing that Gilderoy had cast a mild muffling charm to hide his words. "Now look at your father. He is the strongest man in the whole wide world. He radiates strength and confidence. Move closer to them and hug them, Neville. Hug them tightly. Say that you love them, Neville. Say it, with each syllable showing how much you love them and want them to be with you. Say it, Neville, say it." Neville was mesmerized with the vision and tears dripped freely from his eyes, and yet his face had the most peaceful expression anyone had seen. Some were envious. His lips moved as he quietly said, "I love you." Thank Merlin, the silencing spell blurred one's lips, or those capable of lip reading would have had a field day, thinking Neville was speaking to Lockhart. Feel that love flowing all through your body, down your legs, down your arms, your very fingers tingle with the feeling of that love. Lockhart slowly tapped Neville to make him open his eyes and in the same soothing voice said, "Here, hold this," and handed him a 13-inch long wand, made of cherry wood with a unicorn hair. Surreptitiously, he cancelled the muffling charm. "Now lift your hand and imagine that love flowing down your arm and out your hand, like the gentle flow of water. Now say Expecto Patronum." Neville's lips moved as he silently said, "Expecto Patronum." The tip of the wand glowed slightly. "Excellent, Neville, excellent. Now say it strong. Say it loud. Make your father and mother proud with your love and confidence as you say it." Neville, still in that blissful state, did exactly as his professor requested. A white light burst from Neville's wand, blinding the entire hall. The light coalesced into a beagle, which looked around the hall, searching for danger. Seeing none, it began to gambol about Neville's feet as he stared at it, smiling blissfully at the visible manifestation of his love for his parents. While everyone was still blinking at the bright light, Gilderoy gently removed the wand from Neville's hand and stashed it back in his cloak with the others. Everybody was awestruck. Slowly the light diminished and the beautiful creature vanished. "Now, Mr. Gamp, what is that called?" Lockhart asked, turning to the stunned prefect and bringing his audience from their awe. That, sir, is a fully corporeal Patronus," Charles replied with some difficulty. "Excellent. 5 points to Slytherin. Now that you know what the boy has achieved, you should also know that the Patronus is a very advanced charm. Let me also inform you that 99% of the Newt students will fail to produce one, and even highly qualified wizards can conjure barely a white mist." He allowed the statement to settle, and continued, "Now who says this boy, who achieved this phenomenon, is anything but a powerful wizard?" There was silence in the entire hall as everyone looked at Neville in awe. 10 points, Mr. Longbottom, for the excellent Patronus charm demonstration. The DADA. Professor turned to address the students. Magic is all about intent and will. The deeper the intent and the more powerful the will, the more powerful the magic will be. It is in the very nature of magic to respond to intent. It was Mr. Longbottom's love that strengthened his intent and today made him the youngest wizard to achieve a fully corporeal Patronus. 11 years ago, it was his parents' deep-rooted love of that allowed a young toddler to defeat the darkest tyrant known. It is the intent that drives magic and the emotions that drive the intent. It is not the greatness of a single person, but the greatness of magic. Fools think they have achieved an in-depth knowledge of magic by reading books, but fail miserably in understanding it. It has been proven repeatedly that magic is not measurable, it cannot be created, but only transformed from one form to another. Every one of you will have to understand that to become great wizards in your own right. The other professors were staring at both Lockhart and Neville, astounded at what they had just seen and heard. Gilderoy, Harry leaned down and said softly, "Go sit with Mr. Potter and Miss Granger. Ignore that Ron fellow, he's an idiot." Neville looked back at him frowning slightly, but the good feeling brought on by the Patronus refused to dissipate, and he hurried over to the Gryffindor table. Hermione quickly began an inquisition on how he had produced the Patronus while Harry listened attentively. Ron looked at his broken wand and scowled at the other three. Headmaster Dumbledore had decided to eat in his office that morning, catching up on his paperwork. On hearing what had happened, he vowed to be in the Great Hall for every meal. How had that fraud of a professor managed to get that ineffectual bumbler Neville Longbottom to cast a Patronus? Lockhart appeared a buffoon of a narcissistic wizard, but twice, now, he had appeared much more competent than Dumbledore had expected of him. Fortunately, he didn't seem more than superficially interested in Harry. He would require some close watching, though, just in case. Dumbledore couldn't risk any interference in his plans. Later, as Neville headed to his first class, Hannah Abbott came up to him and said, "Hey Neville, that was really cool. I never thought you would be able to do something that amazing." She walked with him to their next class, and even sat beside him. Watching Neville blush amused Harry and Hermione, sitting on his other side. Ron scowled. The rest of the morning passed in a blur for Neville. The classwork formed a convenient distraction. But in between classes, he brooded. He could not believe what he had done. He could not understand what had happened. All the upper years said he had done a very complicated spell that many grown wizards couldn't even think of doing. And now, he was a celebrity. People had been coming up to him all morning. People who had ignored him, or even looked down on him, were suddenly vying to sit beside him. It was when he was on his way to dinner that it hit him. People would expect great things from him. Just like at home where his grandma was continually voicing her disappointment in him for failing to live up to her expectations. And now that visible disappointment was going to be here. His knees buckled, and he staggered. If everyone thought him a failure, he disappointed no one. "What's wrong, Mr. Longbottom?" came a voice beside him. It was Susan Bones. Others were gathering around him. He looked at them wildly. He couldn't stand to see those disappointed looks here, not here, as he did at home. He had to get away. He pushed his way through the circle and started running wildly out of the castle. He ran and ran and ran until he could run no more, and he collapsed near the lake. His stomach and ribs hurt from running, and sweat poured down his face. His legs seemed to be on fire. He hated himself. He couldn't do anything. He was pathetic. He just laid on the ground, too exhausted to cry. "Hey, Mr. Longbottom, get up." The DADA professor was standing beside him. He said, "So you've decided to get in shape by running. That's good, but running in robes, that's bad. You need proper attire. Here, allow me." The professor flicked his wand and Neville's was dressed in red and gold-appointed t-shirt, shorts, and running shoes. The professor, Neville saw, was dressed the same, all shades of color-coordinated lilac. "There, now you can run." Lockhart started to leave, but returned. "This is my jogging time. Join me and I will teach you a thing or two about it. Come on, child." The wizard cajoled the boy into running with him. Panting for breath, Neville could barely walk and allowed Lockhart to drag him around the lake. Before long, he collapsed again. "This is the first time you are running, huh? But running in t-shirt and shorts," Lockhart said, "is way better than running in the robes, don't you think?" Neville nodded, still panting. "Similarly, you will find it much easier to focus your magic with a wand that suits you instead of your father's," Lockhart said. Neville looked horrified. "But it is my father's wand, sir, I cannot give it up. I simply can't." "Who said you should? I am not asking you to throw away your father's wand, Mr. Longbottom, it's important to you. Keep it with your mother's wand in a place of honor. You will find that your father's clothes at age 20 will not fit you today, Similarly, your father's wand does not fit you. No, sir, that cannot be possible. Neville replied haughtily, echoing his grandmother. Mr. Longbottom, your grandmother sees your father in you, but remember you are as much your mother as you are your father. Your grandma fails to see that. You must accept you have both your mother and father in you. By only using your father's wand, you are disrespecting your mother. Tell me, why are you using only your father's wand and not your mother's? Do you not love and respect your mother? Neville looked stunned. Neville gulped and remained silent. Here, try this. Gilderoy handed the boy his wand. Neville stared at it, eyes wide. I couldn't do that, it's your wand. Take it. Reluctantly, Neville took the wand and held it as if he thought it were glass. Good. Now cast Wingardium Leviosa on that leaf. Lockhart pointed. The boy did, but nothing happened. Now, try your wand, the wizard said, taking his wand back. The leaf, fluttering, barely rose an inch into the air. Good. Now try this one, and handed the boy the same wand from that morning. The leaf shot into the air and disappeared. Neville stared up, then at the wand in his hand. You see, Mr. Longbottom, how different wands work differently for the same wizard. Neville nodded, still wide-eyed. Tell you grandmother about this. Tell her you cast a Patronus with one wand, but can barely cast Wingardium Leviosa on a leaf with your father's wand. Tell her I, the great Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and your beloved Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, said she was actively hurting you by forcing you to use an incompatible wand. If she refuses, let me know, I will convince her of the error in her thinking. They stood silent for several moments. Well, said Gilderoy, rubbing his hands together, I don't know about you, but I've worked up an appetite. Mixie. A house elf appeared. Professor Sir has called Mixie. Yes, a quick picnic dinner please. Mipsy can do that, sir. She disappeared. Later that afternoon, an owl took a letter to Neville's grandmother relaying the day's events. That evening, dozens of other owls took flight, also relaying the day's events. The first of many seismic changes in the wizarding political arena had started. His plot to break up the Golden Trio was progressing nicely. His comments to the headmaster and Professor McGonagall about Ron's predilections had borne fruit, of a sort. The headmaster had promptly, and subtly, violated the boy's mind, later declaring that he knew the boy wasn't into humiliation and pain as Lockhart had insinuated. And Lockhart had promptly turned them in another direction. While it was true that the magical world was more accepting of same-sex couples, they still were scandal-worthy in wizarding England. Especially regarding wizards expected to provide heirs to a house. And almost impossible to disprove no matter how much one protested. Lockhart had questioned the headmaster at the staff meeting 2 weeks into the term. Has Mr. Weasley confessed his peculiarities to his friends, yet, headmaster? At the headmaster's sharp look, Gilderoy had continued, you remember, I told you in the first week that he seemed to enjoy things most wizards find unpalatable. With the exception of Madame Pomfrey, the others had looked puzzled. Madame Pomfrey was giving him a narrow-eyed look as she remembered his comment for Ron's Slugfest incident. He had caught Professor Snape especially flat-footed. Not that I have an objection to such pursuits, mind you. For those that like that sort of thing, well, I suppose it's just the sort of thing they like. He concluded happily, beaming. Eyes twinkling, the headmaster had said, nothing to worry about, Professor Lockhart, you simply misunderstood what you saw and heard. But he seems to get himself into such humiliating situations, don't you know? I can't tell you how many times I've heard him and Mr. Malfoy having words. And Mr. Malfoy always seems to get the better of him. It's as if Mr. Weasley enjoys it when Mr. Malfoy publicly humiliates him. Gilderoy tried to project an aura of confusion. If he didn't want such situations, why would he set them up? After all, he could simply ignore any comments made by Mr. Malfoy as beneath him as a pure blood. Instead, he responds in a way guaranteed to escalate things, as if he enjoyed the encounter regardless of his apparent anger. Professor Snape was listening with eyebrows raised, and the hint of a smirk. He clearly understood what Gilderoy was implying and was amused that Lockhart was apparently so simple as to believe such things. No, no, Professor Lockhart. The boy merely has a temper, and Mr. Malfoy enjoys provoking him. It's all in good fun, the houses, rivalry in verbal action, the headmaster assured him. Oh, Gilderoy said as if he finally understood he had made a mistake as to the boy's intentions. Then he exclaimed, as if he had just thought of it, is this a case of opposites attract? Mr. Malfoy is a fine-looking lad, after all. Unlike most lads his age he takes his appearance seriously, and except for his conflicts with Mr. Weasley, Mr. Potter, and Miss Granger he has impeccable manners. And both are pure bloods. He paused contemplatively. Usually you see such opposite pairing between wizards and witches in the upper years. But with this age group, the wizards usually resort to insults and verbal attacks as a way to show their interest in witches, except we're talking about two wizards in this case. The youngsters haven't yet learned that you gather more ants with sugar than vinegar. Professor Snape coughed. Professor Flitwick fell out of his chair. The others all indicated some sort of shock at that insinuation. The headmaster paused and cleared his throat. He had not considered that, it appeared. No, definitely not that, Professor Lockhart. I assure you, none of your concerns has any basis in fact. May we continue? The rest of the conference passed quickly, and Harry Gilderoy did his best to seem as a flighty airhead. His last comment as they were leaving the conference room was to Professor Snape, while Professor McGonagall hovered in the background. Well, still, the saying, where there's smoke, there's fire, still seems appropriate for Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy. They fight like some of the old married couples I've seen. And it does appear as if Mr. Malfoy seeks out Mr. Weasley just for the pleasure of his company, even if it is under the guise of an argument. The Transfiguration professor seemed a bit concerned about her trio of lions, after that. Professor Snape seemed more than a little taken aback at the thought. Now I want everyone to divide your books into 2 piles to represent 2 sessions of the class, Lockhart said. The 2-week review had turned into a 3-week remedial course. Heavy on practical work in the class, and just as heavy on theory in the homework. He had even given the second-year classes detention the second and third Saturdays of the month for 4 hours and worked them hard on the practical side of casting spells. And then given them all, except Ron, 5 points each for their improvement each day. Ron's broken wand was really holding him back. Finally, though, the second-year students were where they should have been on September 1st. Today was the start of the second-year coursework. He paused and surveyed the class, hands on hips, teeth flashing in the sunlight coming in the windows, his hair perfectly coiffed, and his periwinkle robes just as perfectly tailored. In the first part, we will go with the regular curriculum as prescribed by the ministry studying the dark creatures one is likely to meet, and in the second part we discuss various spells, curses, jinxes, and whatnot, practical defense against dark arts. They were going to learn the counters to all the dark spells he had encountered in fighting Death Eaters. Learning this is easy. Once you recognize the patterns, everything will fall into place. Certain things you need to memorize, others require hours of practice. But when you are done, you'll look back and say, wow, that was hard work, but it was easy. My books, which you all bought, were designed to act as a guide as I expected brighter prospects from you all, but, alas, now they are not as useful as I had anticipated. So I am giving all of you a copy of The Ins and Outs of Defense Against Dark Arts, an excellent book in that subject by Mr. Sean McPhee, who is brilliant in this field. Even I have learned a thing or two from him. As you see, it is on your desks and it is available to you with your promise that you will pass it on to next year's students, after the end of this year, in a good, usable condition. Just leave your copy in the library on the last day of school. Am I clear? Sean McPhee was one of the brilliant heroes Lockhart had obliviated and claimed his victory as own. The two souls agreed only on giving the valiant hero a bit of recognition, though one fought for revealing the entire truth and the other tried to suppress that as much as possible. All his students complained about the workload, especially the 5th and 7th year students, but they were beginning to see that his method of teaching was superior to their previous teachers. They were actually learning the spells and to cast them quickly. More and more wizards were beginning to agree with the witches that Lockhart was a great professor. And several witches had even not so subtly propositioned him. Gilderoy was all for it, with a quick obliviate to prevent any scandalous stories from emerging later, but Harry put his foot down. The witches were turned away, frustrated. Gilderoy was outraged, repeatedly telling Harry that the age of consent under wizarding common law was 11, established when the International Statute of Secrecy in 1692 separated the wizarding world from the Muggle world. English common law became wizarding common law. And wizards could care less what laws, and the reasons for them, that the English Muggles had passed since then, he had explained. Harry's response was that it was not an age issue, but one of power. In a professor-student relationship, someone could argue that the student felt she had no choice, it would affect her grade to say no, or that she had expected to earn a better grade by doing it. Thus, all such relationships were tainted from the beginning. It was best to avoid them entirely. Slyly, Gilderoy pointed out that meant that any 6th or 7th year witches not in his DADA class were fair game. Harry stalled him. Girls still made him nervous. The only girl he felt comfortable around was Hermione. And because she was now a 13-year-old, to pursue that any farther was wildly inappropriate, he felt. She belonged to Harry now, not Harry future. Forcing the students to sit in wizard-witch pairs and swapping them every class kept Harry and Ron separated while sharing the misery that was Ron with everyone. Oddly enough, no one appeared to notice that Gilderoy teamed Harry with Hermione far more frequently than chance would suggest. The witches tended to argue over who sat with Neville. That simpleton, Ron, still hadn't twigged to the fact that all he had to do was ask and Harry gladly would hand him the money for a new wand. His false pride prevented that easy solution, and so Ron suffered on with his self-imposed handicap. And got angrier and angrier with his inconsiderate friend for not helping him. Gilderoy, during Harry's detentions, had subtly suggested that giving Ron the galleons or gifting the wand would be an insult to the boy's pride. It would be better if Harry just pretended not to notice the redhead's difficulties. Compounding the situation, Gilderoy, during the lone detention Ron spent with him instead of Mr. Filch, Professor Snape, had subtly suggested Harry was being a tightwad and didn't want to share his galleons as a proper best friend would have. He had subtly suggested that maybe Harry really didn't consider Ron to be that close a friend, regardless of what he said, or he would pay far more attention to Ron and far less to that know-it-all bookworm Hermione. During his detentions, Gilderoy also repeatedly declared to Harry how important it was to have high grades and how Hermione could help Harry achieve his maximum potential. He pointed out how skiving off on study and homework, as Ron did, directly led to poorer grades and performance. Noting that the Dursleys considered him a lazy stupid freak and expected him to fail brought a gleam of determination to Harry's eyes, and drove him to spending more time studying and away from Ron. And he had broken Hermione of the habit of being the first to raise her hand to answer any question. She had to compose her answers as a limerick. She had taken to whispering the answers to her friends when she couldn't come up with a good one fast enough. He noticed she was sticking parchments into her book with pre-written limericks just in case he asked questions on those topics. Because they were invariably on the most important points on each topic, Harry asked questions on things that depended on knowing those important points, but not mentioning them directly. It was quite amusing to watch her frustration at creating all those limericks and then not being able to use them. By now, most of the staff were watching Ron and Draco with a bit of worry, and Professor Snape seemed to be keeping an unusually close eye on his snake. Snape, using his mind beeps, he knew the boys hated each other, but it was the appearance of a relationship that he wanted to avoid. That meant fewer incidents between the Slytherins and the Gryffindors, as he tended to call Draco over whenever he noticed Ron was about. That, in turn, resulted in a quieter castle for all concerned. The headmaster seemed a bit flummoxed, as if he had no idea how to handle the situation. Harry Gilderoy knew neither boy was a poof, but it was just so much fun to take the mickey out of the staff by saying things like, "I think Mr. Weasley is jealous of how much time Mr. Goyle and Mr. Crabbe spend with Mr. Malfoy. Have you seen the way he glares at them, even when they aren't anywhere near Mr. Malfoy? And, have you noticed that whenever Mr. Malfoy has words with Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley always jealously butts in, as if he can't stand the thought that Mr. Malfoy might be paying more attention to Mr. Potter than to himself?" Making a few of those comments where older students could hear started a very convenient rumor mill. Gilderoy continued to press Neville into the developing Golden Trio group, making Ron feel the outsider as he struggled with lessons that the others breezed through. Neville's new wand made a huge difference in his self-confidence, and that confidence showed up in his homework and study habits. The three, Harry, Hermione, and Neville, were consistently at the top of their classes. Ron was a distant follower, barely passing the tests and homework. And his abysmal wand prevented his spellcasting from coming close to matching his friend's efforts. His anger at Harry bled over to Hermione, so he was reluctant to ask for help. And if he did ask, he blew up when she refused simply to let him copy her work. His grades suffered as a result, reinforcing the gap between him and his friends. Harry had taken Harry's advice about Colin, and they got together twice a month for an hour or so. Colin would have Harry pose at various locations doing magical things. Then, in an empty classroom, they would review the pictures and pick the best ones for distribution, and decide which ones needed reshooting. Colin happily spread the word that the photos were available and where the money went, his mostly to camera-related expenses and Harry's to the Quidditch broom fund. Several times Harry agreed to specific picture requests, charging extra for the students that wanted to pose with him. Just to annoy Harry, Gilderoy had happily spread the news to all the firsties that there was a Harry Potter fan club. The club dues included 2 discounted autographed pictures of Harry. Gilderoy had made that suggestion to Colin. Colin made no profit on those 2, but sold far more of the new photos each month as Harry okayed them to club members than he would have otherwise. He just brought a batch of newly approved copies to each meeting, and Viola, he sold them all, increasing his income in one big jump. Gilderoy's quiet gift of a feather-light bottomless bag made it easy for the small boy to carry his entire inventory and satisfy any customer on the spot. Malfoy had at first taunted Harry about his glory-seeking. Harry, after some coaching by Gilderoy, had shut him down by merely observing that the other boy was just jealous of his success. And pointing out that someday Draco might be able to garner some fame and respect himself and no longer need to use his slogan, "When my father hears about this." When he first heard what Colin and Harry were doing, Ron had exploded in a jealous rage. Even after being told the Prophets were going to get new brooms for the teams, he still kept his temper at a low boil over the unfairness of his best friend buying expensive brooms for the teams while ignoring his best friend's malfunctioning wand. The fan club kept up the pressure as he was constantly seeing evidence of his best friend's fame wherever he looked. That resentment flared up even higher when the Daily Prophet announced Harry's lawsuit versus the publishers, especially as the desire to taunt Harry brought the Malfoy heir to the quartet even more often than before. Boy Who Lived as Boy Who Sues. By Rita Skeeter. Today, Fleesham, Cheatham, and Beetham announced that Harry Potter, the famous boy who lived, was filing suit against 4 publishers. Winnicus Press, Flourish and Blott's Publishers, L.C.A. Comics, and Little Red Books. All were served legal parchments for portraying as truth stories about Harry Potter that they knew were lies, for defamation of character of an ancient and noble house, invasion of privacy of an ancient and noble house, theft of royalties from an ancient and noble house, and falsely claiming trademark on an ancient and noble house. Gilderoy Lockhart, author of such works as Magical Meat Biography and Gilderoy Lockhart's Guide to Household Pests, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, explained, "Mr. Potter came to me recently complaining about these books that had been written about him without his knowledge or permission. He asked my help in the matter. And by these books, the famous author indicated a pile of books on the table at the legal offices of Fleesham, Cheatham, and Beetham. Books with titles such as Harry Potter and the Golden Needle, Harry Potter and the Price of Being Noble, Harry Potter and the Muggleborn Uprising, all books our children read and enjoyed. All of which purported to tell the true story of Harry Potter's life after October 31, 1981. Naturally, this well-known author was happy to lend his extensive experience in the publishing world to a young wizard in need of proper guidance. Now a professor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Professor Lockhart added, the young wizard's guardian's lack of respect in handling the boy's name and public image respect is deplorable. And, lest anyone think this was only about making money, he explained, Any and all monies earned in the lawsuits will go to the Lily Potter Foundation. The foundation will use that money to assist disadvantaged wizards and witches afford the expensive items required when attending Hogwarts: wands, books, potion kits, and so forth. He went on to say, Mr. Potter is only concerned with regaining control of his public image. Professor Lockhart said that the monetary damages that he expects the legal firm to collect for the boy who lived to be in the thousands of galleons. After all, he said, we are talking about over 10 years of books being published without a single canute being paid in royalties to Mr. Potter. Requests for statements from the affected companies were not returned by the time this paper went to press. What astonishes this reporter is the brazen theft of money from an orphan. It went on in that vein for several more paragraphs, bemoaning the poor state of publishing that they could so abuse the legacy of Harry Potter, to whom the wizarding world owed so much. Ron saw all that attention and the money going to his best friend and helping other wizards and witches, but not him. It was all too much, and the poor boy stormed out of the Great Hall, and assiduously avoided the black-haired wizard and his friends for most of the next few weeks. This, naturally, threw Harry, Hermione, and Neville together, and highlighted Ron's envy and ever-present anger when he did rejoin them. "Good afternoon, boys," Gilderoy said as he leaned against the wall opposite the one-eyed witch, buffing the nails on his right hand. He was impeccably dressed, of course, in lavender robes. He grinned at them, showing off his perfect smile. The Weasley twins were staring at him, aghast, both carrying a crate of butterbeer for a planned celebration. They had checked before exiting the secret tunnel that there was no one in the area. How had they missed the professor? Had the map been in error? "Good afternoon. Professor Lockhart. Is there something we can do for you?" He could see them sweating slightly. Caught red-handed, they could be expelled for this. They desperately tried to pretend nothing was wrong, that the contraband in their hands wasn't really there. He put his nail buffer in his pocket. "It's not what you can do for me, but what I can do for you. And your first lesson you have already learned, the map is not infallible." Their mouths dropped open. How had he learned of their map? The Marauders only put on the map what they knew, and there are things in Hogwarts that they never discovered. "I used one of them to catch you." The come-and-go room had created a temporary passage from itself to this location. He had simply waited until his alert charm told him the boys were coming out from their passage to come out of his. Except his passage disappeared as soon as he exited it. A mild notice me not that he defeated when he spoke finished the prank. "If you ever see something on it you can't explain or understand, let me know. Now, then, the two of you are wasting your talents in pranks. You should be developing items that you can sell as pranks, such as invisible glasses that let you see through clothes. I'm sure every boy in Hogwarts would purchase a pair. And then an amulet that makes the glasses useless, that every girl in Hogwarts would buy, as well. In fact, once word of even one pair of glasses gets out, every girl will purchase the amulet. Imagine that, a product with a built-in purchaser base of 500 students." The twins stared at him, wide-eyed. "Actually, you could probably sell the glasses outside Hogwarts," he said thoughtfully. "Perhaps even approach Madame Malkin about licensing to her the preventative charm to include with her robes. That would bring in a steady supply of galleons for expenses." "Blimey, that's brilliant. If you work hard enough on your pranks items, you might even be able to open a shop in competition to Zonko's." He paused to let that sink in. "I might even know someone who would be interested in investing in such an endeavor." Their expressions ran the gamut from surprised to calculating in only a few moments. "Let me know what you think." He turned to walk away, but stopped and turned back to them. "I expect to see your grades reflect your true intelligence. After all, you never know when an owl or newt in a subject might grant you access to a supplier or expert who would otherwise ignore you." He walked off whistling cheerfully. "Ah, Miss Lovegood, the DADA," Professor said as he came up behind her in the corridor. "How are you this fine evening?" He smiled his trademark smile, posing to show off his best side, his teeth gleaming and his plum-colored robes perfectly arranged. "It's past curfew. Shouldn't you be in your dorm?" The little witch turned around and looked up at him with large eyes and a dreamy "I'm not here" expression. "Oh, hello Professor. She frowned slightly. You seem remarkably free of Raxperts. Her gaze sharpened for a moment. Isn't it a tight fit for the two of you? Yes, this was definitely the Luna Lovegood he remembered. He laughed happily. Not at all, my dear. Plenty of room. But sometimes we disagree terribly. I hope in a short while to become simply one again. The girl's insights into people frightened him, sometimes. She was so accurate, but seemed unconcerned with the consequences about blurting out things that might be better kept quiet. Please don't tell anyone, it's a bit of a secret, you know, he added in a conspiratorial whisper. She nodded and the faraway look returned. And your dorm? He prompted. Oh, the Raven has forgotten its riddle. I blame the Nargles. Harry Gilderoy smiled cheerily at the girl while seething inside. Nargles indeed, he said under his breath. Well, let's check it just one more time, shall we? He surreptitiously cast a warming charm on the girl. A few minutes later, they were standing in front of Ravenclaw's door. The raven ornament eyed them uncertainly. Tell me, my good friend, Lockhart said, what's the riddle today? Silence. He cast a detection charm at the raven. I see. He sighed sadly, then perked up and smiled at the girl. We'll get this sorted right quick, just you watch, he declared, teeth gleaming in the dimly lit corridor. Mixie. With a pop, a house elf appeared beside them. Professor Tooser has called Mixie. Yes, I suppose did, said the professor jovially. Would you mind fetching Professor Flitwick? Please tell him it's a matter of some importance to his house. Mixie does that, the elf said, hoping away. He looked down at the girl, who was staring off down the corridor. I think, Miss Lovegood, that it would do you good to sit with Mr. Potter, Mr. Longbottom, and Miss Granger during meals. Ignore Mr. Weasley, he's an idiot and unworthy of your talents. He leaned closer. Tell Miss Granger I said there are more things under the sun than she has ever dreamed, and those things haven't, yet, made it into any books. For example, the duck-billed platypus was called impossible in a hoax until one was captured and brought back to England, alive. The girl looked up at him questioningly. He smiled back her encouragingly. Have you seen the Thestrals that pull the carriages? She nodded. Tell Hermione to ask Hagrid to show her the Thestral herd. And don't let anyone tell you that you can't sit at the Gryffindor table. He said sternly. You are only required to sit at your house table for the official feasts. He smiled. You could even invite them to the Ravenclaw table when you feel comfortable with that. There was a pop and Mixie was back. Mixie told small professor. He be here soon he say. Thank you, Mixie. You may go now. I hope you have a pleasant night. The house elf stared at him a moment. A huge tear appeared at the corner of her eye. Youse thanks Mixie. He smiled at the house elf. Of course I do, you deserve nothing less and considerably more. Now off with you, and he made a gently shooing motion. The elf ped away. Luna looked at him speculatively for a time before returning to her usual dreamy state. Moments later, the diminutive professor came hurrying down the corridor, still shrugging on his robes. Professor Lockhart, what seems to be the problem? Ah, Harry Gilderoy turned to the half-goblin. How good of you to come so quickly. He smiled and tilted his head just so to make his hair sway as if touched by a light breeze. I was wandering the halls this evening. You see, I was pondering how I should write about my experiences here at Hogwarts this year. I realized that the book wouldn't be as exciting as my others would, but for the nostalgia, it might be fun for my fans. I could explore some of the old stories about the castle, such as what happened to Ravenclaw's diadem, Hufflepuff's cup, Slytherin's locket, and Gryffindor's sword. Perhaps even find the missing items themselves. Wouldn't that be smashing? And then there's the Chamber of Secrets. Maybe I could call it, Hunting in Hogwarts. He shook his head, tossing his hair artfully. So, I was wandering the halls trying to decide where I could get the best background for my cover picture. Have to be careful of where we shoot, he said confidingly. I don't want the castle colors to clash with my robes. It mustn't be too dark, or it shan't bring out the colors in my robes and the highlights in my hair. I can't pose in front of any of the house doors, of course, because some might view that as a slight on the other houses. The Great Hall is too busy and the colors definitely would pull attention from my robes. The moving staircases might be fun, but the movements might distract people from me. I'm just not sure. He sighed dramatically, projecting the image someone frustrated at their lack of progress. The charms professor's eyes narrowed dangerously. I hope you didn't call me out here just to tell me that, he said flatly, fingering his wand. What? Said the DADA. Professor, feigning surprise. Oh, of course not. I needed to call your attention to your little lost Ravenclaw here. He stepped aside to reveal Luna, now peering dreamily at her head of house. Flummoxed, the little professor just stared. Yes, as I said, I was wandering the halls and found her doing so as well. He placed a hand on her shoulder. Well, it is after curfew, so I decided the thing to do would be to escort the young witch back to her dorm. Imagine my surprise when your raven refused to ask its riddle, even when asked politely. Now, how is Miss Lovegood, a demure and proper young witch, supposed to return to her dorm when there is no riddle for her to answer? She can see auras quite well, but she can't walk through closed doors. Professor gave a sharp look at Gilderoy and then looked searchingly at Luna. Then he turned to the raven and started casting a detection spell. It looks suspiciously like someone has cast a confundus spell on the bird, Gilderoy added helpfully. Now, he said, I'm not one to tell another how to run their house, but surely pranks such as this, leaving the poor girl wandering the cold stone corridors all night, are in bad taste. He paused, especially when the dear girl has, here his tone dropped flat, no shoes. Flitwick took a startled look at the girl's bare feet. Yes, Gilderoy continued, hiding one's shoes is a firsty prank, but casting a confundus is clearly well above this girl's class's skill level. His voice was no longer light and airy. Now it begins to look like upper-year students bullying a lower year, he said low and sternly. He stared down at the Ravenclaw head of house. And aren't prefects supposed to check that all pre-owl students are in the dorm and in bed at lights out? Especially the firsties. Someone has obviously failed in their duty. And Flitwick could tell that Gilderoy was clearly thinking that it was one short professor who was at fault and not the prefects. Professor Flitwick was looking decidedly upset. When I first entered Hogwarts I was told the house was my family, that we looked out and helped one another, Gilderoy continued. Well, I had my share of family disagreements, but I never maliciously stole things, nor locked anyone out of the dorm in their bare feet. Nor did anyone do that to me, even when I was at my most obnoxious. He pulled out his wand. Let's make a test, shall we? Is it a prank or bullying? I sincerely hope it is merely a lone prank carried a bit too far. He took a deep breath and forcefully said, Accio Luna Lovegood's things taken without her permission and are outside her house. The charms professor took a step back. He had felt that spell. The three stood in silence and the time passed. After almost a half a minute with nothing happening, Lockhart turned to the other two, smiling, and said, Well, I must admit I am relieved. At that moment, a book sedately came flying down the corridor. His face fell. Ah, maybe not, then. After a minute, there was a small pile of homework parchments, books, a blouse, and 3 pairs of shoes. Each shoe of a pair came from a different direction. It was a bit more than a dozen items, total, but it was enough to prove his point. Luna was looking at him with a blank expression. Flitwick was furious. Well, Gilderoy said quietly, I will see you at breakfast then. He turned and started back towards his quarters, muttering, stalking with students, persuading with professors, helping at Hogwarts, bashing a basilisk, restraining a rat, called the little witch, suddenly. Gilderoy spun, stunned, and stared at the little Ravenclaw. Flitwick was staring, puzzled at both of them. The flamboyant wizard abruptly grinned happily. An excellent suggestion, Miss Lovegood. I shall keep it in mind. He turned back and walked off, whistling a light tune. He would do everything he could to make sure that Luna had the opportunities she so deserved this time around. The next morning, students were surprised to see that Ravenclaw House had lost 200 points, and that the Ravenclaw table seemed especially quiet. Almost no one noticed that Luna Lovegood sat between Hermione and Harry. Hermione looked puzzled and was mouthing the words Nargle and Platypus. Harry and Neville looked completely befuddled. Ron was upset that someone not a Gryffindor dared sit with his best friend, Harry. Even if he was mad at Harry at the moment for being a spoiled rich prat. Gilderoy paced back and forth on the 7th floor, opposite a tapestry of some daft wizard trying to teach trolls ballet, one of the few tapestries that didn't move. He had had a wild thought the night before and was trying it today. He knew that come-and-go room held Ravenclaw's diadem, and the only thing holding him back was that he needed basilisk poison to destroy the Horcrux. And his current finances were insufficient to acquire what he needed. But last night, as he was mushing on that, he had thought, why not ask the come-and-go room if there was a safer way, a better way to get rid of the Horcruxes. Hence, today, he was pacing in front of that room's hidden entrance, thinking, I need a way to destroy a Horcrux without destroying the object containing it. On his third pass a door appeared, a stone door with a metal handle. With more than a little trepidation, he grabbed the handle and pulled. Nothing happened. He frowned thinking, and then grinned. He pushed the door, and it slowly and smoothly opened. The foot-thick door was beveled so that the short corridor inside was bigger than the door by several inches, and a step down, much like a bank vault door mounted backwards. The door's slow movement was because of its great weight and not that the hinges needed oiling. 4 yards away was another door. The second foot-thick door was just as massive, also opened away, and similarly beveled to be bigger inside the chamber into which it opened. The chamber was a large stone room of perhaps 4 yards on a side. Engraved into the floor was a runic circle. He bent and examined it. The circle was actually a set of tiny runes repeated around the entire circle, 20 rows total. Other runes covered the rest of the floor, and the door, walls, and ceiling, such that a dozen runes occupied every square inch. A scroll was lying on the floor just outside the circle. He picked it up and read, wait 1 hour. Place the Horcrux in the circle. Place your wand tip to the circle and say, Exorcismus Immundus Spiritus. Immediately exit and close the inner door. Wait 5 minutes before reopening the inner door. I dub thee, the Horcrux room, said Gilderoy gleefully after reading the parchment. He dropped it into his pocket and carefully closed both doors as he exited. The door vanished once he was back out in the corridor. Now all he had to do was grab the diadem. He grinned broadly. Gilderoy was beside himself with glee. It was going to be great fun to announce that he had discovered the long-lost diadem of Ravenclaw, in Hogwarts. He could almost picture Professor Flitwick's face as he presented the Ravenclaw's lost diadem to him, saying it was in the castle for the last 50 years. His books were going to see a huge jump in sales when that news hit the public. He would have to time it very carefully. Yes, wait until after Ginny opens the Chamber of Secrets, then he can claim he found the diadem while searching for the chamber. Oh, this was shaping up to be the best book of them all. And the best part, it was all his doing. He wondered what Dumbledore would say when he told him the diadem had been cursed with extremely evil magic that he, Gilderoy, had managed to vanquish using his in-depth knowledge of runes and a protection circle. And then tell the headmaster that he is very concerned because he can feel the same taint of evil magic emanating from Mr. Potter's scar, as well as another somewhere in the castle. The days seemed to crawl as Gilderoy waited for the Death Day party. It was quite an apt name for the day, actually, for Harry. While his friends looked forward to an exciting day of costumes, candy, and parties, the lad mourned the loss of his family. Neither did Neville look forward to Halloween. The day itself wasn't an issue. Shortly thereafter, though, an attack on his parents had rendered them as good as dead, but without the closure that death brings. Instead, they were in the permanently disabled spell-damaged ward at St. Mungo's. He could see them, but they did not know him or his grandmother. It was a torment of a different sort than Harry knew, but it was a torment. Halloween finally arrived, and for the first time he could remember, Harry Gilderoy actually enjoyed himself. The food was good, he wasn't worried about his friends, he knew what was going to happen next. Everything was going according to plan. And having to share his soul with Gilderoy halved the pain centered on his lack of family. And while seeing future Harry's dead friends alive was still a shock, sometimes, Gilderoy remembered his family and his childhood, and how much fun he had had on Halloween. And by allowing Gilderoy a bit more control, Harry discovered that Halloween could be fun. And so was flirting. And everything did happen, just as it had last time. He had even managed to take the mickey out of Snape by insisting that Professor Snape didn't need to waste his valuable time and that he could whip up the Mandrake restorative draft instead. Snape had been ready to hex him by the time he relented and allowed as how Professor Snape probably could make the restorative as well as he could. Watching the Git, robes billowing dramatically, as he stormed down the corridor later was quite gratifying. The only thing that could have added to his fun would be if he could dock the Git house points. His constant nattering in the background didn't endear him to the headmaster or Mr. Filch, either. The wizard professors still considered him dodgy while the witches still adored him and hung on his every word. Except Madams Pomfrey and Sprout, they still hadn't forgiven him for trying to tell them how to do their jobs. 10 points from Slytherin for such a derogatory comment, Mr. Malfoy. Lockhart appeared out of nowhere and stepped between the blonde braggart and the red-headed idiot, smiling broadly. Ron was pointing his broken wand at the Slytherin. Malfoy, being Malfoy, just couldn't seem to avoid calling Hermione a mudblood every time they met. This time, though, a professor who didn't believe in bullying in any form had caught him. Neither did that professor believe in respecting those who had better connections and more political power than he did. Gilderoy was working to change his circumstances, though. "You cannot remove points from me like that," said Malfoy, shocked at the sudden appearance of the professor and point loss. Lockhart arched an eyebrow artfully, a disbelieving expression on his face, 20 for questioning a teacher's authority. He put his left hand on his hip, stylishly sweeping his robes back. "But I didn't do anything," Malfoy protested. 30 more for suggesting a professor can't see properly, and a detention. Good God, this was fun. And explained why Snape seemed to enjoy it so much. His normally expansive smile grew slightly larger at seeing Malfoy's face turn red. Seeing the hated Weasley suppressing his laughter enraged Malfoy. He couldn't afford to lose face in front of his Slytherin classmates. His bookends Crabbe and Goyle were beside him, with Nott, Zabini, and Parkinson behind him watching. He continued to argue, "But Professor, that blood traitor pulled his wand on me." 40 points, Mr. Malfoy, for using yet another offensive term. And make it a week's detention instead of a day. Harry Gilderoy shook his head sadly, as if reluctant to penalize a student so much. What? The child wizard was turning an interesting color of red, somewhat reminiscent of a certain Muggle relative of Harry's. The Dursleys. How could he have forgotten the Dursleys? 60 points, Mr. Malfoy. If his smile were any broader it would touch his ears, just as the Cheshire Cat's did. The small group of Slytherins and Gryffindors in the corridor were staring, stunned. Ron had transitioned for trying to suppress his laughter to standing with his mouth open in amazement. "You can't do this. When my father hears about this," Draco was almost yelling. "Don't raise your voice to me, Mr. Malfoy." 80 points, Mr. Malfoy. And 2 weeks detention. "Do you want a month's?" Gilderoy said harshly, now frowning prettily. It had taken him weeks to get that particular expression correct. Witches tended to swoon when they saw it. The Slytherins stopped further debate by Nott's expedient action of slapping his hand across the boy's mouth from behind. He whispered furiously at Crabbe and Goyle until they grabbed Draco's arms and the three started dragging him away. Pansy trailed in their wake, casting confused glances between a struggling Draco and Professor Lockhart. Blaise Zabini turned to the blonde-haired professor. "I'm sorry, sir, I don't know what's wrong with Mr. Malfoy, but we'll get him straight to Madame Pomfrey." He was sweating. The professor, now with both hands on his hips, his hair swaying slightly as if in a breeze, and looking like a hero staring off into the sunset, stared as the other 5 disappeared into an alcove. "Yes, perhaps you should. And 10 points each from you other 5 for failing to stop a fellow Slytherin from losing his mind like that. It is really quite unseemly," he continued smiling as if he were discussing his latest book, "that the supposedly cunning Slytherins are accosting other students like common Muggle street thugs." His lazy smile disappeared and suddenly he looked much scarier as he scowled. Lord Slytherin would be so disappointed at the current crop of Slytherins being unable to build alliances outside their house, and antagonizing potential allies in such a crude fashion. If pure bloods truly are superior to Muggle-borns, then why is Miss Granger here at the top of her entire second year? He waved his right hand elegantly at the stunned girl. And by a rather wide margin, as well. And, of course, that doesn't explain why Misters Crabbe, Goyle, and Weasley, all pure bloods, are nearly at the bottom of the same year's ranking. Based on that evidence, it would seem that it is the pure bloods that are inferior, wouldn't you say? The remaining Slytherin was red-faced in embarrassment. Please remind Mr. Malfoy of those pertinent facts when you next see him, as well as his total point loss. I think he might not have been paying attention. He pointed down the corridor with his chin while staring at the boy, obviously dismissing him. Theodore nodded his head in respect at the professor, smartly turned on his heel, and then followed his compatriots. 290 points, Hermione half-whispered, her voice revealing her odd surprise. Harry, Ron, and Neville glanced at her, astonished, and then turned to their professor. The Gryffindor wizards were staring at Lockhart as if they were about to fall to their knees and worship him, as they well should. Gilderoy's voice echoed in the back of Lockhart's mind. Gilderoy preened slightly at the looks of admiration they all had. "Core," said Ron softly, "I never thought I'd see the day when Draco lost that many points. Fred or George have never managed to lose that many points all at once." He hadn't noticed Lockhart lumping him with the two Slytherins as the worst in their year, too dumbfounded at seeing Draco so chastened. The professor smiled at them genially. "Well, now that that's sorted, perhaps you should be on with what you were doing before Mr. Malfoy accosted you." He watched the four Gryffindors hurry on to tea, knowing that Draco's point loss would spread like a wildfire at supper tonight. The loss of prestige in his house would sting something fierce. Gilderoy was quite content that the afternoon's project had worked so well. None had noticed the small hex he had cast on the Slytherin braggart when Gilderoy had first appeared in amplifying the boy's anger. Nor that he had cancelled it when Nott had acted. Madame Pomfrey, nor anyone else, would find no evidence of his meddling. And the infuriated boy would predictably send off an owl missive to his parents after tea tonight. He expected to see Mr. Malfoy Sr. tomorrow afternoon. If things went to plan, he would be much richer by the weekend. That Thursday, the next morning, Harry Gilderoy decided to teach the second-year students critical thinking. "Oh, come now, children. Haven't you figured this out yet? It's been 5 whole days. I figured out what the monster was that night. It's simple." He beamed at the class. They were looking more than a bit uncertain. "Let's look at the facts, shall we? First, it's supposed to be Slytherin's monster, so we ask ourselves, what would Lord Slytherin have as a monster?" For the first time in a long time, almost the entire class raised their hands. "Mr. Zabini." "A snake," he said with a smirk. "Correct, Mr. Zabini. It should be from the snake family. Next, what snakes, if any, petrify?" Nobody raised a hand. "Okay, rephrase the question. What snakes kill without biting?" Hermione leaned over and whispered to Neville, who raised his hand. At Gilderoy's nod, he said, "Constrictors like the boa or python." "Correct, but Mrs. Norris wasn't squeezed to death. Anyone else?" "No." "Okay, what creatures do we know petrify?" Hermione leaned over to Harry and whispered. He raised his hand. "The cockatrice. A good example. I've run across one or two in my travels. But not a snake. Anyone else?" "No." "Excellent. Class homework assignment. Slytherin versus Gryffindor. Find me a snake that petrifies." The class groaned. "Open your books to page." The second-year DADA was almost over, less than 10 minutes left, when a Phoenix Patronus flew into the room. The moment Gilderoy saw the silvery blue creature, he cast a muffling spell around himself and the Phoenix. No one else heard it say, "Excuse me, Professor Lockhart, but Mr. Malfoy would like to speak with you. Please come to my office." Earlier that morning, before breakfast, Gilderoy had taken a morning constitutional, and walked to the front gates and left an alert charm on the gates. If Mr. Malfoy came through the gates, he would know it. Similarly, he had placed one on the gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office. Unfortunately, they hadn't worked. Just his luck, instead of sending a student or Mr. Malfoy to his class, after allowing the wizard to enter the school through his flow connection, the headmaster had sent his bloody Patronus instead. He cast his own Patronus, a hyena, and said, Please tell Mr. Malfoy I would be delighted to meet him in my office as soon as my class is out in 10 minutes, and sent it with that message. Then dismissed the muffling spell. All right, he said with his brilliant smile, that should be enough for today. Next class we'll work on falling. Class dismissed. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Mr. Longbottom, and Miss Granger, one moment please. He really didn't want to include Ron in what was coming next, but felt it might be an opportunity to take points and add a detention or two, and farther separate him from Harry and Hermione. Follow me, please. He took them to his office. Sit, he said, pointing at a couch against one wall. Tell me, he said, sitting behind his desk, what do you think of the class so far? You four cover the entire range of the class, from top to bottom. The four students looked at each other. They clearly didn't understand why he would ask them that question. It took him a minute to get them to understand he really did want to know what they thought of his class compared to their previous professor, and the other professors in the castle. They spent a few minutes telling him how much better he was than Quirrell. Truthfully, he didn't really care. He was just killing time. So, for the next 5 minutes they talked about what they thought were the strengths and weaknesses of his class. Ron, naturally, complained about the copious amounts of homework. When Malfoy appeared, announced by Lockhart's warning chime, and the children clearly saw him walking up to the door in the mirror, Gilderoy acted with precision. With a simple swish and flick of his wand, Lockhart silenced, bound, and disillusioned the children. A second flick and a glamour made the couch appear to be a bookcase. And gave the four a front row seat for the action. They were about to get a lesson in manipulation. How to use an opponent's belief in their own superiority and firm belief that they were far smarter to ruin an enemy just as easily as combat. Welcome, Mr. Malfoy. What a surprise that you have come to see my humble self, he said as he opened the door and waved the pompous pure blood inside with a sweeping gesture. I am here on behalf of my son, Professor. It is extremely unreasonable to remove so many house points, 290, for a simple mistake. I, as head of the Board of Governors for this school, cannot allow this, Lucius Malfoy said in an authoritative voice as he entered. As the blonde-haired suspected pawns had expected, Draco had duly owled his senior about the insult the half-blooded professor gave to the Malfoy house. And the subsequent loss of prestige for Draco. That Draco knew his father considered the peacock-dressing wizard to be rather dim-witted only added farther insult to the matter. That was never my intention, Mr. Malfoy, Lockhart said unctuously. Kindly take a seat here. Please forgive my lack of furnishings to properly honor such an important pure-blooded and head of an ancient and noble house as yourself, he continued, playing the part of someone desperately trying to placate a powerful superior. Would you like some tea? He said, a silver tea set appearing on his desk. Fresh from India this morning, he added subserviently. Thank you, Mr. Malfoy said graciously, sitting and accepting the offered cup. Young Draco was lacking quite more than a little finesse in his words, and I was forced to do what I did, Gilderoy said, projecting regret at what he had done. For being a child of such an important house as Malfoy, I was surprised at his failure to employ the cunning and tact that the House of Slytherin is renowned to possess. Not to mention the insult to manners in using such a vile term in front of Miss Parkinson, a young lady from an important house looking to affiliate itself with yours. Gilderoy had to let the wizard know his son had transgressed wizardly etiquette. One simply doesn't say such things in front of ladies. Harry Gilderoy didn't need legilimency to know what the pure blood was thinking. Just watching his expression and listening to his projected emotions gave Lockhart all he needed to know to guide the wizard down the primrose path to rack and ruin. This fraud wants nothing more than attention and whatever money he can get with it. To have me in this position must puff up his self-importance, Malfoy thought. I must accept that my son's behavior was not up to your expectations, Professor, he said, condescendingly, but losing so many house points is simply outrageous for such a minor offense. I can see that, Lockhart answered consolingly. He must be very dejected at making such an unlettered fool of himself before his fellow house members. He paused as if thinking. I suppose I could consider this as an isolated incident of childhood tendencies and reverse the punishment. As you perhaps may have heard, Mr. Malfoy, things are quite negotiable with me. And there it is, Lucius thought and smiled inwardly. He applies the touch for a bribe almost like a pure blood. What is your proposition, Mr. Lockhart? I warn you, though, I am quite good at negotiating. Your reputation as a negotiator precedes you, Lucius. Gilderoy said. You don't mind if I call you Lucius, do you, Mr. Malfoy? The pure blood, secure in his knowledge that he was going to soon own the idiot, nodded easily. He planned to put the Burke in his place, later, after his usefulness was complete, after his son had achieved high scores and finished the class. Once the dandy was out of Hogwarts, Malfoy intended to show the twit just how dangerous it was to try to use his son in an amateurish attempt to seek favor. Oh, thank you. Lockhart paused again, giving the image of one who was thinking deeply. I say you donate a canute for the first 10 points taken, double that to 2 nuts for the second 10 points on to the 200 points, with the final sum donated to my Dark Arts Defense Fund. I will happily restore the points taken and give only a single detention to your son on proper wizarding conduct. Is that agreeable to you, Lucius? Nuts. I can pay you in galleons for what you have offered, Gilderoy, Lucius said with a smile. Oh, that's all right. In all good conscience, I cannot charge more for such a simple mistake from a child of such a preeminent parent as yourself, Lucius. Besides, I value your friendship much more than galleons, Lockhart said with a smile and charming wink. Consider it done, Lucius said with a victorious smile and thinking, as if I would ever consider such an obvious beep up a friend. He probably engineered that whole scene yesterday just for this chance to meet with me and pretend to do me a favor. Excellent. Let's shake hands on the deal, Lucius. Gilderoy waved his wand and a parchment appeared on his desk. He quickly jotted down the terms of their agreement. In exchange for reversing 10 points, 1 canute shall be removed from the House of Malfoy vault to Gilderoy Lockhart's vault for the Dark Arts Defense Fund, with the second 10 points doubling that to 2 nuts, and so forth, on up to 290 points being reversed. He signed it and spun the parchment around for Malfoy's signature. Both allowed 3 blood drops to hit their respective signatures. Lockhart offered his hand to the pompous ass, knowing that when they shook hands, the spell on the parchment would be completed and a copy appear on a certain goblin's desk at Gringotts. The goblins would immediately begin transferring 544,493 galleons 14 sickles, and 2 nuts out of the Malfoy vaults. If Lockhart had calculated properly, that should be almost 60% of the entire Malfoy family's net worth. Like most rich people, his money was in real estate, so this would easily wipe out his cash reserves. Plus, if there weren't sufficient funds in the Malfoy vault to pay the debt in galleons, and in absence of previous orders to the contrary, the goblins would begin selling Malfoy properties until the sum was paid in full. Gilderoy expected to get several valuable money-making properties, and that would cripple the Malfoys' ability to make a quick recovery. They promptly shook hands and drank the finest champagne Lockhart had to offer. Gilderoy made a show of handing the parchment to Malfoy without bothering to make a copy for himself. I trust you implicitly, said Lockhart. I don't need a copy for myself. He didn't explain that a day after the transfer completed both parchments would disintegrate into dust to remove any possibility of a parchment trail for an investigator to find. The best part was that Malfoy could not complain about the transfer, the gold simply disappeared from his vault. There would be no evidence to explain what happened. As far as anyone ever would be able to determine later, money disappeared from Mr. Malfoy's vault, for due cause according to the goblins and approved by Mr. Malfoy. That was all the goblins would say on the matter. That a large amount of gold appeared in Lockhart's vault at the same time was a coincidence. That several former Malfoy properties became Lockhart's was interesting, but Lockhart had clear bills of sale to show that Lockhart purchased those properties with funds from his vault. That those funds had been moved to his vault as part of a previous transaction executed only moments before was not disclosed. The same laws that allowed Malfoy to get away with bribing Wizengamot officials would hide and protect Gilderoy's transactions. Both were immensely pleased with themselves. Mr. Malfoy mistakenly believed he had the right measure of the popinjay and had managed to change his son's sticky situation with his classmates for a ridiculously small bribe. He had never purchased such influence for so little, and he had assured his son of excellent scores for the rest of the year. Gilderoy was doing a little happy dance in his head, and suppressing the urge to do it in real life. He had just increased his vault's contents by a factor of at least 50. In one fell swoop, he had propelled himself into the rarefied atmosphere of the top 0.1% wealthiest wizards in Britain, numbering less than 10 houses total. Lord Black was at the top with a net worth of 2 million galleons, and, until today, the Malfoys had been in the top 3 of that pack at about 800,000 galleons. Oh, how he had decreased House Malfoy's wealth. He had even reduced the Malfoys' ability to make money. Normally, when someone transfers an amount that exceeds the galleons in their vault, the goblins begin selling off properties starting with the lowest valued ones first. He had arranged with the goblins that anytime anyone transferred him gold and their vault had insufficient gold to complete the transfer, the goblins would start selling the smallest income-producing properties first and selling them to him. In essence, he was using his victims' gold to buy their properties, and then they gave him his gold back. All he did was pay a special purchase price fee of 20% to the goblins, again using the victim's gold. It was just as if the victim were giving the property to Gilderoy at no charge. And Gilderoy would get all the future income from that property, more than making up for the current loss of additional galleons in his vault. After finishing their toasts to each other's health, Mr. Malfoy said, "I must be off, there is business I need to attend to this afternoon." After Malfoy left, Lockhart removed the silencing, binding, and glamour charms from Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Neville. "You utter bastard, you sold yourself for bloody peanuts," Ron cursed. "You were so cheap, selling yourself for bloody nuts," Ron raged. Harry Potter was looking at Gilderoy with daggers in his eyes. Neville and Hermione looked disappointed and confused. "Remember the legend of the chessboard, Miss Granger." She frowned for a moment, then her eyes popped wide open and her mouth formed an "oh" of astonished recognition. Poor Neville still looked puzzled. Harry frowned, having heard of the legend in primary math classes, but not remembering the details. As far as Harry Gilderoy could remember, that particular cautionary math tale wasn't taught to wizard children. "Is the punishment sufficient, Miss Granger?" He beamed at them happily, confident in his solution. "It is not enough, don't you agree, that the younger generation learns some manners but also the old? That should teach both Malfoys a very valuable lesson, is that not right, Miss Granger?" Lockhart smiled, showing his dazzling smile to the shocked and blushing brunette. "And 10 points and another detention for cursing at a professor, Mr. Weasley." I don't understand," Harry Potter said in wonder. "Harry, can't you see it?" Hermione said excitedly. "Mr. Malfoy mistakenly believes he paid a small bribe when he actually spent a huge amount of his money." She turned back to the adult wizard, Professor Lockhart. "That was truly sneaky." "Huge amount of nuts, so what? Bloody hell, Hermione, you are mad," Ron admonished. "2 detentions, now, Mr. Weasley. For your detention, Mr. Weasley, calculate the exact amount of nuts Mr. Malfoy lost today and convert that to galleons. Then I want 2 feet on why you should never accept a contract on finances unless you understand completely what you are signing and the particulars are described in excruciating detail." To the others, he said, "I am sorry I had to put you under body bind, but I didn't want you to interrupt our little business deal." 290 points, so he was punished 29 times. Harry Potter replied. "So Malfoy loses twice of 29, 58 nuts for his behavior, that's just 2 sickles. Peanuts. If that is so, he will bung it again and again, using his money to avoid punishments." "This is duff," Ron cried. "Ron, shut up, it's not 58 nuts, but," Hermione started to lecture her friends. "Allow them to do their work, Miss Granger," Lockhart interrupted. "They should learn the value of keeping cool and working with a calm mind rather than letting their emotions dictate their actions." He stopped and sighed. "Word spreads quickly in the pure blood circles and now they will remember to hold their tongues." Lockhart said, "One last thing, do not tell anyone what transpired in here today." He stared at them, blank-faced. Neville and Harry gulped at the obvious threat. "If too many people hear of this too fast, you could undo what I have done and strengthen Draco Malfoy's position in Hogwarts. It is to your benefit that we allow others to do our work for us. Miss Granger will be able to explain it to you," If you're smart enough to listen, that is. He turned his gaze on Ron for a moment before smiling broadly and tossing his hair with a slight movement. If I hear anyone talking about this, I'll know where to find the culprits responsible for the tale, and you three will spend the rest of the year in detentions. Hermione nodded frantically at Gilderoy and gave a harsh look at Ron. Now that that's sorted, I thank you for your kind comments about my class, and I will do my best to bestow upon all of you as much of my vast experience as I can cram into the school year. If I see enough improvement in the next month, I might even start a dueling club where you can hone your practical skills. Wouldn't that just be delicious? He chuckled happily, rubbing his hands together. Dueling, where you can legitimately hex your worst enemy with your professor's approval. Hermione and Harry stared at him a moment, wide-eyed. Then Harry smiled. Neville looked worried, and Ron, well, Ron merely looked constipated. The kids left his office quietly, but no sooner did they leave than Gilderoy heard Hermione start to explain just how badly Gilderoy had shafted Malfoy. Gilderoy was wearing a lilac wizarding outfit as if to a formal occasion. He stood out from the surroundings as only a true peacock can do. He knew that the neighbors were watching as he strolled down the street. Every time he saw a curtain waver he nodded, smiled broadly, and waved at the person peeping out, causing them to quickly drop the curtain and step back a moment before spying once more on the strangely dressed man. Naturally, the Dursleys were too busy watching their favorite telly program to notice his approach until he knocked vigorously on the door. Little Dudley opened the door. For an odd moment, Harry felt sad. His Dursleys had perished, along with most of the citizens of Little Whinging when a nuke had landed not more than a kilometer away from this very spot. And now, here was the little turd, all fat and obnoxious. He almost wished he could drop another nuke here. "Mom," the gormless bully called, "there's some weirdo here." There was an inarticulate squawk from inside and the sound of hurrying feet. The horse-faced woman that appeared next surprised Harry. He didn't remember her being this different from his mother. It was difficult to square the horse-like face and beanpole shape of this woman with the pictures of his smiling, kind-faced and very curvy mother. Did they even have the same father? Or the same mother? Could one or the other be adopted? He shook his head slightly. If he found out one or the other was adopted, he would draw and quarter the headmaster, slowly, very slowly. Blood protection, indeed. Meanwhile, his aunt was staring at him in abject horror. He gave her his best smile. "Good evening, Mrs. Dursley, may I come in?" He pushed on the door and stepped forward, preventing any other action from her. She was about to try to slam it in his face anyway when he added, pleasantly, "We wouldn't want to cause a scene out here for all the neighbors to see, now would we?" Her eyes flickered to the lighted windows of the houses across the street, where she could see nosy neighbors watching closely. She stepped back, hissing, "Well, hurry then." He walked into the sitting room. Mr. Dursley was already struggling to his feet. "Get out, you free." Gilderoy's wand was at the man's throat. "Finish that word and you'll spend the last moments of your life as a pig in a slaughterhouse that makes bangers." The walrus-sized man collapsed back into his favorite chair. Dudley was watching with wide eyes. "Aunt," Tunia said, "Dudley, upstairs now." The little turd was fast, Harry had to give him that. He was partway up the stairs by the time Harry yelled, "No, everybody in here. Right now, sit." Years of shouting orders in combat gave him the voice of command that garnered instant obedience. Petunia and Dudley were on the couch almost before they realized they had moved. "I'll make this short and sweet," said the wizard. "Did it not occur to you that those freaks you are afraid of might take offense at your treatment of one of their own? That, maybe, one of them might decide to return to you exactly what you did to the boy." "See here, now," blustered Vernon. Petunia, on the other hand, turned white as a sheet. Dudley, of course, looked confused. "Shut it, walrus," said Harry. He twitched his wand and the man's mouth disappeared. Such a small and targeted spell would trip no alarms looking for splashy accidental magic or the messy efforts of a child's wand. "So, this is what you're going to do. Starting immediately, you will treat the boy as your long-lost love child, or Dudley here gets to reprise every single blow he gave to Harry. And you get to explain to Child Protective Services why your Duddykins looks like you beat him half to death with a golf club." He added snidely, I'm sure that saying, it's the freak's fault, will convince a judge you're innocent. He glared at them. And shan't your neighbors just love the scandal? Petunia turned even paler. You can start with Christmas presents. Drop them off with Mrs. Fig, she'll make sure they get delivered. She's not one of us, but she has a relative who is. He smiled, much like a shark smiles at his next meal. Petunia shrank back. Well, now that that's sorted, I'll say goodbye. The smile disappeared, and you had better hope you never have reason to see me again. He walked to the door. I'll see myself out, thank you. He flicked his wand and Vernon's mouth came back. Harry Gilderoy really hated the Quidditch game that Saturday, but he dared not deviate from the course of events. The hardest part, the absolute hardest part, was to pretend to botch the healing spell on Harry's arm. He had established a measure of respect with the Golden Quartet, and the rest of the students, and this pretty much scuppered it completely. Madame Pomfrey would never forgive him. Oh, well, he had the rest of the year to recover it in. So it was that late that night in the hospital wing, seconds after the house elf mentioned the Chamber of Secrets, Gilderoy acted. Wrapped in Harry's invisibility cloak, and hadn't that been a beastly bitch to get, surrounded with a silencing spell, a powerful notice me not spell, and a scent-suppressing spell, he had hidden under the boy's bed all night waiting. As soon as the words, now that the Chamber of Secrets is open once more, left Dobby's mouth, Gilderoy hit him with a stupefy, with his wand almost touching the elf's foot, and then bound him. As the elf collapsed to the floor, Gilderoy stood up on the other side of the bed, shoving the cloak into his pocket and silently finishing the other spells on himself. Aha! He cried aloud, I knew something was wrong with that bludger. I knew there was a game afoot. He adopted his Superman stance, standing with hands on hips, his lavender cloak flung behind him, head held at just the right angle to impress onlookers. Harry's head whipped around from staring at the bound elf on the floor to look at the professor. He stared at Gilderoy, eyes wide in shock. Sorry, Harry, he looked at the boy sadly, I really had no choice. If we wanted to find out who was trying to kill you, I needed you isolated and apparently helpless. This way I could watch over and protect you, and catch your enemy before he did more harm. As I just did. Harry continued to stare at him. You vanished my bones on purpose. The outrage was clear in his voice. Oh, come, Harry. This hurt me far more than it did you. Gilderoy rolled his eyes, smiling. It's going to take me weeks, if not months, to repair the damage to my reputation. Even after we explain what really happened. You, on the other hand, will find your arm as good as new by morning, and you'll have an exciting tale to tell your admiring fangirls, and, someday, your grandchildren. He gazed down on the boy wizard benevolently. Then he smiled sneakily and said, you really need to improve your flirting skills. I think you should practice flirting with that pretty friend of yours, Miss Granger. I know she shan't mind. Harry stared at him, blinking, processing what he had heard. What really happened? What really happened? The boy was too shocked to speak coherently, at first. What really happened, he said furiously, is that you deliberately vanished the bones in my arm. Harry, the professor said, I know what you're thinking, but, please, trust me on this. We have thwarted a plot by Draco Malfoy to kill you. Harry stared at him, mouth gaping open. Kill me? That prat. Gilderoy nodded. Yes, that's precisely what happened. You see, Dobby, here, is the Malfoy house elf. And everyone knows that house elves always do exactly as they are ordered. So, if he cursed that bludger, he had to do it because Mr. Draco Malfoy ordered him to do it. That bludger was trying to splatter your brains all over the Quidditch pitch yesterday. If not for your quick reflexes, it would have succeeded, too. Fortunately for you, the Weasley twins managed to corral it after it demolished your elbow and prevented it from plowing your head into the ground while you were lying there helpless. Harry stared at him speechlessly, eyes wide in shock. Lockhart nodded in satisfaction. Yes, that's exactly it. Draco Malfoy wanted you eliminated so he easily could catch the snitch and the Slytherins could win the game. He couldn't just wound you. That's too easy to fix and you'd be right back in the game. It had to be something serious, so serious you'd be off the field immediately. So, He had his house elf curse the bludger in an attempt to eliminate you permanently. In other words, to kill you. This was nothing less than an attack on House Potter by House Malfoy. Harry finally closed his mouth and said, bewildered, but that's not what he said he was trying to protect me. Harry, Gilderoy said condescendingly. You don't understand. House elves have to do exactly as they are ordered. And Draco Malfoy, his master, told poor Dobby, here, to kill you and then tell everyone he was trying to protect you, that it was all an accident. He can't tell the truth when his master has ordered him to tell a lie. And it is impossible for a house elf to act independently. Unless they are insane, he didn't add. House elves simply can't run off and do something unrelated to their normal house duties without direct orders. They just can't, they have to have orders from their owner. Lockhart shook his head. It would have been the perfect murder, too. You die in a tragic accident by a rogue bludger and Draco wins his first game to the accolades of everyone in Slytherin. And then the Slytherins win both the Quidditch Cup and the House Cup at the end of the year. And, incidentally, Draco then inherits the Potter fortune in addition to the Black fortune. And that effectively derailed Harry Potter from everything. Potter fortune, he said loudly. The DADA professor looked at Harry, frowning slightly. Why yes, Harry, you are heir to the Potter fortune. Hasn't your magical guardian told you about your heritage? The Potters are an ancient and noble house in England. When you become an adult, you will take the reins of one of the 10 wealthiest houses in England. And you and Draco are third cousins by your great-grandmother, Doria Black. If you die, then Draco inherits as the next closest relative. Unless you make out a will to the contrary, of course, which I suggest you do as soon as possible. Your vast riches are one reason Mr. Ronald Weasley is so jealous of you. They heard, well, Gilderoy heard a commotion outside the hospital wing door. Harry was still too much in shock at hearing he was wealthy, and related to Draco, to notice anything farther away than his bed. In the next moment, Dumbledore was backing into the dormitory, wearing a long woolly dressing gown and a nightcap. He was floating what looked like a statue. Professor McGonagall followed a second later. Harry and Gilderoy watched as the headmaster deposited it onto a bed. I say, said Gilderoy, what is all this, then? The headmaster and Professor McGonagall turned quickly. They had been too involved with the statue to notice the other professor standing beside Harry Potter's bed. Get Madame Pomfrey, said Dumbledore, and Professor McGonagall hurried past the end of Harry's bed out of sight. Ah, Professor Lockhart, what a surprise to find you here. The old wizard blinked, eyes twinkling, and then he sighed. Another attack, I'm afraid, said Dumbledore. I found him on the stairs. Professor McGonagall swept back into view, closely followed by Madame Pomfrey, who was pulling a cardigan on over her nightdress. Harry, Gilderoy sighed as well. He looked at Harry and saw his expression of horror as he realized it was Colin Creevey. Colin's eyes were wide and his hands were stuck up in front of him, holding his camera. Petrified, whispered Madame Pomfrey. Yes, said Professor McGonagall. But I shudder to think, if Albus hadn't been on the way downstairs for hot chocolate, who knows what might have. That was fishy, Gilderoy thought. Why would the headmaster walk to the kitchens through an icy cold castle late at night for a hot chocolate when a simple request to a house elf would have it in his hands in seconds? Did the headmaster already know about the basilisk and was tracking its movements through the castle? And therefore needed a reason to go rescue the latest victim. He knew that Dumbledore was a tricky old goat, but did he really have that little regard for the safety of the students? A moment later, they all stared at the smoking ruin that was the insides of Colin's camera, with Dumbledore ominously saying, the question is not who. The question is, how. Now that was fishy, it implied that he already knew who. Into the silence the headmaster's question produced, Gilderoy said, well, that's all very fine and good, but we have a more serious problem over here. The DADA. Professor pointed to the stunned and bound house elf on the floor. The three clustered around the petrified young wizard jumped, startled. They had forgotten the other wizard, so wrapped up were they in Dumbledore's drama queen moment. Madame Pomfrey said, a house elf. Looking back and forth between Lockhart and the elf. Gilderoy was in his element, a captive audience with questions only he could answer. And no one could contradict him. Not just any house elf, he corrected the witch, posing dramatically, but the very one who cursed a bludger to kill Harry Potter. The others looked at him astonished. You see, I knew something was wrong with that bludger. It followed only Mr. Potter. It tried to hit only Mr. Potter. Several times I saw Mr. Potter just barely elude a direct strike against his head at speeds guaranteed to kill. Isn't that right, Mr. Potter? How many times did you hear the whistle of the wind as it narrowly missed your head, Mr. Potter? 3 times. 4. 4, whispered Harry. Aha. 4 times the bludger barely missed killing our little wizard, here. He looked down at the trussed-up house elf. And I heard this little bugger confess to Mr. Potter that he was the one who did it. Isn't that right, Mr. Potter? Harry nodded again. Surely, you must be mistaken, the headmaster interjected, eyes twinkling. Why would a Hogwarts house elf do anything of the sort? Ah, but you see, my dear Albus, this house elf is not a Hogwarts house elf. Gilderoy declared gleefully, holding up a finger in triumph. The headmaster leaned closer and stared at the house elf. Ah, I see, none of the Hogwarts house elves would wear such a tatty attire. The 2 witches were listening attentively. Furthermore, the house elf admitted that he was the reason why Mr. Weasley and Mr. Potter were unable to access platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross Station. He also confessed to stealing the boys' owl mail last summer. The 2 witches gasped. The headmaster frowned in thought. A house elf stealing mail. Unheard of. And it did all this at the instructions of its owner, Gilderoy concluded. A clear case of attempted premeditated murder disguised as an accident. If Mr. Potter were just a tad slower in dodging, we would be making funeral arrangements. We need the Aurors here as soon as possible to handle the house elf's interrogation. I don't think we need to involve the Aurors in this, Professor Lockhart, said the headmaster, projecting a concerned grandfatherly image. Gilderoy interrupted. Oh, yes, we most definitely do need the Aurors here. I have many talents. He paused momentarily to preen, and I'm sure I could interrogate the house elf and learn all his secrets, but this is now a legal case, not a prank. We have an outside house elf that has invaded Hogwarts and attempted a murder. This is not a mere schoolboy prank. We must call the Aurors. It must be handled delicately, though. I'm positive his owner ordered the house elf to lie about why it did these things. That it will claim it did all these things without its master's permission or orders. He looked at the others incredulously. Can you imagine any house elf acting on its own, without orders of any kind? And doing something that its owner definitely would not want it to do. Imagine the uproar if it was proven that a house elf had deliberately attacked or killed a wizard of its own accord, and against its master's wishes. Professor McGonagall said softly, a house elf cannot do anything it thinks its master might not want it to do. In the absence of general or express orders, it can only do things it knows its master will approve of it doing, generally housekeeping chores. The headmaster again tried to downplay the situation. I think we can handle this here at Hogwarts without needing the Aurors, he said, eyes twinkling. Headmaster, Gilderoy said grimly, this is no longer just a school Quidditch prank. It is quite possibly an attack on a student by an adult from outside this school. If that is the case, what will you do? Dock him points. Make him write lines with a blood quill. Send him out on a detention in the Forbidden Forest. This was a murder attempt on the only surviving member of House Potter. It would easily have succeeded were it not for the lad's exceptional flying skills. And the next legal inheritor, or his family, orchestrated the attack. The perpetrator has a motive, he has the means, and at yesterday's game, he had the opportunity to do it. If you do nothing, he will try again. And next time he might succeed. He paused a second to let them think about that. If you do not call the Aurors, I will. He declared, posing again in his heroic Superman stance. The headmaster sighed. Let us move to my office then, and he turned to leave the hospital wing. And that is why we need to call the Aurors, headmaster. Gilderoy declared loudly. You would have us remove the house elf from the scene of the crime and perhaps destroy important evidence. Or worse, leave the house elf here with Mr. Potter unable to defend himself and hope the house elf doesn't wake and finish his master's orders. I will remain here and protect the crime scene while you notify the Aurors. Perhaps you could use Madame Pomfrey's flow. The headmaster turned and looked at him, eyes not twinkling at all. The headmaster was not happy with Lockhart ordering him around like a common wizard. 10 minutes later, 2 Aurors walked out of Madame Pomfrey's office, with Pomfrey escorting them into the brilliantly lit hospital wing. The only conscious patient was Harry, and everyone knew he wasn't getting any more sleep tonight. The lead wizard, a tall, powerfully built black-skinned man, introduced himself as they approached the small group by the beds. "Hello, I'm Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt, and this is Auror Gawain Robards." He nodded to the head healer. "Madame Pomfrey tells me you have a case of attempted murder." He raised an eyebrow inquiringly. "Perhaps," stated Dumbledore, "I believe it isn't nearly as serious as that, but Professor Lockhart," he turned slightly, lifting his hand dismissively to indicate the wizard, "seems to think that this house elf," he pointed at the still stupefied and bound elf, "attempted to kill Mr. Potter," he pointed vaguely at Harry. "Oh, no," said Lockhart, "I don't think that, I know that. After all, the house elf confessed to trying to knock Mr. Potter off his broom while he was playing Quidditch yesterday, when the child was 100 or more feet in the air. And the bludger he cursed was aiming at the boy's head. Even a glancing blow could have been fatal." At first skeptical, the Aurors quickly realized the seriousness of the situation as Harry and Gilderoy filled them in on what happened during the Quidditch game. Professor McGonagall quickly corroborated their stories with her view from the commentator's booth, although she had only seen 2 of the near misses. The DADA. Professor then offered his conclusions about the motives involved and that a substantial fortune was at stake. Then he gave his deductions about the house elf's instructions from its owner, laying it on thickly that no house elf could ever attempt anything as serious as murder without the orders of his master. As evidence that the owner had to have ordered the house elf to lie about his motives, Lockhart told the Aurors about how the house elf had closed the gateway to platform 9 3/4 and stole Mr. Potter's owl mail. One of these actions could possibly be explained as the house elf misunderstanding an order, Gilderoy explained, but all 3. The wizard shook his head. "Once as an accident, twice as a coincidence, 3 times as malicious intent," he concluded. "I notice you have avoided saying the name of the person you suspect is behind this house elf's actions," said Shacklebolt. Smiling broadly, as if he were introducing a celebrity to an audience, Gilderoy said, "Why, Draco Malfoy, of course." The uproar was instantaneous. The headmaster flatly refused to believe it. "Nonsense, that boy would never do something like that. Pranks maybe, attempted murder, never. Let's look at the facts, shall we?" Lockhart said reasonably. "This is the first game that Mr. Malfoy is the Slytherin seeker. His father bought the team new top-of-the-line brooms just to get the boy on the team. If he didn't get the snitch, not only does he disappoint his father but also the Slytherin team will be upset with him for losing them the game. And after all the bragging he did about how he's so much better than Mr. Potter, well, you can see he has a lot on the line here, can't you? And Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Potter have been at loggerheads since they first met last year on the Hogwarts Express. Ask any student. First, Mr. Malfoy ordered the house elf to prevent Mr. Potter from returning to Hogwarts by stealing his mail and preventing him from getting his Hogwarts letter with the year's requirements. When that failed, he ordered the house elf to prevent Mr. Potter from coming to Hogwarts, physically, by blocking the platform entrance. When that didn't work, Mr. Malfoy started to get desperate. He tried several times to get the Mr. Potter in trouble by provoking him into a fight, hoping to get him banned from the team, but that didn't work either. Finally, Mr. Malfoy ordered his house elf to remove Mr. Potter from the game, and if it happened to be permanently, well, so much the better. Shacklebolt turned to Robards. "This is way above our pay grade, go get Madame Bones." "She's not gonna appreciate a call at this time of the morning," said the other Auror. "Well, unless you're volunteering to get in between House Potter and House Malfoy." The other Auror sighed. "Not a chance," he muttered, and turned to Madame Pomfrey. "May I use your flow?" She nodded and the 2 headed back to her office. Shacklebolt stared at the DADA. "Professor, you realize this all hinges on this being the Malfoys' house elf?" Gilderoy smiled confidently. "An easy solution. Bring the boy here and ask him if this is his house elf." To confirm it, have the boy order the house elf to bring him something from his home with the family crest on it. Only a Malfoy house elf could enter the Malfoy mansion and retrieve a belonging. Shacklebolt harumphed in reply. He stared at the bound house elf impassively. I suppose, Lockhart said, frowning, that the boy could be innocent, but in that case it means that Mr. Malfoy's father was the one giving orders to the house elf. The problem there, of course, is why the father would involve himself with Mr. Potter. What possibly could the wizard have against this boy? Unless it is to ensure that his son inherits both House Potter and House Black. Worse crimes have been committed to lock in an inheritance, don't you know? And those two houses added to the Malfoy house would make him the richest and most powerful wizard in the world. Before I forget, I am willing to submit my memories of the game and everything I heard in the hospital tonight, just to make sure there are no mistakes made in what I heard or saw. I'm sure Mr. Potter is also willing to provide his memories. The dark-skinned Auror nodded his understanding. At Harry's wide-eyed, providing memories. Gilderoy gave him a brief explanation of pensieves and how they make it possible for people to view others' memories of events. And eliminate many, he said, she said, arguments because others could see and hear exactly what happened and who said what. Headmaster, Gilderoy said, smiling broadly, because this involves a Slytherin, I think you should have Professor Snape observe the proceedings when Department of Magical Law Enforcement head Madam Bones arrives, don't you? He stared at the wizard expectantly briefly. Professor Snape is the head of Slytherin House here at Hogwarts, and acts as parentis in locus for his students, Lockhart said to the Auror. It is only proper that he be here considering it concerns not only one of his students, but also the son of a good friend of his. He paused, cradling his right elbow in his left hand as he tapped his finger on his chin. I think he's the boy's godfather, actually. He straightened as if he had just thought of something. In fact, being such a good friend of the family, he might be able to identify the house elf for us. The Auror looked at the headmaster inquiringly. The headmaster said, eyes twinkling, yes, let's do that. He lifted his wand and a Phoenix Patronus burst from his wand. Moments later, it winged out of the room. It took the dungeon bat almost 15 minutes to wake, dress, and cross the entirety of the castle to the hospital wing. He swept in the door, robes billowing dramatically, like a giant bat in the night. Headmaster, he said, eyes sweeping the people in the room and pausing momentarily on the Auror. What has Mr. Potter done this time? Are you finally going to expel the miscreant troublemaker? The Auror looked incredulous at the unfounded accusation. He shook his head slightly and introduced himself, I'm Auror Shacklebolt. Snape stopped beside the headmaster and stared at Harry and Gilderoy. Gilderoy smiled cheerily. Professor Snape, ever the jokester. Everyone except the Auror stared at Gilderoy in disbelieving amazement. Professor Snape, make jokes. Was the DADA. Professor mad? With his audience suitably distracted from their bickering, the dandy moved to the end of Harry's bed and pointed. Do you, perhaps, know this house elf? Snape's eyes flickered down at the bound house elf, and a frown appeared. That is the Malfoy house elf, Dobby. He had no reason to lie, and he knew that to deny he recognized the house elf would only cause problems when the truth came out later. Aha, declared Gilderoy in self-satisfaction, I told you he was Malfoy's. You are positive? Asked the Auror. As positive as I can be about the identity of any house elf I've seen. Only Mr. Malfoy could tell us beyond the shadow of a doubt. He shot an accusatory glance at Gilderoy and Harry. He knew that somehow those two were the cause of this late-night crisis. While they waited for Madam Bones to arrive, the headmaster filled Snape in on the night's events. Gilderoy filled Harry in on how to make out a will, with the promise that he would take him to Gringotts over the Christmas halls to file it. And suggested having Hermione help him in making it in the meantime. There were books about the subject in the library, after all. Whatever you do, Harry, do not make me a beneficiary, the blonde dandy ordered earnestly. I know how much you admire me, but I have sufficient funds to keep me happy. The purpose of a will is to make sure that your estate, money and property, stays out of the hands of those you dislike while ensuring it does go to those who deserve it the most. And while you might not realize it yet, Miss Granger is your most loyal friend and ally. You would be better served to leave the Potter holdings to Miss Granger. With her intelligence, She would use what you give her for the betterment of all wizards and witches. Give only a small amount of a few thousand galleons to each of the Weasley family, you know how they feel about charity. Think carefully about who has supported you both last year and this year. And you should definitely tell Miss Granger that she has your permission to use Hedwig to write to her parents. She is your friend and she has no way to communicate with her parents. It would make her ever so happy if you were to do that. And it would give Hedwig a sense of purpose instead of just hanging out in the Ollery all the time being bored. I'll add a spell to the owl so that any muggle who sees him will only see a common bird like a pigeon or swallow, that way she shan't attract any attention in the Grangers' neighborhood. Harry nodded with a thoughtful expression on his face. Finally, a tall, stern-looking woman with a monocle exited Madame Pomfrey's office, followed by 6 other Aurors. Madame Bones, Gilderoy said as if greeting an old friend. Gilderoy had never met the woman. I am delighted to see the Department of Magical Law Enforcement is finally taking note Mr. Potter's trials and tribulations at Hogwarts. The woman looked at him, frowning. This is the first time this year someone has tried to kill him. At that declaration, Madame Bones' frown grew even deeper. Why last year, the wizard continued blithely, there were no fewer than 3 times that the DADA professor, Quirinus Quirrell, tried to kill him, and the last one put him in hospital here for several days. He grinned at her broadly. This year, of course, I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, am Hogwarts' beloved Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. I do my utmost to keep all students safe, thus things are not nearly so desperate for the boy. He posed proudly. I knew I would have to be on my toes this year when at the opening feast Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley were purposely delayed. I knew there was a game afoot. Crime is common. Logic is rare. Therefore it is upon the logic that I dwell. He leaned closer to the witch, as if confiding a secret to a friend. I knew the game was afoot and that it was merely a matter of time before there would be another blatant attempt on Mr. Potter's life. When Halloween passed with merely a threat on his life and no action, I knew it would be at the first Quidditch game, just as it happened last year. She wasn't stupid. She caught his reference and he knew she would wonder why no one had advised her department of a serious attempt on the life of an heir of an ancient and noble house. He straightened and beamed at her happily. I'm not one to meddle in an official investigation, but if I were you I would ask Mr. Potter for his memories of fighting the troll, the first Quidditch game, the attack in the Forbidden Forest, and his fatal encounter with he who must not be named during finals week last June. Madame Bones' monocle fell out as she stared at him. He nodded knowingly. And you might want to ask him about some of his more violent confrontations with Mr. Malfoy from last year as well, to give you a bit of background on Mr. Malfoy's unashamed antagonism towards Mr. Potter and his close friends, Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger. There is even a dragon involved. Gilderoy knew the headmaster was not going to be happy with the memories Harry provided to the Madame Bones about his adventures the previous year. They would show neither the headmaster nor the school in a good light. And when they finally noticed the petrified student and got that story, the DADA professor knew the headmaster was going to be in a world of hurt. And, he added conspiratorially, just you wait, there are things going on this year that make last year look placid. He smiled. My next book is going to eclipse all my previous books, I promise you. The head Auror looked worried. Then he shook his head, sadly. Mr. Malfoy, Draco, that is going to profess his ignorance of the house elf's activities, naturally. And the house elf can only say what his master has told him to say, so we shan't get the truth from him, either. His master has ordered him to say that the house elf only wanted to warn Mr. Potter away, not kill him. The only solution, you know, is to have an inquiry in front of the entire Wizengamot, and give the child a dose of Veritaserum. But his father will never let that happen, and we both know it, don't we? What parent would in such a grave matter? His normal smile was absent and he sincerely looked unhappy. But based on the facts at hand, what can we do? If we do nothing, the child will be emboldened to try again, and next time I might not be close enough to Mr. Potter to foil the attempt. He sighed. I hate to say it, but the only course I can see is for Mr. Draco Malfoy to either give a wizard's oath that he will not pursue his feud against Mr. Potter or have his father remove him from the school until both children are of age." He shook his head again, feigning sorry. Over the next hour, different Aurors interviewed Harry and Gilderoy several times. Both stated, repeatedly, that they would be happy to provide memories of the events they witnessed. Personally, Harry Gilderoy was hoping that Draco would end up at Durmstrang, but his swindle earlier that week might have made that school a bit too expensive for the Malfoys. While the Ministry paid the tuition at Hogwarts, the Ministry would not fund a student to a school in another country. He would settle for an oath that Malfoy would cease his hostilities towards Harry and his friends and stay out of any house disputes. They would have to word the oath carefully so that the two boys could interact in school classes, and play Quidditch, and just limit the oath to prevent the boy from plotting to harm Harry either in person or via a second party. He mentioned as much to Madame Bones. But Gilderoy would leave the particulars to the DMLE, the headmaster, and Malfoy. If the headmaster managed to convince everyone that an oath wasn't required, then Harry Gilderoy would have to up the ante and get Draco removed from the school in disgrace. They summoned Mr. Malfoy from his dorm, and, as Gilderoy had predicted, he admitted the house elf was Dobby, from Malfoy Manor. However, he was adamant that he did not order Dobby to harm Harry. In fact, he insisted he had never given any orders to the house elf regarding Harry or any other student at Hogwarts. Naturally, the headmaster violated the boy's privacy by invading his mind, without coming out and actually saying he had, and declared the boy innocent. Fortunately, Madame Bones refused to take the word of an old wizard, no matter how venerable, in a case of what clearly was attempted murder and line theft. Especially when the wizard couldn't provide any concrete evidence to back up his statement of innocence without disclosing that he had committed an Azkaban-worthy mind crime. Gilderoy almost felt sorry for the boy. For once, he truly was an innocent in the proceedings. When the Aurors finally left, almost 9 in the morning, it was with the Slytherin boy, Professor Snape, and the headmaster. Madame Bones had allowed Professor Snape to call Mr. Malfoy to meet them at the Ministry. The DADA professor watched Harry rush off to tell his friends the news about both Colin Creevey and Malfoy. At dinner, the headmaster still had not returned, so Gilderoy took it upon himself to tell the tale to the students, very dramatically, about Colin Creevey being petrified. And how he had spent the entire night with Mr. Potter, lying in wait to trap the culprit responsible for putting Harry in the hospital wing. That got Harry looks of pity from the boys and ones of envy from the girls. The students were astonished when he said that the culprit had returned that night to gloat, and that he, Gilderoy Lockhart, had caught him and turned him over to the Aurors. He did not mention either Draco or the house elf by name. The Slytherins were not the only students to notice Draco Malfoy's absence at their noonday meal. The headmaster had returned with Draco not too long after dinner that same day. Gilderoy's alerts on the front gate and the headmaster's gargoyle had told him the boy was back. He had intercepted Professor Snape escorting the young wizard to his dorms from the office. "Ah, Professor Snape," Gilderoy had exclaimed jovially as he, accidentally, came across the two in the third-floor corridor heading for the stairs. "I see you have returned." He struck a pose with arm on his hip holding his plum-colored robes to the side dashingly. Draco glowered at the floor silently while the potions professor scowled heavily at the DADA professor. "I presume that Mr. Malfoy, here, will still be with us in classes this week," he continued. "If looks could kill, and with certain creatures they can, but fortunately for Lockhart Snape wasn't one of them, then Gilderoy's next major event would have been a funeral. Yes, Mr. Malfoy is still a student. He swore he had nothing to do with the bludger attack or the other 2 incidents. He has agreed to avoid Mr. Potter," he practically spit the name out, "and his troublemaker friends." He glared at Gilderoy. "The headmaster will give them the details after tea tonight." "I am relieved to hear that," Lockhart replied cheerfully, lying through his teeth. "What happened to the poor house elf?" "That creature was given clothes by Mr. Malfoy, Sr., Snape ground out. "Oh," said Gilderoy calmly, "they didn't execute the house elf." The headmaster successfully argued the creature was not at fault. "Well, he was only following orders he could not refuse," Gilderoy said consolingly. Hopefully his new master will not have a vendetta against the boy who lived or any of his allies. The dungeon dweller snorted derisively and pushed his charge lightly to get the boy moving. "Excuse us," he said, still scowling as they walked past the other professor. "By the way," Lockhart said, aggravating the potions professor still more, "now that we have a wizard casualty, when will the mandrake restorative potion be ready?" Professor Snape stopped and sneered at him. "Surely your limited intelligence can comprehend that the mandrakes will not be mature until late May at the earliest. To give a date for the potion's preparation is premature." "Oh, that's right," the foppish professor said as if he had forgotten. Then he continued in a very condescending tone, "I keep forgetting that others are not as well-traveled or world-educated as myself." He smiled patronizingly, preening slightly, letting the others know he was indeed superior to them. "South Africa has the opposite climate as England. What we harvest is mature in late May, they harvest is mature in late November. There are even greenhouses where they grow mandrakes to mature every month. With my extensive world-spanning connections, I can have freshly mature mandrakes here by December 1st at the latest." Then he frowned at Professor Snape. It would be unconscionable to make Mr. Creevey lose almost his entire first year because the school refused to spend a few galleons to cure him this term, wouldn't it? After all, if he misses the entire year because the school chose to pinch nuts, the ministry would have to fund his tuition for an extra year, which is considerably more than a few mandrakes. Not to mention how reprehensible it would be to force him to lose all his friends and start over as a first year next year. The alternative would be to pay for tutors all summer so he can attend second year, which would be far more expensive than a few mandrakes. The dungeon bat looked furious at the insinuation that Lockhart was better than he was. He stared at the other professor for a moment, struggling to control his urge to hex him. Indeed, he finally forced himself to say. Draco was staring at Gilderoy as well. Clearly neither had considered the world outside their cozy corner. Scowling, Professor Snape turned and led Draco down the corridor, leaving the disgustingly cheerful dandy behind them. It was late afternoon and Gilderoy was sitting in his office grading papers. Harry was with his friends in the Gryffindor common room rehashing what had happened that morning in the hospital wing, and the fact that Draco was back from the ministry and hiding in the Slytherin dungeons. They hadn't yet touched on wills, or the fact that the Potters were rich, but there was plenty of time for both those topics in the coming weeks. His door alarm went off and he looked up to see Lucius Malfoy walking up. About time, he thought. He had expected the wizard to be here much sooner. Gilderoy opened the door as soon as the other man knocked. "Lucius," he said ingratiatingly, acting surprised. What a pleasant surprise. The wizard gave him an ugly look, shoved his way inside, and then turned to face the dapper professor. "Get out," he ordered. "You're fired." He thrust a scroll at the professor. Lockhart pretended to be surprised as he took the scroll and unrolled it. "I just came from a Board of Governors meeting," continued Malfoy Sr., "and you've been sacked." Said the professor as he scanned the document. Interesting, He looked up at the irate wizard and smiled. "I'm sure I don't understand what this is about, but in any case, this," he waved the scroll negligently, "is meaningless." "What?" Gilderoy walked over and tossed the scroll on his desk. "Yes," he said, still smiling pleasantly, "the Board of Governors is an advisory group to Hogwarts. According to their charter, they have no control over what actually happens. They can't hire anyone. They can't fire anyone. They have no control over how departments spend their money. All they can do is issue directives to the headmaster on what they think he should do. He is free to ignore them at his will. The only one they can fire is the headmaster himself, and then only for due cause, such as gross negligence, financial mismanagement, or endangering the students' welfare. That last condition, considering the Philosopher's Stone last year, should have had the old goat out on the streets already." Malfoy stared at him, furious at being thwarted, furious that this professor had accused his son of a serious crime, furious that this popinjay had bested him. "The charter also says that if the governors have any questions about a staff member's conduct, they can request that he or she attend a meeting where they can discuss the matter with him or her. Now then, if the governors feel I am a liability to the staff, they can recommend the headmaster remove me. If they do so, I will not oppose them. I am free this evening, if you wish to call the governors together. There now, the noose was set, and the rope made available. Would Lucius be stupid enough to hang himself? The head of the Malfoy clan bared his teeth ferociously. Yes, I think I shall. He turned and stormed out of the room. Gilderoy smiled broadly. At tea that evening, as Lockhart watched Draco Malfoy studiously ignore Harry Potter's little group, a lone owl winged its way to him at the headmaster's table. The Board of Governors meeting was set for 7 in the Hogwarts boardroom. Just as he was finishing his second treacle tart, the headmaster leaned over to Professor McGonagall. Minerva, my dear, would you please ask Mr. Potter to come to my office after tea tonight? You will need to accompany him. The cat Animagus nodded genially. Of course, Albus. The old wizard then stood and made his way to the side door, and thence to his office. Harry Gilderoy hurried to his office. He seated himself comfortably at his desk chair, cast a silencing charm around himself, and then on himself. Into the profound silence that produced came the sounds of Harry and Professor McGonagall walking. He set a parchment on the desk and readied his quill. A minute later he heard dum-dums, and the sound of stone grinding on stone as the gargoyle moved. The escalator staircase was mostly quiet. Moments later came the headmaster's voice, enter. Harry, my boy, I hope you've had a good day. He heard a familiar snort. Naturally, Snape was there with McGonagall and Harry. Yes, sir. He heard the creak of leather as Harry sat in one of the office chairs. And your arm is in tip-top shape. Yes, sir, but Madame Pomfrey told me to treat it easily for the next week until the bone is back at full strength. Good, my boy, good. Would you like a drop? There was a long silence. The old goat was trying to soften the boy up by making him nervous. Silently stare at Harry until he started to fidget. Once the boy is fidgeting, he's less likely to think about his answers. Gilderoy had discussed negotiating tactics during a detention with Harry, with special emphasis on those used by Dumbledore and Snape. After explaining the techniques favored by both in condescending tones, he had said, smiling broadly, watch them closely, they do so love their little mind games. The headmaster sighed dramatically, and Harry Gilderoy could picture him sitting forward and placing his elbows on the desk with one hand wrapped over the other. I had a long talk with Mr. Malfoy and Draco. Both deny having anything to do with their house elf attacking you or stealing your mail. The actions of this Dobby were a complete surprise to them both. Professor Lockhart said house elves can't do anything without the permission of their owner, said Harry. Neville told me the same thing. If that's so, then how did Dobby do those things? We don't know. But both Mr. Malfoy and Draco swore oaths on their magic that they did not tell Dobby to take your owl mail, nor to stop you from getting on the Hogwarts Express, nor to curse the bludger to attack you. And they both can still do magic. Silence as the boy thought that over. Is that all? Isn't it enough, Potter? Came Snape's sneering voice. No, it isn't, said the headmaster, gently. Harry Gilderoy could imagine the sidelong look that the headmaster gave Snape. Draco Malfoy also gave an oath to neither insult or start any fights with you. What about Hermione, Neville, Luna, and Ron? Gilderoy was happy to hear Harry immediately catch the loophole for Hermione, Luna, and Neville, not so much for Ron. They are included, as well. Why aren't they here? I'm sure you will tell them what they need to know, of course. Bastard. All 3 students should be in there, not just Harry. What about the other Slytherins? What's to prevent him from ordering one of them to do his dirty work for him? Potter. Came Snape's voice, again. Apparently, the headmaster stopped him with a look from saying more. Mr. Malfoy is prohibited from using his influence in Slytherin House to have others accost you or your friends. Another silence. Then, thank you, sir. Just a word or warning, this only applies to Hogwarts during the school year, the headmaster said sternly. More silence. Well, I think your friends are wondering what you're up to, so you should probably hurry back to your dorm and bring them up to date. There were the sounds of chairs scraping. Goodbye, sir. Goodbye, Harry. Gilderoy waited until he knew Professor McGonagall and Harry had left the office before canceling the silencing spells on himself. He reviewed all his notes and sighed. There was still so much to do. He pulled up a fresh parchment. He needed to make an appointment with Rita Skeeter. She should love some of the dirt he had on Malfoy Sr. With her doing the pushing, it shouldn't take too long to get Malfoy kicked off the Wizenmaggots for behavior unbecoming a wizard of that body, although he wasn't sure how anything a member did might be considered unbecoming behavior for that body. Gilderoy stopped just outside the door to the governor's boardroom on the 3rd floor and made sure everything was set. His perfectly tailored mauve robes with matching vest and pants, his hair just so, his shoes shining flawlessly. Appearance was vitally important on a first introduction. After all, as he had told Harry many times, proper preparation prevents piss-poor performance. Hiring Dobby had been truly gratifying. He was Gilderoy's first house elf, and the wizard was amazed at how his fortunes were changing and growing. For Harry, it was wonderful to see Dobby once more alive, and as hyperactive as ever. The little guy had cried with happiness when told his job was to look out for Harry Potter and spying on Harry's enemies. It was show time. He took a deep breath and slowly let it out, knocked smartly on the door and stepped inside, his robes billowing artistically behind him, his gorgeous smile distracting his opponents, his foppish manners making his enemies underestimate him. He smiled confidently as his gaze swept the room. The corner room normally gave a magnificent view of the lake and Quidditch pitch, but tonight was moonless and the dark windows ate the candles, light ominously. There were 13 members on the Hogwarts Board of Governors, and Lucius was currently the head of the board. He glared at Gilderoy while the others looked at the professor with varying degrees of interest and curiosity. Good evening, wizards and witches. As you no doubt know, I am Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and Hogwarts' beloved Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. It is with great pleasure that I received your invitation to this meeting. What can I do to solve your problem? He stopped at the foot of the table, looking across at Mr. Malfoy seated at the head. Mr. Malfoy launched directly into the matter after a sweeping look across the other board members. As I told you all earlier today, this professor, Gilderoy Lockhart, is entirely unsuited to teach at this prestigious school. He is only interested in increasing the gold in his pockets by selling books. You only have to look at how he has made all 7 years of DADA students buy all his published works. How can the same books be of use to all 7 years of students? I call for a vote to have the headmaster remove him. Lockhart pretended to be startled. My goodness, Lucius, I thought we were friends. Why, we had tea together just Thursday and you seemed quite happy with my performance as a professor then. Whatever could have happened to bring about such a drastic change? You do not have my permission to use my first name, Mr. Lockhart, he said frostily. Oh, come, Lucius. You were quite pleased to grant me that permission earlier this week. Have you forgotten that as well? He paused a moment staring at the other wizard. No, I haven't forgotten. I take it back. You accused my son of trying to kill Harry Potter. Lucius was barely in control of himself. Ah, said Gilderoy, I understand. You're referring to how your house elf attempted to murder Mr. Potter, aren't you? Malfoy stared at him murderously. I have no idea what that idiot creature was up to, nor does my son know. The other board members were watching with surprised and shocked expressions. But Lucius, that house elf, Dobby, I believe his name is, freely admitted that he cursed that bludger to try to hit the boy in the head. The house elf claims he was trying to save Mr. Potter by injuring him. Clearly, the poor creature is not right in the head. He certainly is not right in the head. I have no idea why he was after Harry Potter. Lockhart stared at the angry wizard. I think that might be what's really at issue here. What, have you explained how Hogwarts' most famous student, said Gilderoy, Mr. Harry Potter, sole heir of the ancient and noble House Potter, was almost killed by a rogue bludger yesterday? That I spent the night guarding him in the hospital wing and caught the one responsible for cursing the bludger to chase him. It was I, the world-renowned adventurer, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and Hogwarts' beloved Defense Against the Dark Arts professor who turned the miscreant over to the Aurors. That it didn't kill Mr. Potter during the game yesterday was due only to the boy's exceptional flying skills. No fewer than 4 times did it barely miss smashing his head to paste. But Dobby was your house elf. How can you say you don't know what the creature was doing? House elves cannot do anything without permission, we all know that. He plowed on, over the sputtering objections of the other wizard. So we are left with only 3 possibilities. 1. You ordered Dobby to kill Mr. Potter and then told Dobby to lie about it. 2. Your son gave those orders, either at your behest or by himself. Or, 3. The house elf is insane. Malfoy was in a towering rage, his face red and his hands trembling. How dare you, he said softly. The first 2 possibilities you categorically deny, but they still need to be stated lest we overlook something. Gilderoy said in a condescending tone, as if stating an obvious and simple fact. By Merlin, yes, I do deny, shouted the wizard, which means that you had in your possession for months, if not years, an insane house elf, and you never noticed. Malfoy stared at him, his fingers twitching towards his wand. How could you not notice your house elf was insane? You were the lord of your house. You should have noticed. It is your job to notice. The professor paused and posed dramatically, making a fist with his index finger extended and touching his temple. Unless you couldn't, he said carefully. He dropped his hand to his side. I remember reading that you were an unwilling accomplice to he who must not be named, 11 years ago. Malfoy was confused at the change of subject, but still enraged. I was imperious, you dandified fool, he said vehemently. I also heard that you were crucioed several times by him as punishments for attempting to disobey him. Glaring, the other wizard merely nodded angrily. And toughly legilimens. Another angry nod. Well, it's well-known fact that too much exposure to the Imperius, and you said you were under it almost monthly over a period of several years, can lead to mental problems later on in life. Things like being unable to tell reality from fantasy. Malfoy's eyes began to bulge and his face turned even redder. He definitely was trembling. His color reminded Harry of Vernon just before he exploded into violence. And the Crucio, you testified he crucioed you many times for trying to disobey. And a side effect of crucio is difficulty in keeping one's temper, and allowing one's emotions to overrule their reason. And unless a legilimens is performed with extreme care, permanent damage to one's psyche can result. And you said he wasn't one to care about his followers. Reducto, screamed Malfoy, leaping to his feet, his wand appearing in his hand almost instantly. As fast as Malfoy was, Harry Gilderoy was faster, and he had been expecting such an action. Even as he dodged to the side, he said loudly, Expelliarmus stupefy incarcerus. So fast they sounded like one word. The other wizard was unwanded, unconscious, and bound in ropes before he even realized his wand was leaving his hand. Gilderoy magically caught the wizard before he could fall to the floor and eased him onto his chair. Instead, he applied a light enervate so the wizard would wake in 10 or so minutes. The wizards and witches around the table barely had time to realize Malfoy had attacked the professor and the duel was over. Lockhart dropped Malfoy's wand on the table and put his left hand on his hip. Well, that was unexpected. Good thing I'm the best dueler in the country or he might have tagged me. He waved his wand negligently over his shoulder saying, Reparo. The reducto damaged wall fixed itself. After all, I'm not the professor of Hogwarts Defense Against the Dark Arts class because of my smile. He said, displaying his gleaming smile. He glanced around the table at the stunned witnesses. You all saw that. He attacked me without warning. And while some might view the things I said as a provocation, he is the lord of an ancient and noble house and should have much better control over himself than that. In fact, I'm sure many of you have seen him receive worse provocations and shrug them off. And I wasn't even accusing him of those things, merely pointing out facts that we all know are true about exposure to those unforgivables. He sighed. I feared this might happen when I met with him earlier this week. He seemed edgy, irritable, and changed moods quite quickly. And in August, he actually got into a physical fistfight with Mr. Weasley in Flourish and Blott's bookstore. Can you imagine? The lord of an ancient and noble house fighting with his hands in the street, rolling around and swinging his fists like a common muggle thug instead of using his wand as should a proper wizard. He shook his head sadly. All those Imperios, Crucios, and Legilimens have finally caught up with Mr. Malfoy. He looked back at the others around the table. As you can see, His desire to have me sacked has nothing to do with my qualifications and all to do with his inability to control his temper amid perceived slights to his family and house. Such a great man to have fallen so far. He shook his head sadly. Lockhart motioned with his wand and an unoccupied chair slid across the room to the table. He sat, wearily. My actions late last night were taken in consideration of the safety of all students, not just Mr. Potter. I knew we had someone trying to kill our most famous student, and if he succeeded, he wouldn't stop there. Why should he? If he got away with killing a famous person, why would anyone care if he kills a nobody? He would reason. He leaned back in the chair. He would next start attacking Muggleborn and poorly connected half-bloods. Eventually he would attack those pure bloods he considered as blood traitors, just as his former master did, reasoning that it was for the greater good to do so. The house elf is insane because Mr. Malfoy is himself not entirely sane anymore. Several people around the table made noises of disbelief. He smiled, tiredly. We all know that house elves take their magic from their masters. If the master is not entirely sane, then neither is the house elf, for one is completely dependent on the other. I'm sure that neither Mr. Malfoy nor his son, Draco, gave any kind of direct orders to Dobby, their house elf, regarding Mr. Harry Potter. Unfortunately, house elves get the intent of their masters through their magic. It's how they know when their master wants them, and in most cases can anticipate their orders depending on what their master is doing. Those of you with house elves know what I mean. How many times have you called your house elf for tea, only to have him or her hand it to you already prepared? Several of the older witches nodded in acknowledgement. In this case, the damage done to Mr. Malfoy's mind by he who must not be named was never properly corrected by the skilled mind healers at St. Mungo's. I imagine he felt too embarrassed at admitting he needed the help of mind healers, and just tried to ignore it. Unfortunately, if you fail to fix the physical damage from such attacks, the physical mind slowly deteriorates until suddenly the victim begins acting in a bizarre manner, making wild accusations and claims, and acting out their base impulses instead of acting as rational wizards. He sighed. For example, I do not doubt that later this week he will start to accuse me of robbing him, of swindling him, if he hasn't started already. That I was supposed to take a bribe to reverse some points lost by his son in the house points system. Never mind that such bribery is against school regulations, and for a governor to act in such a manner is clearly an abuse of his position. And he will claim that I somehow tricked him, instead, and stole hundreds of thousands of galleons from him. Several members protested that statement, saying that surely he must be exaggerating. Gilderoy shook his head. Just wait, it will happen. And remember, his house elf would have his point of view. Why Mr. Malfoy would want to attack Mr. Potter I can't say for sure. Perhaps he wanted to strike out at his dead Dark Lord for hurting him so much, and Mr. Potter, being associated with the fall of the Dark Lord, became a convenient target, guilty by association. Maybe he was upset at how often Mr. Potter has upstaged and humiliated his son. At home in private he raged at the unfairness of it all. And in his unstable mind, he played with the idea of revenge on Mr. Potter. Daydreamed, perhaps, about how he would kill the boy if only he had a chance. Dobby picked that up and acted on it, much as a normal house elf brings you your tea almost before you ask. He looked up and met their eyes. No one will ever know for sure. In the meantime, out of respect for what Mr. Malfoy has done for Wizarding Society over the last 10 years, we should keep quiet about what happened in here tonight. Most of the board members seemed willing to do that, by their expressions. He smiled sadly. I'm not one to meddle on another's business, but based on Mr. Malfoy's clearly unstable actions today, I would suggest you remove him from the Hogwarts Board of Governors before his erratic actions can have a negative effect on Hogwarts and, by extension, yourselves. Just look at how he has forced you to have 2 meetings in one day for what is clearly an illogical personal vendetta. Lockhart rose to his feet. Thank you so much for allowing me to participate in this meeting. It has been most educational. He bowed and headed to the door, where he stopped and turned to face them. Oh, by the way, I do have a suggestion for a replacement for Mr. Malfoy, Madam Dowager Longbottom. Her son is here in his 2nd year and I think she would be a good fit for the board. He carefully closed the door behind him. He grinned happily. No one had noticed the anger hex he had hit Mr. Malfoy with when he first entered, nor the silent fourth spell, a mild cheering charm, in the stream he had sent at Mr. Malfoy. The wizard would wake up in just a few minutes, well before the meeting finished. He would not be angry, as everyone would expect, but calm and a little bit pleased with himself. It would wear off in a short amount of time, and the rage would return almost as severe as before. It would be a big mood swing to back up Gilderoy's argument that the wizard was unstable. Monday's dinner appointment with Rita went about as well as Gilderoy expected. "Rita, my dear," he greeted her expansively, and swept her and her photographer into the private dining room he had rented at the Three Broomsticks. He made sure his teeth sparkled in the light. He had researched her habits, and the meal provided was a fancy Sunday roast prepared by Dobby. Rita took one look at the table and turned a jaundiced eye on Lockhart. "All right, Gilderoy, what's the deal? You wouldn't waste money on a meal like this unless it was something big." The professor grinned. He and Rita knew each other, and both considered the other a con artist. "Rita, you wound me. And, sit, we can talk while we eat." She sat and pulled out her quick quotes pen and a parchment. Rita, you shan't need that one. This story is juicy enough, you shan't have any need to embellish it." She raised an eyebrow in doubt, but exchanged the quick quotes quill for a standard dictation quill. "Here it is in a nutshell. House Malfoy is going downhill. Fast." She sat back in her chair and studied him. "What do you have?" she asked flatly. He gave her the rundown on what had happened Saturday and Sunday morning, concluding, "And here are copies of the memories to back it all up." With a flourish, he began placing a half-a-dozen memory vials on the table. She watched with wide eyes. The memories were carefully edited versions of the events of Saturday and Sunday, including the Board of Governors meeting. He also included his memories of Dobby stealing his mail and admitting closing platform 9 3/4. They did not contain some of the things he had explained to Harry. She stared at the vials hungrily. "I presume the Daily Prophet has a pensieve," he stated. "Oh, yes," she breathed softly. She looked up into his eyes. "There are several things to note in these. First, one thing I did not mention is that Mr. Draco Malfoy and Mr. Ron Weasley appear to have a love-hate relationship. They are always getting into scraps with each other. Although both deny it, they seem to derive satisfaction from their interactions and seem to seek each other out to pursue them. Don't take my word for it, though, ask some of the students. Perhaps Mr. Malfoy sees Mr. Potter as a rival for Mr. Weasley's attentions and sought to remove him from the romantic field, as it were. Second, watch Harry's reactions to some of the things mentioned. They do not jibe with what we've been told about him. I wouldn't mention them yet, just take note of them. By the way, I don't know if you know this, but it is impossible to be Imperious into taking the dark mark. You have to want the mark. Any hesitation and it shan't take. Just as threatening a family member as blackmail won't work. So Mr. Malfoy and the other Death Eaters have been lying through their teeth. Perhaps you can get an interview with one of the Azkaban prisoners and give him Veritaserum. It shouldn't be that hard. You should be able to get one of them to agree by simply saying they were Imperious and just don't want to admit they are ashamed of what they did for the Dark Lord. You're smart, you can figure an angle that will work. Ask how they get the dark mark and what they had to do to get it. I guarantee it will turn your stomach." He started eating and giving her time to mull over what he had told her. She asked a few more questions, which he readily answered. At the end of the luncheon, as they were about to leave, he said, "Rita, you do a good job on Mr. Malfoy. If you can get him stripped of most of his influence in the ministry, I'll guarantee a one-on-one interview with Mr. Potter. If you can get him censured and bounced from the Wizengamot, or, as I like to call it, the Wizenmaggots, I'll make sure his girlfriend is included." No quick quotes quills, though. Potter and his girlfriend. Harry Gilderoy could see the greed in her eyes at the stories she could do with that. "Well, I don't think they realize they're an item yet, but it's obvious to everyone else." He looked her in the eyes. "Rita, play nice with Harry and you'll have a steady supply of blockbuster stories for years. I guarantee it, and you'll be able to publish the definitive Harry Potter biography. With authorized photos." She stared back, and then nodded. "On that note, They left the 3 broomsticks and went their separate ways. That evening, as Harry Potter was preparing for bed, a parchment and a glass of something appeared on the desk beside his bed. Mr. Potter. While you were in the hospital wing, I noticed that you are suffering from malnutrition, due, not doubt, to the neglect of your relatives. For the next several months, every night before you go to bed, a potion will appear on your work desk. Drink it all. Sometimes it will be vitamins and nutrients, other times it will be healing potions to correct the damage done to your body. No one except you shall notice the glass. It is up to you if you wish to disclose this to any of your friends. If you do, I suggest you start with Miss Granger. Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and your beloved defense against the dark arts professor. Harry sighed heavily and dropped the note to his bed, then jumped slightly as it fell to dust before it hit the bedspread, and then disappeared. He drank the potion. Like most potions, it tasted terrible. Tuesday mornings the Daily Prophet made Harry Gilderoy smile while bringing exclamations of dismay from a certain Slytherin student. Before breakfast was over, the entire school knew that Draco Malfoy's house elf had cursed the bludger into chasing and trying to kill Harry in order to win the game. And that the great adventurer Gilderoy had captured the errant elf, who had confessed to the crime. There was even a side article asking if perhaps Draco Malfoy and Ron Weasley were soon to be an item. Neither Ron nor Draco were pleased to see that speculation in print. Professor Snape seemed a bit put out about the story, as well. Dumbledore just twinkled his eyes. The evening edition continued the bludger story as it had played out in the Ministry, with both Junior and Senior Malfoy proclaiming their innocence yet being unable to explain how their house elf managed to do so many things without their orders. The article called into question the veracity of their oaths, and explored how they might have been able to order the house elf without explicitly giving an order. The house elf might have responded to the Malfoys, vaguely expressed desires and intent without actually getting a direct order, the paper concluded. That Mr. Malfoy had failed to quash the stories was a testament to how severely Harry Gilderoy had hurt the wizard financially. Gilderoy found out just how badly he had damaged House Malfoy when an owl from Gringotts arrived that evening with a list of properties he now owned, all producing a good income. It seemed that House Malfoy had a much lower on-hand galleon reserve than he had assumed. It must be all those bribes Malfoy paid for his pro-pure blood agenda. This made him smile even more. With all the available gold now in Gilderoy's vaults, if Malfoy wanted galleons for something, say, making a bribe or 3, he had to wait for his income-producing properties to make their monthly deposits. But that presupposed that his current income exceeded his current bills. Considering the lifestyle the Malfoys enjoyed, that was not a guarantee. And the properties Gilderoy now owned decreased that income capability, making it that much more difficult for Malfoy. Malfoy could demand immediate repayment of loans he had made to others as a businessman, but that would reveal his financial situation, weaken him politically, and turn friends into enemies. It would also cascade through the Death Eaters as his debtors called in debts from others. Honest people and businesses who had made the mistake of borrowing from Malfoy would suffer. But the goblins, for a price, had promised to tell Gilderoy of those with such difficulties and give him the opportunity to help if he could. That would mitigate the crisis a bit, as well as increasing Lockhart's political pull. Borrowing from anyone but the goblins would also reveal Malfoy's vulnerable position. Gringotts would loan you money, but the rates were exorbitant even if you had property to put up for collateral. Naturally, the goblins kept any income from those properties until you repaid the debt, which made it that much more difficult to do so. If you didn't have collateral, the rates ran to almost 50% of the loan amount. Unpopular distasteful clients, the ones who made no secret of their dislike for goblins, would find the rates for either type of loan to be considerably higher. In all cases, Malfoy was no longer a major player in the Ministry. He had been number 3 in the top 10 richest wizarding families. With this one stroke, Lockhart had knocked House Malfoy out of the top 100, while moving himself into the 10th position. Gilderoy gleefully sent an owl to Rita hinting that Malfoy might be having financial difficulties, and wouldn't that make a juicy story about how far the mighty have fallen? Plus, hinting that if Malfoy had mismanaged the ultra-rich house of Malfoy that badly, perhaps those rumors of his mental instability had a basis in fact. Wednesday's headlines were all about how the Hogwarts Board of Governors had reluctantly removed Mr. Malfoy because of his unstable mood swings. It included copious quotes from the other board members about how appalled they were of late at his questionable actions and obvious bias. No mention was made of any one thing in particular, but the impression was that the Bludger event was just the latest difficulty in which Mr. Malfoy had found himself. Ah, yes, the wolves were circling wounded prey. Thursday morning, the story on how one gets a dark mark broke. Several people in the ministry did point out that this information came from convicted Death Eaters and that you couldn't really rely on them to tell the truth. Of course, others pointed out that only the most powerful of wizards or witches could lie under Veritaserum, and none of the prisoners came close to having that power, especially after a 10-year stay in Azkaban with Dementors as their hosts. Rita managed to get Madame Bones to agree that the next time they caught someone who had the dark mark breaking the law they would use Veritaserum to determine the truth about the mark. In the meantime, the tide of public opinion viciously turned on Malfoy and several other, rehabilitated, known marked Death Eaters. Rita, meanwhile, was getting front-page headlines in both morning and evening editions of the Daily Prophet, a unique and highly profitable situation for her. It was all the better in that what she wrote was the truth and none could complain she had exaggerated and used salacious slander to sell her stories. Later that same day, in DADA, Gilderoy decided to examine the whole thing about the heir of Slytherin in the waning minutes of class. I've heard some students discussing just who the heir of Slytherin could be and that only the heir of Slytherin can control the monster. He paced across the classroom. Let's get this sorted, shall we? He faced the class and pointed his finger at the ceiling. First, Slytherin is a dark family. So, whomever it is must be from a dark family, right? Most of the class slowly nodded agreement. However, with all the cousin marriages in the pure blood world, every pure and half-blood in this castle is related to Slytherin somewhere in their family tree. Several Slytherins nodded agreement at that conclusion. So, not being in Dark House isn't a decisive condition disqualifying anyone from being the heir, is it? Nodding heads, again. Harry looked puzzled, clearly not seeing where this was going. Unfortunately, which family has the best claim on being the heir is almost impossible to determine. The last person to claim to be the heir of Slytherin was Voldemort, and we all know what happened to him. Most of the class gasped or hissed at the name. His mother was from the Gaunt family and they claimed to be the only surviving direct descendants of Lord Slytherin, on the distaff side. However, all the Gaunts are now dead. So, again, familial connections are indecisive at best. On the other hand, Mr. Potter did vanquish Voldemort, the last person who claimed to be the heir of Slytherin. Several of the Slytherin students were frowning at his use of Voldemort instead of Voldemort. The first time Mr. Potter bested him in battle, it was defending himself when he was a mere toddler at 15 months old. How? No one knows. Maybe it was something his mother or father, or both, did. Doesn't matter. Harry Potter, last heir of House Potter, defeated the self-proclaimed last heir of Slytherin in fair combat initiated by the other wizard. Doesn't that mean Mr. Potter is now the heir to Slytherin, by right of conquest? Most of the class looked startled at that conclusion. And for those who don't know, by right of conquest is a penalty to prevent powerful wizards and witches from taking over weaker family lines simply by killing the lords and heirs. You can only inherit a line by right of conquest if you are defending yourself from an attack and the attacker you kill is the last lord or heir of his or her house. Well, Voldemort did attack him without provocation, but he became a wraith. Is that sufficiently dead to qualify for right of conquest? Possibly. Gilderoy stopped, as if in thought. It is somewhat confusing, isn't it? However, last year, Mr. Potter once again vanquished Voldemort. And this time it was quite clear-cut. The Dark Wanker tried 3 times last year to kill Mr. Potter, and failed all 3 times, once during a Quidditch match, once in the Forbidden Forest, and finally under the castle during finals. The class was making noises now, especially from the Slytherin side. Oh, come on, that's not possible. You're making that up. Give me a break. A few objected to the names he used to describe Voldemort. Liar. How dare you? Silence. the professor roared. Whether you believe me or not isn't at issue. Mr. Potter can prove he's telling the truth with his memories. But we're getting off the subject. At the end of last year, he once more vanquished the Dark Wanker. That means he has vanquished the wizard in fair combat in self-defense, twice. By my understanding of the ancient laws, no other possible cousin heirs can beat that claim. And even if you dispute my claim that he fought him again last year, you can't deny he vanquished him 11 years ago. The class looked stunned at the train of thought. Gilderoy preened as they stared at him. Didn't anyone think of that? I thought of it the moment I heard Mr. Potter had arrived at Hogwarts, last year. I thought to myself, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. There he is, the boy who defeated the heir of Slytherin. Shouldn't that make him the heir of Slytherin? If it's true that he defeated the heir of Slytherin in fair combat, then Mr. Potter is, decisively, the heir of Slytherin. He paused and looked over the class, beaming happily at his logic and ignoring the horrified expressions Harry and Hermione now wore. In which case, the heir of Slytherin is now a lighthouse, shining in the darkness, wouldn't you all agree? He chuckled at his pun. In other words, if you are a dark house and you win control of a lighthouse, by right of conquest, that doesn't automatically make you a lighthouse, now does it? And the converse is also true. If you are a lighthouse and win a dark house by right of conquest, you are still a lighthouse. Most of the class was nodding agreement. Got that firmly in mind. Don't forget it, Gilderoy admonished as he resumed pacing dramatically in front of the class. Second, to control Slytherin's monster you have to command it. So if Slytherin's monster really is a snake, being the heir of Slytherin is useless if you can't control the monster. Thus, even if Mr. Potter is the heir of Slytherin, by right of conquest, it means nothing if he can't get the monster to listen to him, right? Again, most of the class was nodding agreement. So, the question is, Mr. Potter, are you a Parselmouth? Can you speak Parseltongue? Harry stared at him wide-eyed. Don't know, Easy way to find out. Gilderoy waved his wand, saying, Serpensortia. A small snake flew from his wand. Gilderoy suspended it in the air and studied it as it hissed. My, but you're a pretty one, aren't you? Angry, too. He would have to pretend he could not talk with snakes. Now that he was older, he realized it would be quite useful. The whole class, except Harry, leaned back in their chairs, staring at the snake. Harry was staring at the snake in fascinated horror. Well, Mr. Potter, what does this beautiful specimen have to say? Harry looked at the professor, eyes wide in shock. Come, now, Mr. Potter, I can tell you understood him. Tell us what the snake said. Harry wilted under Gilderoy's stare. He couldn't bring himself to lie. He could tell that Gilderoy knew, just by the look he was giving Harry, that Harry had understood the snake. Harry swallowed nervously. He stammered. He said, who calls me? Put me back or I'll bite you. Ah. Gilderoy looked disappointed at the threat. Tell him I'm sorry I disturbed him and I'll return him forthwith. Harry gulped and then hissed at the snake. The snake hissed back. When all the hissing ceased, Gilderoy banished the snake back to wherever he had come from. The entire class was staring at Harry. Those closest were inching away, even Neville. Harry was sinking into his chair. All right, then, the professor said merrily, Harry speaks Parseltongue, just as Merlin the Great did. Half the class jolted from staring at Harry to staring at their professor. And in the Indian subcontinent and Southeast Asia, Parselmouths are quite admired and sought after, all those poisonous snakes, don't you know? Plus, for some reason Parseltongue makes spells more effective. Those few physicians who are Parselmouths are highly sought after and head the most famous hospitals in India and Southeast Asia. As I mention in my book Year with the Yeti, I briefly stayed in Calcutta. While there I hired a Parselmouth to clear a cobra nest out of my garden. Could have done it myself, of course, but I didn't want to traumatize the little fellows with magic. Besides, the snake charmer knew of a place that needed the snakes to help clear up a rodent problem. Quite useful, being a Parselmouth. I wish I could speak Parseltongue. The class didn't know whether to be terrified of knowing a Parselmouth or envious. So, if you want to declare Mr. Potter a dark wizard for being a Parselmouth, then you must also condemn Merlin, and a vast number of Indians, for the same failing. He gave the class a scathing look. I hope you are more intelligent than that. It is a wizard's actions that determine whether he is dark, gray, or light. From what I hear of Mr. Potter's reputation at Hogwarts, he is definitely not dark. He did save a witch he barely knew from a troll, did he not? He again swept the class with a glance, stopping to look at Hermione. He turned his attention back to Harry. Tell me, Mr. Potter, have you been hearing any hissing around the castle? He shook his head. I don't hear hissing, sir, it just sounds like English to me. Ah, then have you heard any mysterious voices around the castle lately? Voices that said things like, oh, I don't know, things like, he paused a moment, then growled, come to me. I'm so hungry, I smell blood. Startled at how close the professor had come to what he had heard, Harry could only reluctantly nod. Excellent. Did you hear that, class? Another clue as to the identity of Slytherin's monster. Mr. Potter has been hearing a snake in the castle. Any thoughts on the mysterious monster stalking our school? About a third of the class raised their hands, including Miss Granger. Oh, he had to hear what she had come up with, Miss Granger. She stood beside her desk and recited. Laid by rooster and hatched by a toad. To the basilisk terror is owed. Crumbling rocks with its breath. It stares victims to death. And by cock crow alone, is it slowed. Excellent, Miss Granger. 5 points. Anything else you have to add? Yes, sir. The basilisk kills with a look, it doesn't just petrify its victims. Several other students nodded in agreement. Good. Well, that is a conundrum, isn't it? But maybe we have a semantic problem there. The petrification spell used by wizards merely immobilizes its target. Petrification is alluded to the basilisk and Medusa turn their victims to stone and kills them. Could there possibly be a special circumstance in which the snake petrifies its victim as wizards do instead of killing the victim? A good question, don't you agree? So, we need a bit more research, don't we, before we can conclusively exclude the basilisk? He smiled broadly at the class. Were there any special conditions that might have protected the basilisk's victims from dying while still leaving them petrified? He swept the class again with a glance, noting the frustration evident in the smarter members. Merlin, I love being me. He sighed happily. To summarize, he stopped with one hand on his hip, his robes artfully pressed back as he held up his other hand, index finger pointed up beside his head. Primus, Mr. Potter could be the heir of Slytherin by descent, as could any other half or pure-blood student or adult in the castle. Secondus, Mr. Potter is probably the heir by right of conquest, but that does not make him a dark wizard, any more than Lucius Malfoy inheriting House Potter would make him a paragon of a light wizard. A squawk came from Draco's direction. Tertius, Mr. Potter can also speak Parseltongue and control the monster, which also doesn't mean he's a dark wizard, unless you wish to call Merlin and all those Indian snake charmers, who help people by removing venomous snakes, dark wizards as well. Quartus, being a Parselmouth is hereditary, you can't be taught or learn Parseltongue. Therefore, Harry is either directly descended from Slytherin, or from another wizard who was also a Parselmouth. Hermione had her hand raised again. Gilderoy arched an eyebrow, but finally nodded. Professor, you said Harry. She glanced at Harry nervously, worried that she was upsetting him. Is the heir of Slytherin earlier, but just now you said he is probably the heir of Slytherin. Which is it? An excellent question. 2 points. He swept the room with a glance. I think he is the heir of Slytherin, based on my knowledge and logic. However, only a goblin inheritance test can decisively determine if I am right, therefore, I say he only is probably the heir. Logic, my dears, logic, much better than random guessing. He saw several students nodding in agreement. Gilderoy gave the boy a jovial grin, proud of his conclusions. So, it isn't looking good for you, Mr. Potter, is it? Gilderoy said cheerfully. Harry looked as if he were trying to sink into the floor, his face a solid red in embarrassment, glaring angrily at Lockhart. However, regarding the message, enemies of the heir beware, and how Muggle-borns will be driven from the castle, and this is crucial, Mr. Potter's mother was a Muggle-born. Why would he want to keep Muggle-borns out of Hogwarts? It would be rather hypocritical of him, wouldn't it? He wouldn't even be here if his Muggle-born mother hadn't been allowed in to meet his pure-blood father. He turned his attention to the Slytherin half of the classroom. "Tell me, Mr. Malfoy," he said, still beaming, "would you accept being the heir of Slytherin if it meant you had to either kill your mother, or exile her to live alone with the Muggles?" The Slytherins sat back in their chairs while Mr. Malfoy went pale. "So, even if Mr. Potter is the heir of Slytherin and could control the monster, that does not mean he is behind the message or the attacks. You cannot conclude he is responsible until you can explain why he would want to chase his girlfriend out of Hogwarts." There were a few startled squeaks from girls at the thought the Muggle-born girl might actually be his girlfriend. And, as he himself is a half-blood, siding with the pure-bloods on their agenda against half-bloods and Muggle-born would also be hypocritical, wouldn't it? So you have to explain that as well. He stopped and looked across the class. "Homework. Explain the reasons why a half-blood such as Mr. Potter would never agree to work for laws that discriminate against his or herself. 1 foot, with a one-sentence conclusion on what you would do if you were a half-blood faced with such a choice. For extra credit, reasonable explanations for why a half-blood would work to pass laws that discriminated against his or herself, with a second conclusion on if those reasons would be enough to alter your original conclusion." Class dismissed. There would be some very interesting OWL messages sent home this week. A week and a half had passed and Rita was no longer getting front-page headlines at the Daily Prophet. Mr. Malfoy had taken quite a beating. When he had attempted to use the Wizengamot to attack the popular blonde-haired wizard, he had discovered that only the votes he bought would back him in what was clearly a personal vendetta. Then the Wizengamot had censured and kicked him out. It was okay to be a Death Eater in private, and several members were slightly barmy, but his public outbursts and rage at the famous and popular Lockhart, coupled with rumors of grave financial setbacks amid incompetence, and his baseless accusations against those he saw as his enemies, were attracting the wrong sort of public attention. Ah, yes, the Sharks were not above exaggerating to their fellows in order to bring down a foe. Lockhart had picked up a few more properties from Malfoy as Malfoy vainly attempted to bribe his fellow members into staying on the Wizengamot. The Malfoys were now merely an upper-middle-class family. But that wouldn't last at the rate they were burning through their funds. Gilderoy had already bailed out several light businesses hurt by Malfoy's demand for debt repayment. The more shady, dark businesses he had allowed to fail, removing financial support to various Death Eater families. And the ill will those failures had generated towards House Malfoy made Harry smile to think on. If they had to scramble to survive, they didn't have time for extracurricular activities that hurt their fellow wizards and witches. "I'm sure you're wondering why you and Miss Granger have a detention with me tonight instead of Professor Snape, right, Mr. Potter?" They were in his office and it was shortly after tea. They both nodded. "Well," he said as if confiding in a close friend, "I'm sure you've noticed how the Daily Prophet headlines are no longer focusing on Mr. Malfoy's woes, right?" He smiled winningly at them as they nodded again. Harry had a self-satisfied smirk at Draco's difficulties in Slytherin. He was no longer the Prince of Slytherin House. "I think it's time you started, Mr. Potter, to correct the errors and lies about your life." He noticed both students began to look alarmed. Harry, he said disparagingly, "I've told you many times before that you must seize your destiny and embrace it. You must accept that the public is thirsty for stories about you, and if you don't give them stories, someone else will make up stories about you and the public will take them as truth, to your great regret." He switched his attention to Hermione. "Miss Granger, you've seen how the press acts towards celebrities in the Muggle world, haven't you?" She nodded reluctantly. "And you've seen that when a celebrity doesn't talk to the press, they make up stories, right?" Again she nodded. "So, Miss Granger, what should a smart celebrity do?" "Take your time." After a minute she said, "If the newspapers can get stories direct from the celebrity, they print those instead of making things up. A smart celebrity would make sure that he or she talks with the reporters regularly so they always get accurate stories and aren't likely to make up new ones in a bid for readership." "You see, Harry," said Gilderoy happily, "I'm not just an egotistical braggart. I always make sure to tell the reporters what I'm doing in order to protect myself from rumors and innuendo. Some may say that I go too far, but unless you are constantly doing something new, the press lose interest in you. And I need press to sell my books. He paused. This wasn't quite going where he wanted. Harry, I know you hate attention, but you are the boy who lived. For 10 years, nobody knew where you were or what you were doing. And people want to know what kind of life their savior leads. There is tremendous pressure on the press to answer those questions. The more you try to avoid it, the more secretive you appear. And the more secretive you appear, the more the press will hound you, trying to get answers to those questions. And as you get older, it will only get worse. You're almost a teenager, so the questions are going to be, what do you like to do? Who are your friends? Are you a git? Are you a hero? What girls do you like? Is there a special girl? Who is she? The wizard turned to Hermione. You can tell him how the press has hounded Prince Charles, Andrew, Edward, and Princess Anne. Yeah, they are pretty relentless. Exactly, cried Gilderoy in triumph. And the way the royals keep rumors and speculation to a minimum is with regular press updates, right? Hermione nodded ruefully. So, Harry, with my help you are going to start managing the press. He stood. Come with me, children. He headed for the door. And I will teach you the ins and outs of manipulating the press into printing the stories you want while burying the stories you don't. He led them out of the castle towards Hogsmeade. The headmaster was at the ministry, dealing with that idiot Fudge panicking over the loss of his good friend and private financier, Malfoy. Just as I promised, Harry, Hermione, this is Rita Skeeter, Lockhart said as he ushered the two students into the private room at the Three Broomsticks. He looked over, smiling his trademark smile at the witch. The woman was staring at Harry as if he were a Christmas roast prepared exclusively for her consumption. Whoa, Rita, he said disarmingly. Tone it down a little. Hermione was definitely looking alarmed while Harry looked sullen. The witch blinked and looked down at the table. Right, she said. Now, then, Gilderoy said as he guided the two Gryffindors to their chairs, let me start off with a few bits of information that Mr. Potter here is a bit too shy to come out and say frankly. He grinned at Rita. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and Hogwarts, beloved Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, though, have no such qualms. You, of course, know Harry Potter. Rita gave the boy a patently false smile. How do you do, Mr. Potter? Hello, Gilderoy said. Harry, where are your manners? You know better. Harry sighed and then looked up at the older witch. It's nice to meet you, Miss Rita Skeeter. You must excuse Harry's abrupt manner, Rita, Gilderoy said aside to the witch. He was never taught proper wizard manners. Rita's eyes widened slightly at that declaration. Gilderoy pretended not to notice, and this is Mr. Potter's very good friend, Hermione Granger. He added, she's a muggle-born and clearly the smartest girl in her year at Hogwarts. Hermione blushed as she curtsied and said hello. She's with us today because I think she will find this an invaluable learning experience. He paused a second. And before you ask, she is not his girlfriend, he said with an obvious exaggerated wink. At least, not yet, he added with a chuckle. Perhaps someday. Right, children. Professor, exclaimed Hermione, scandalized. Harry sank lower in his chair. Both were blushing almost. Harry, Gilderoy laughed. Aren't they cute together? He stage whispered to Rita. That got an even louder, Professor. From Hermione. If anything, the two were blushing more. He was sure even their toes were blushing. He rubbed his hands together. He was having such fun. Now then, Rita, I have to set out some rules. Harry is quite shy about his life with the Muggles, and he isn't ready to discuss any details of how they treated him. What I can tell you is that they are his relatives, and no, we shan't tell you their names. Their safety lies in their anonymity. And they must remain anonymous because there are people who would attack them. Let her assume those were enemies of Harry and not people outraged at his treatment by the Dursleys. Both Harry and Hermione were staring at him. And yes, people would attack them. Why, in fact, there have been no less than 3 attempts on Mr. Potter's life last year alone. And that was at Hogwarts. Imagine what they would do next summer if they knew the identity of his magicless Muggle relatives, and that Harry was prohibited from doing protective magic by the Trace. Not that he would have the knowledge or skill to stand up against fully grown Death Eaters for more than a few seconds, at most. Rita was sitting with her arms on the table, leaning forward, eyes narrowed in concentration. Her eyebrows shot up at that revelation. So, I thought that the way we would do this is for Harry, here, to tell you what he thought when he first saw Diagon Alley last year for the very first time ever and his experiences there. Then move on to the Hogwarts Express and the Sorting Feast. Then you could ask questions. Then, if we have time, Harry could tell you how his first time on a broom got him on the Gryffindor Quidditch team and about his very first Halloween at Hogwarts. Hermione, here, met Harry on the train and she can give you her impressions on first meeting the famous boy who lived and some of the other things she saw him do. How does that sound? 2 hours and several cups of tea later, Harry began describing the Halloween feast and the troll. Both Harry and Hermione were somewhat hoarse an hour after that. Hermione greatly expanded Harry's short description of the battle. We knocked the troll out. Rita had a nice stack of parchment's rolls by this time. Amazing, she whispered. Yes, isn't it? Gilderoy said. Well, I think we are done for the night. We need to head back. Curfew is coming quick, don't you know? Oh, by the way, here are some official photographs of Harry and Hermione you can use in your stories. He dropped a small bundle on the table. Both separate and together. Be sure to give proper photographer credit to Colin Creevey, as well as a photographer's fee for each photograph used in the paper. He ushered the 2 children out the door, but turned at the last minute to hand her a bottle filled with a silvery fluid. I think you'll find this most informative, Rita. It corroborates everything they told you about the troll, he said in a low voice. You might want to downplay Mr. Weasley's role, he's a bit of a slob and an idiot. Then louder. I'm not one to tell another how to do their business, but I imagine that you could make those notes last for several days, maybe a week, with a teaser about the troll at the end of each to build suspense. Oh, and you might want to ask Madame Bones what she knows about a troll loose inside Hogwarts, protective enchantments, and what the headmaster told her and the other parents of the incident. Harry Gilderoy smiled happily. Those stories would be like kicking old Dumbledore in the family jewels. Rita's articles helped the Daily Prophet set sales records. At first, Harry got hassled by the Slytherins, and especially Draco, about the articles and being an attention whore, as one Slytherin put it. Harry used the lines given to him by Gilderoy, "You're just jealous because nobody cares what you do," and "I'm just trying to put the truth out to combat the lies that have been told." They worked surprisingly well, and watching Ron's reaction to the first quote, he turned as red as his hair every time he heard it, was quite entertaining. Each time drove another nail into the coffin of their friendship. It was only Harry's good nature and loyalty that so far had prevented its burial. Harry still directed quite a few death glares at Gilderoy for the unwanted attention, but the wizard knew it would pass. On the other hand, Ron was practically frothing at the mouth like a mad dog at the attention Harry received. The fact that Rita mentioned his name, even if it was in a slightly derogatory manner, was not salve enough to soothe his wounded pride and raging jealousy. After all, the articles quoted Harry and Hermione extensively while he appeared as a hapless spectator to Harry's adventures. It was a sharp contrast to his previous boasting to his family and other classmates where he took center stage and Harry was the lackey. Gilderoy took great delight in how Rita started and ended every article with his name, describing how solicitous he was of the famous boy, and how the articles would never have happened without his helpful intercession. It was Harry describing the Sorting Feast, and that Malfoy was the reason he ended up in Gryffindor instead of Slytherin, that the excrement hit the revolving propeller for Draco. Almost as one, Slytherin House turned on Draco for ruining their chance to get the boy who lived, especially now after the Malfoys' fall from power and there was no fear of retaliation from Malfoy's father. Ron, for once, was the object of much praise and thanks for helping Harry to choose Gryffindor. It did little to assuage his massive amounts of envy and jealousy. The reaction when the story about the troll hit, though, was outstanding, from Gilderoy's point of view. The included pictures of Harry climbing the troll with Ron in the background throwing debris shut up many people. It's hard to call someone a coward when you just saw him climbing a fully grown mountain troll to defend a girl he barely knew. Girls from all houses began throwing speculative looks Harry's way. Hermione, Gilderoy was pleased to see, never let the wizard out of her sight and acted a bit possessive when the other witches tried to separate them. And while some girls taunted Hermione with how she did nothing to defend herself, they always shut up when someone else pointed out that that meant Harry saved her. And Ron scowled at the downplaying of his role in fighting a troll. Harry, Gilderoy overheard the twins saying that their parents were equally displeased with that story, though for different reasons. The headmaster hadn't told them the whole story, and that failure disturbed them and shook their trust in the venerable old wizard. And Gilderoy's order of a goblin knife, holster, and a tiny half-ounce vial of basilisk venom finally arrived. It was a steal at only 5,500 galleons, the venom was 17 galleons a drop. It took only a moment for the knife blade to absorb all but a dozen drops from the vial. What doesn't destroy a goblin blade makes it stronger. Or, in this case, makes it poisonous in the extreme. Albus Dumbledore stared at the various copies of the Daily Prophet on his desk. He had just returned from a scathing meeting at the Ministry with the head of the DMLE, Madame Bones. The department had been investigating the incident, and many others, on the sly after their interview with Harry the day after his Quidditch match. The articles in the Daily Prophet had just pushed the troll incident to the forefront. She had raked the old wizard over the coals for his actions regarding the troll incident. Yes, it had happened on Hogwarts grounds, but the near death of 3 students, one of pure blood, made the matter a DMLE concern, especially with many members of the Wizengamot demanding answers from her. And his previous explanation that a troll had managed to get quite close to the castle and not that the troll was in the castle did much to damage his relationship with the Ministry and Aurors. His supporters were unhappy at the revelation, but the Wizengamot members who favored the dark arts were incensed at what they termed his blatant lies. She had demanded a full report on how the troll had managed to access the castle, as well as what measures he had put in place to prevent it from ever happening again. Dumbledore was left wondering how Gilderoy had managed to get that insufferable witch Rita an interview with Harry and Miss Granger. When had he done it? This was the 3rd time in as many months that the prancing fraud had managed to surprise him with competency. He was going to have to keep a closer watch on the wizard. Ah, Mr. Weasley. Gilderoy stood beside his table in the Ministry cafeteria as the other wizard approached. So, good of you to agree to meet with me, he continued. I am, as you know, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and Hogwarts' Most Beloved Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor. Arthur shook his hand and returned his beaming smile with a small one of his own. I know you are a busy man, Arthur. May I call you Arthur? The wizard nodded agreeably. Oh, good, thank you for that honor. Call me Gilderoy. They settled back in their chairs. I hope you don't mind, but I ordered dinner for both of us. It's humble fare, I know, but filling, nonetheless, right? Actually, it was the most expensive meal on the menu, with a small bottle of wine for drink. A rich dessert was included. He waved his wand and the noise level around them dropped significantly. Walden McNair, seated at the next table, seemed relieved as the privacy enchantment went up. They're now no eavesdroppers, he said happily. I asked to meet you to talk about your children. I don't normally do things like this. Who am I to tell another how to raise their children? After all, I am one of England's most eligible bachelors. He smiled winningly at the curious wizard. But I like your boys and wish to help you. Arthur was looking a bit alarmed. They aren't in any trouble, don't fear. He added jovially. I just have some observations for you to think about. The Weasley head of family relaxed. Percy, first. Percy is, well, there's no easy way to say this. He's a right prat. He worships authority and doesn't understand that rules are guidelines and not carved in stone. That there are nuances to any situation, mitigating factors, and damning facts. That you can be within the letter of the law and still be completely wrong. That you can obviously break the law, but still be right to do what you did. The red-haired man was staring at him. Gilderoy nodded firmly. You need to sit down with the boy and have several nice long chats about the reality of what it's like in the ministry. How many will exploit a young man's naivety and dedication and then throw him to the wolves when it suits their purpose, denying they even know the boy? Use many real-world examples that you've seen in your career. Tell him what warning signs he needs to watch for in his superiors and colleagues to keep himself safe. Make sure he understands that the politician that pats him on the back is concealing a knife in that hand, and that in the ministry everyone is a politician, even the interns. He stared back at the wizard levelly. If nothing is done, you will see him turn on his own family rather than think for himself and see that his superiors not only are wrong, but frequently pretend to believe things they know are untrue and hurtful. Arthur cleared his throat. Surely you exaggerate. Sit down and talk with the boy, and you'll see the truth of what I say. After all the time I've spent traveling the world, and all the wizards and witches I've met during those travels, well, I've become a very finely tuned judge of character. I am rarely wrong. I would like to be wrong in this instance, but I doubt I am. Percy's an adult and he's not going through a phase. Unless you help him, I foresee nothing but misery for him in his relationship with your family. And he is a splendid young man with a bright future before him. He needs to learn that kowtowing to your superiors to curry favor is a short-term strategy that will yield long-term difficulties. And once you lose your integrity, it is very difficult, if not impossible, to regain it. And that someone offering him an unearned promotion to responsibility is really looking for a patsy to take the fall when things go bottom up. Arthur looked down at the table, frowning. By the way, Lockhart continued, did you know he's had a girlfriend since last year? It's an open secret at Hogwarts. And yet he doesn't think his own parents should know. Arthur looked up sharply at that. Maybe you should arrange to meet with him in one of the 3 broomsticks, private rooms in Hogsmeade this coming weekend. Discuss a few things with him, Wizard to wizard, why wait until next summer when it might be too late? Next, we have your son Ronald. And he has many problems, all correctable if something is done now. Unfortunately, almost all his problems are the fault of the twins. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.